As soon as I woke up from a coma, the beautiful CEO urged me to have a second child. Qin Lang woke up to find that time had shifted from 1988 to 2016. And he was still the same age as before. He planned to work as an assistant to make some money and support himself, but unexpectedly, the beautiful, icy CEO Yan Qingshuo wanted to live with him, sharing meals and living an unrestrained life. President Yang, I'm here to work, not to sell my body. I know, just go in, stamp the documents, and take 2 marriage certificates, that's it. President Yang, I'm still young. I know, don't worry, leave everything else to me. Chapter 1, Uncle, you look a lot like my dad. A heatwave rolled in. It was just the beginning of June, but the city of Yancheng was already sweltering under the sun. Qin Lang squatted on the curb, with a blade of grass in his mouth, holding an advertisement flyer that he had just ripped off a nearby utility pole. The flyer read, Blue Sky Electronics Factory hiring screw tighteners. $1,200 a month, meals and accommodation provided. Below that, someone had written a small note in pen, rich woman offering a fortune for a child. 2 million for a boy, 1 million for a girl, $4 million for twins any gender. Both options seem like they'd work for me. Which one should I choose? It had been 3 days since he last ate. His stomach growled loudly. 3 days ago, he had just crawled out of a coffin only to discover that the world had changed. But his appearance had remained the same, still the handsome young man he was at 18, more charming than most. His second-rate, beautiful master had left him only a note: after you wake up, go down the mountain to experience the mortal world, and go cause trouble for your younger sisters. As for me, I've ascended to immortality. The people down the mountain had all changed too, dressing much more revealing and cool. He nearly lost his composure. But remembering the charges of indecency, he restrained his urges. What he didn't expect was that by lying in that coffin for 28 years, everything had changed. It was no longer 1988 but June 8, 2016. He had descended the mountain with 100 yuan in his pocket, and within just 2 days, it was all gone. Now, he hadn't eaten all day. While squatting there, he felt someone sit down beside him. Turning his head, he saw a cute little girl. The girl was around 5 years old, with a round face and delicate features. She wore a pair of denim overalls with a white t-shirt underneath, and her hair was tied up in a bun, making her especially adorable. She squatted beside him, both tiny hands clenched into fists, resting her chin in them, curiously looking around before turning to Qin Lang with a puzzled look. Uncle, why do I feel like this place isn't very pretty? Qin Lang, ? The little girl continued, I saw you sitting here looking at this place all morning. Qin Lang. The little girl asked, Uncle, are you waiting for someone? Qin Lang, why do you ask? The girl blinked her big eyes like black grapes and said in a cute voice, when I miss my mom, I sit at the door and wait for her too. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy in his heart. Where's your mom? My mom is working and doesn't have time to be with me. The little girl's bright eyes turned a little sad. Then, she quickly perked up and looked at Qin Lang with unwavering eyes. Uncle, you look like someone. Who? My dad. Qin Lang nearly choked on his grass stick. He quickly threw it away, stood up, and stretched his muscles. The little girl did the same, imitating Qin Lang's movements perfectly. The two of them, one big and one small, moving in sync, looked like father and daughter to anyone who didn't know better. Just then, a woman walking by saw the little girl and smiled at Qin Lang, saying, Handsome, your daughter is so pretty. Qin Lang was about to explain that the little girl wasn't his daughter, but she grabbed his arm and said, Dad, I'll take you to find Mom. Qin Lang. Before long, Qin Lang was being led by the little girl to the entrance of an imposing building. On the building's facade were 4 big characters, Yang Group. On their way there, Qin Lang learned that the little girl came from a single-parent family, raised by her mother, and had never met her father, only seen his portrait. The little girl's name was Yang Qingshuo, and she was 5 years old, about to graduate from kindergarten and start 1st grade in elementary school. Her mom was named Yan Qingshuo, but she didn't know her father's name, only that he had passed away when she was born. Every year, she and her mom would visit his grave. Hearing this, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel that something wasn't quite right. After entering the building, they took the elevator to the top floor. When Yang Xiaojuo pulled Qin Lang into the building, everyone at the company looked on with curiosity, wondering who this man was. Was he the CEO's boyfriend? Had the CEO fallen in love? Some male employees were even envious. Yang Qingshuo was a breathtakingly beautiful, wealthy CEO worth billions. At this moment, in the CEO's office at Yang Group, Yang Qingshuo received a phone call. "Miss, the grave cracked open. The coffin lid has been opened." "Opened? Is the person still inside?" Yang Qingshuo asked coldly. "There's no one inside, not even the bones." "All right, I understand. Come back." It seemed like he had woken up. Her daughter finally had a father. Just as she was about to call the traffic police at the base of Yufeng Mountain to check the surveillance footage to track where Qin Lang had gone, her phone rang again. It was the house's nanny. "President Yang Xiaojuo is missing." Her face changed immediately. "What? Xiaojuo is missing? Did you call her smartwatch?" "The smartwatch is at home. The phone is also at home. She's not downstairs." "All right, I understand. I'll report it to the police." Yang Qingshuo stood up, but as she did, her black stockings got caught on the metal buckle of the drawer, and with a "sirai" sound, they ripped. Just then, a familiar, childlike voice called out, "Mom." Hearing that, Yang Qingshuo knew it was her daughter, but she felt both relieved and furious. She was ready to scold her daughter. "Come in," she said in a stern tone. Since it was her daughter coming in, Yang Qingshuo didn't mind and bent down to remove her black stockings from her hips. While sitting in her chair, she was in the process of taking off the stockings from her left leg when she looked toward the door. Just as she was about to remove the stockings from her right leg, to her surprise, it wasn't her daughter who walked in but a man. Qin Lang had never expected to walk in and see such a scene. A woman, resembling Yang Xiaojuo, sat in the office chair, one leg on the chair, the other on the floor. Her long, fair leg was exposed, not covered by stockings, glowing in its whiteness. The leg on the chair still had the stockings half off. She wore a tight skirt, and from his angle, it was all too easy to see her body. The white shirt she wore seemed ready to burst at the buttons. The scene was simply too shocking for the eyes. His gaze fell on the half-exposed, black-stockinged leg. "R. What are you doing here? Get out." Yang Qingshuo hadn't expected that it would be Qin Lang, the father of her daughter, who had entered. Qin Lang, fearing being accused of lewd behavior, quickly turned and walked out, but not before taking one last lingering look. Chapter 2, This System, It's Quite Interesting. A few minutes later, a sweet little voice echoed in the room, "Come in." Qin Lang scratched his nose and walked in. At this moment, Yang Qingshuo had already taken off her black stockings. Her fair, long legs were crossed, with one leg resting on top of the other. Those legs were truly long and fair. "Do you think it's beautiful?" "Yes." Before his brain could process it, his body had already given the most honest response. After saying those two words, Qin Lang immediately shifted his gaze away from her legs, regretting his honesty. Had he stared too much? Did she want to silence him for good? Yes? Then come over and take a closer look. Yang Qingshuo's voice carried a teasing allure. Qin Lang felt as though he had lost control and actually stepped forward. Just as he reached her long legs, one of them stretched out towards him, pressing against his face. Her soft, white toes were now pressing against his nose. "Is it beautiful? Want to take a closer look?" Yang Qingshuo angrily placed her hands on her hips, increasing the pressure on her foot. However, what she didn't notice was that she was wearing a body-hugging skirt, split in the middle. As she stretched, Qin Lang caught a glimpse of the view under her tight skirt. He couldn't help but wonder, was this a punishment or a punishment? But if it was a punishment, then more of it wouldn't hurt, right? Strangely enough, her toes didn't smell bad at all. In fact, there was a faint, pleasant fragrance. Could she be one of those naturally fragrant women? Maybe an ancient version of their fragrant concubine? Yang Qingshuo noticed his gaze and, looking down, her face turned bright red. She quickly lowered her leg and covered the hem of her skirt with her hands. "You pervert." Qin Lang didn't argue back. After all, if he spoke back, he would probably end up with a face full of bruises by the time he left. Yang Qingshuo took a moment to calm down, then sat back in her chair. Her long legs crossed, shining white in the sunlight, so bright that they almost blinded him. "What's your name?" She knew he was Qin Lang, but he didn't know her. Qin Lang, Qin from Qin Lang from the wave in the sea. Where are you from? Checking my household registration. Then tell me, where are you working now? No job. How about working here? Qin Lang looked at her, sensing that she had ulterior motives. Was she inviting him to work as her assistant because she wanted to get back at him for seeing her like that? Being an assistant to a beautiful woman wasn't better than working at a factory screwing bolts. Not interested. Qin Lang refused. A handsome guy has to protect himself when he's out. She was a mother, after all. As the saying goes, women at 30 are like tigers, and at 40, they are like wolves. If she went for a wire ball, it would really be a mix of sour and sweet, hot and cold, dizzy and confused. 1,500 yuan a month, with meals and housing included. Yan Qingshuo smiled, her eyes full of charm. For someone from Qin Lang's time, 1,500 yuan was a huge sum, right? Was she trying to dazzle him with money? Was he the kind of person who cared about money? Qin Lang immediately responded, I'll take the assistant job. After enduring 3 days of hardships, he knew that pork, which used to cost 0.8 yuan per kilogram, had now skyrocketed to 18 yuan. The ice cream that used to cost just a penny was now 5 yuan each. 1,500 yuan a month was 300 yuan more than working at the factory. Although it wasn't as much as the reward from a rich woman seeking a child, if a rich woman actually brought out the wire ball, he'd have to run for his life, and he'd probably end up with nothing. This 1,500 was a good deal. He'd work for a month, buy enough instant noodles for 3 years, and then do whatever he wanted. If he didn't want to work, then he wouldn't. The freedom to work. Yan Qingshuo smiled brightly, saying, Go make me a cup of tea. He had already heard from his master that his senior, Qin Lang, was good at making tea. Today, she had to taste it for herself. Just then, a voice rang in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Mediator system activation conditions detected, activating system. System activated. Congratulations, host, you've activated the Great Curse Seed System. Binding Curse Object, Yan Qingshuo. Ding! Congratulations, host, you now face a Curse Seed task. Task details, make tea for Yan Qingshuo, find a way to make her resent you, collect her Curse Seed points. The number of Curse Seed points directly correlates with the level of resentment generated. If you fail to make Yan Qingshuo generate Curse Seed points, there will be a punishment. Over the past 3 days, he had found a few novels in the trash, read them, and learned that systems were things only the protagonists in novels had. He never expected that he would get one too. But why wasn't this system one where money came from breathing, where wealth appeared from a heartbeat, or where money was directly given? What kind of great Curse Seed system was this? What was the use of collecting Curse Seed points? He had to ask the system. System, what is the use of Curse Seed points? Host, Curse Seed points can be exchanged for items in the system mall. You are currently a regular member. Here, we'll display items available in the regular member's mall. Since you have 0 Curse Seed points, only 2 items are unlocked. Other items will be unlocked later. A virtual screen, glowing faintly blue, appeared before him, visible only to Qin Lang. It displayed 2 items. Master level tea skills and chef skills. He wanted both of them. He liked tea and food. As the ancient said, food and love are essential. Master level tea skills required 10 Curse Seed points. Chef skills required 80 Curse Seed points. Looking at them longingly, Qin Lang recalled what the system had just said: if he didn't complete the Curse Seed task, there would be a punishment. System, what is the punishment for not completing the task? The punishment for failing this task is a fine of 200 yuan. Qin Lang. For someone with no money, a fine of 200 yuan was basically a death sentence. He had no choice but to complete the task. Making tea and making Yan Qingshuo resent him, suddenly, he had an idea. He asked Yan Qingshuo for the tea leaves, which were a rare and expensive batch of silver needle tea that she had won in an auction. She usually didn't even allow herself to drink it because it was so costly and in short supply, priced at 500,000 yuan per kilogram. She had only managed to get 150 grams. She was only willing to part with it today because she wanted to enjoy Qin Lang's tea-making skills. But when she tasted the tea that Qin Lang had made for her, she immediately covered her mouth, stood up, and rushed to the bathroom, wanting to spit it out. But then she thought it was too wasteful. She ended up swallowing it. What a great curse seed. Qin Lang, do you even know how to make tea? You actually used white wine to brew it. That was the behavior of a real scoundrel. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, +1 curse seed point from Yan Qingshuo. +2. +3. +4. Having collected 10 curse seed points, Qin Lang immediately exchanged them for the master level tea skills. He activated the skill on the spot. A wealth of information about tea types, selecting tea leaves, water temperature, brewing methods, and everything related to tea culture flooded his mind. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes and smiled. This system was truly amazing. He had always had some knowledge of tea culture, thanks to his silly master, who loved tea and had a picky palate, forcing him to study tea making. But even so, compared to the system's master level tea skills, his previous tea making knowledge was nothing but a small fry. Looking at Yan Qingshuo, standing there with her hands on her hips, a pair of large breasts swaying, her angry face mixed with an over-the-top cuteness, Qin Lang smiled and said, "Brewing tea with white wine is the ultimate health treatment. It's perfect for women like you, who are a bit lonely and empty inside. After all, during the day, taking off black stockings was tea likely just a quiet moment for watching some videos in the office, right?" Back in 1988, video halls were all about small adult films. He still remembered a classic one, The Tender Maiden's Deep Love. Chapter 3 Mom, please marry your uncle. Yan Qingshuo was so angry. You are such a good Qin Lang, you made me drink white wine and tea like a complainer, and you also implied that I was empty, lonely and cold. So angry. Qin Lang went to make tea again. He had just mastered the art of tea making, so when he was making tea, his mind, sitting posture, and every move he made were extremely pleasing to the eye. The beautiful Yan Qingshuo lost her temper instantly. Not angry anymore. After all, she had discovered in an accident that Qin Lang, who was lying in the coffin, was so handsome that she couldn't help herself and secretly got pregnant with his child. Thinking about what I did to him in the coffin that night. She glanced at Qin Lang secretly, feeling a little guilty. He shouldn't know, right? Qin Lang made the tea, took a sip, closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Good tea. Delicious. The system is still awesome. This is more than 10 times better than the tea he brewed before. Enjoy. Yan Qingshuo also picked up a cup, and after taking a sip, she was shocked. No wonder the master often boasted in front of her that the tea Qin Lang brewed was delicious. It was really delicious. It was definitely the best tea she had ever tasted. Thinking about how Qin Lang made tea for himself, he used white wine directly, which was terrible to drink, but he used mountain spring water to make tea for himself, and it tasted so good. She was angry again. Ding. Congratulations to their host for receiving Yan Qingshuo's resentment value +2. Resentment value +3. Women are really a magical species. When they are angry, they have a different kind of charm and are more lively than when they are not angry. After drinking tea, Yan Qingshuo prepared to go to work, but when she stood up, she accidentally twisted her ankle and fell towards Qin Lang. With a cry of "R", Yan Qingshuo threw herself on Qin Lang, and they both fell on the sofa. Her lips just happened to fall on Qin Lang's mouth again. Kissed. The two of them stared at each other. Mother, what did you do to Uncle while I was away? Oh, how embarrassing. Mom is kissing Uncle. Yang Xiaojuo said this while covering her eyes with her hands, and her big eyes curiously looked at the sofa area through the gaps between her nails. The shout was so loud that an employee passing by the door happened to hear it. In an instant, the small group in the company became lively. The news that President Yang had a boyfriend spread throughout the company in no time. At this moment, in the office, Yan Qingshuo quickly got off Qin Lang, tidied her clothes, and said to Yang Xiaojuo, stop shouting. Mom just fell down accidentally. Yang Xiaojuo said seriously, okay, Xiaojuo won't tell anyone about Mom kissing Uncle. Mom, you kissed Uncle, don't you have to be responsible for him? Why don't you marry your uncle? Then she would have a father. And the uncle looks like her father. I am really smart. Yang Qingshuo murmured in her heart, is a child's sixth sense so accurate? Not only did she find Qin Lang, but now she even wants Qin Lang to be her father. Mom, Uncle, I'm going to go out and play first. You guys chat. I won't let anyone disturb you. You can do whatever you want. The office is big anyway, and there's a bed inside. After saying that, Yang Xiaojuo ran away happily. After running out, she told the secretarial team that her mother was discussing important life events and asked them not to go in and disturb her mother. Secretary Group, yes, we understand. In the office, Yan Qingshuo was very embarrassed and told Qin Lang that children only say things without restraint and he shouldn't take it to heart. Qin Lang didn't take the child's words to heart. The kiss just now is still on my mind. That warm touch. Are women's lips so delicious? I was thinking to myself, I don't know who is lucky enough to marry a goddess like Yan Qingshuo, who has fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, a soft and sweet voice, and soft and fragrant lips. Just as I thought of this, the system's voice came into my mind again. Ding. Detected that their host received Yan Qingshuo's resentment value plus 10. He didn't do anything, so why did he receive so much resentment? Qin Lang, do you have a girlfriend? Yan Qingshuo asked while working. Inwardly, I gave birth to his child, and my daughter wanted them to get married. She told me not to take it to heart, but he really didn't he? I am definitely a big complainer. Qin Lang, no. Is there a girl you like? Qin Lang, if there is, she should be at the middle-aged lady level, right? Fortunately not. Otherwise, seeing that his former goddess has now become an aunt, he wouldn't know how to feel. Qin Lang, Boss Yang, this isn't part of an assistant's job, right? Yang Qingshuo, chatting with the boss, I got a salary increase of 200 yuan a month. If you pay me more, I will talk to you about these private topics. Qin Lang, I don't have any girl I like. Yang Qingshuo was delighted. She took out a mobile phone from the drawer, fiddled with it for a few times, and then put it on the table. This phone is for you. It's a reward for making me a pot of good tea just now. He just came down the mountain and definitely doesn't have a cell phone. This mobile phone is the one she often uses in private. It can be connected to their computer at home to locate the phone at any time. In this way, even if Qin Lang got lost, she would be able to find him as soon as possible. She was still worried that Qin Lang, who had just come down the mountain a few days ago, would not be able to adapt to the current life in the big city. Of course, this phone is for her personal use, and the albums inside contain many of her personal photos. Swimsuits, bikinis, sexy private selfies, etc. Thank you, boss. Qin Lang took the phone and immediately sat on the sofa. In the past few days, he saw everyone, whether adults or children, carrying such a thing. After asking, he found out that it was a mobile phone. He also knows that there are some fun games on mobile phones. He downloaded the game immediately. Just follow the prompts and you can play. Lying on the sofa, turning on the air conditioner, playing games, what a wonderful life. A few more plates. Yang Qingshuo had been busy all afternoon and was about to get off work when she saw Qin Lang running up to her with an anxious look on his face, pointing at his phone and saying, "The screen is black. The phone is broken." At this moment, Qin Lang didn't know that his phone was out of battery and the screen was black. Yang Qingshuo explained to him that the phone was out of battery and just needed to be charged. Seeing Qin Lang anxiously trying to continue looking at his phone, Yang Qingshuo felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. He must have been looking at her private photos, and then found that his phone was out of battery, so he got anxious. However, when she handed the phone to Qin Lang, which had been charged and turned on, she saw that Qin Lang did not open the camera immediately, but directly opened the game, muttering, "I wonder if the teammates are still there." Yang Qingshuo once again felt like a big target of blame. I can't hold back the wild power in my body anymore. I really want to bite someone. Ding. Congratulations to their host for receiving Yang Qingshuo's resentment value plus 20. Chapter 4, Refusing to Live with the Female CEO. After get off work, Yang Qingshuo received a call from home. It was her daughter Yang Xiaojuo who told her that she had arrived at her grandparents' house and would not be going back tonight but would be playing at her grandparents' house. She didn't want to be a light bulb on her mother's way to pursue her uncle. I feel like a really good daughter Tilda. After Yang Qingshuo hung up the phone, she said helplessly and dotingly, "Every time I do something wrong, I run to hide with my grandparents." What a little rascal. Thinking that her daughter was not at home tonight, and that she had provided Qin Lang with food and lodging, then Qin Lang looked at Yang Qingshuo, who was smiling a little creepy, and said, "Boss, it's time to get off work. I'm leaving." Wait a moment. What's wrong? It's not time for you to get off work yet. You are my personal assistant. You have to send me home before you can be considered off work. Qin Lang frowned. No, it's overtime, they are all off work. Yan Qingshuo, the salary will be increased by 100 yuan per month. Qin Lang, my time is precious. Yan Qingshuo, the salary will increase by 150 yuan per month. Qin Lang, what I mean is that my time is very valuable, and I have to pay more. 150 is not enough. When I went outside just now, I asked, their salary is 30,000 yuan a month, and I only make 1,700. Now, you want me to work overtime, but only for 150. No. Yan Qingshuo smiled and narrowed her eyes and asked, who told you that their salary is 30,000 yuan a month? Xiaoyu from the secretariat at the door. Qin Lang said. Yan Qingshuo smiled brightly and said, okay, I understand, but since you're a newbie, I'll only add 200 yuan at most. Deal. Qin Lang was in a happy mood. The salary increased to 1,900 yuan per month. Moreover, he didn't have to do anything. Just sit on the sofa and play games, make tea for Yan Qingshuo, and then send her home. This money is so easy to make. Better than going to the factory to screw in screws. Yan Qingshuo picked up her bag and phone, and walked towards the door while sending a message to her work group. At Xiaoyu, has the leading actress for the TV series about rural revitalization been confirmed? Xiaoyu, boss, except for the female lead, the other roles have been decided. Yan Qingshuo, okay, Xiaoyu, you actually have a talent for acting. So, I'll give you a chance to become famous. You can play the leading female role. Xiaoyu. Boss. I can't do it. Oh my god, the leading female role in this TV series is a pig farmer, and the director also asked the actress to be a little tanned. So when it came time to choose actresses for this script, the female artists in the company all found various reasons to refuse. Because this is a TV series about rural revitalization, not an idle drama, pigs must be raised in the countryside, rather than just building a beautiful place for show. It is necessary to enter the pig pen, step on pig manure, examine the pigs, feed the pigs, deliver pigs, etc., and the skin must be tanned to have the image of a rural woman that is close to real life. My god, it would be better to let her ascend to heaven right now than to let her play this role. Yan Qingshuo, come on, you can do it. It's settled. At Xiaobing, all the actors have been selected. Let the director prepare to start filming. Xiaobing, okay, boss. Xiaoyu. Where am I going wrong? How did I offend Mr. Yang? Woo woo woo. Help. I don't want to raise pigs. Yan Qingshuo brought Qin Lang to Carrefour supermarket. Yan Qingshuo thought that Qin Lang must not have bought any daily necessities yet, so she prepared to buy a set for him. In the towel area, Yan Qingshuo asked Qin Lang what color he liked. Qin Lang, white. Yan Qingshuo chose a bundle of 10 white towels. I also bought toothpaste, toothbrush, mouthwash cup, electric shaver, and men's underwear. When choosing men's underwear, Yan Qingshuo's face turned slightly red, because the packaging bag of the underwear showed the effect of wearing the underwear. The image of Qin Lang putting on this pair of underwear immediately appeared in her mind. There's something wrong with YY. Her cheeks were getting redder and redder, and her eyes were looking uncontrollably towards Qin Lang. She felt a little regretful that when she was doing that to Qin Lang in the coffin that night, she was too shy to look at him. But it doesn't matter. Qin Lang is by my side now, so I have plenty of opportunities to watch. Thinking of this, she bit her lower lip, which was almost red enough to bleed, and took 10 sets of off-white men's underwear. Then I bought daily necessities such as men's slippers, men's shampoo, etc. After buying daily necessities, I went to the vegetable area. Thinking of how her master always boasted in front of her that the food Qin Lang cooked was particularly delicious, she was in for a treat tonight. The dishes were carefully selected. Qin Lang pushed a full shopping cart to the checkout counter, and Yan Qingshuo walked beside him. This feeling made Yan Qingshuo feel very ordinary, yet very warm. She quietly looked at Qin Lang a few more times. Go to the cashier and pay. When we checked out, the total was 1,342 yuan. Yan Qingshuo took out 14 red bills. The cashier was about to give her the change but found that she had no change. He casually picked up a box of Durex next to him and said with a smile, I don't have any change. How about buying a box of Durex? It's exactly 48 yuan a box. Yang Qingshuo's face almost turned red. She quickly glanced at Qin Lang and found that he didn't know about this thing. She took the Durex and stuffed it into her shopping bag. Maybe it will come in handy tonight. After buying things and returning home, Qin Lang easily put the two heavy shopping bags on the shoe cabinet next to him and said, "Boss, I'll take you there. I'm off work and leaving." Finally got off work. I bought 2 steamed buns and lay under the bridge to continue playing games. Yang Qingshuo, wait a moment. Qin Lang. Yang Qingshuo said with a smile, "Didn't I say before that food and accommodation are provided? You live here?" Qin Lang was shocked. Although he had only woken up for 3 days, he knew that the houses here were very expensive. And the decoration is so good that you can tell at first glance that it is the house that Yang Qingshuo lives in. Yang Qingshuo asked him to live here. Didn't she want him to live with her? Living with a beautiful CEO. What did she want to do to him? You could tell with your toes. He immediately refused. "No, thank you for your kindness, boss." Sure enough, the reason why she offered him such a high salary and asked him to be her personal assistant was because she was attracted by his body. Run away quickly. After saying that, Qin Lang turned and left. The door also slammed shut. Yang Qingshuo looked at the closed door, the various daily necessities she had bought for Qin Lang, and the box of Durex. She felt a gust of cold wind blowing, and it seemed as if a group of crows were flying over her head, calling, "Off." She once again became a complete grudge. On Qin Lang's side, the system's voice rang in his mind, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving Yang Qingshuo's resentment value plus 20. Plus 30. Chapter 5. This mission is quite interesting. Qin Lang, who had just run to the street, heard the voice and immediately opened his system panel, and saw that his resentment value had accumulated to 85 points. In other words, you can redeem the chef's skill. Immediately, he exchanged for the god of cooking skill. A large amount of knowledge about cuisine, dish combinations, heat control, seasoning ratios, etc. was input into his mind all at once. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a vendor frying crayfish on the roadside. He could tell at a glance that this pot of crayfish was eaten directly without removing the shrimp threads and internal organs, which was very unclean. I also discovered that the vendor used too high a heat, which prevented the juice from being well integrated into the crayfish meat. He felt that if he were allowed to try now, he could cook up finger-licking spicy crayfish. This feeling is so great. Gurgle. His stomach rumbled. I'm hungry. Ding ding ding. His cell phone rang. When I took it out and looked at it, it showed that it was a call from their goddess. Moreover, a very tempting caller ID photo appeared directly on the screen. The photo did not capture the woman's head, but it did capture a woman with a curvy figure, kneeling on the bed, wearing black stockings and a JK mini skirt, and a tight low-cut top. The photo was taken from top to bottom, so you can just see the deep groove. Oh shit! Are the small cards of 2016 so exciting? He answered the phone immediately. Looking at the connected call, Yang Qingshuo raised her lips and smiled complacently. Little guy, can't I control you? Before she gave the phone to Qin Lang, she changed the nickname of her number to Goddess and replaced the caller photo with a private photo of her in the phone's photo album without showing her face. Sure enough, this man answered the phone as soon as it rang. I still like sexy ones. I have to change my professional suit into a sexy one later. See how he can hold on. Hello? Do you want money? If you want money, don't call me. I'm a serious person. Qin Lang said and hung up the phone. Hearing these words, the expression on Yang Qingshuo's face froze instantly. Qin Lang. You bastard. The damage is not great, but it is extremely humiliating. This time, Yang Qingshuo called again. After the call was connected, she spoke first, gritting her teeth to avoid becoming a target of resentment. Qin Lang, it's me. Hearing Yang Qingshuo's words, Qin Lang stopped immediately, thinking of what he had just said, and immediately said with a guilty smile, Boss Yang, it's you. Just now an old lady stopped me and asked me if I wanted to stay in the hotel, and I just said that. I didn't say that to you. Do you think I believe it? I believe your bullshit. It's absolutely true. How could I possibly lie to you, boss? Boss, why did you call me? What's the matter? Qin Lang quickly changed the subject. Yang Qingshuo thought about it and felt that what Qin Lang said might be true. After all, there are many middle-aged women on the street who will invite people to stay in shops, and many of them are not legitimate shops. Qin Lang had just come down the mountain, and it was normal for him to say something like that without knowing the cold and silent rejection. Moreover, Qin Lang was not pulled into their house by those aunties. He was a serious person. The resentment in her heart dissipated instantly, and she even felt happy. My man is just different. Yan Qingshuo's tone became much better. She asked, do you have any money on you now? There is a huge difference between the current prices and those in 1988. She estimated that Qin Lang had brought a huge sum of money down the mountain, and he should have spent most of it by now. What's more, her master is very stingy and will definitely not leave much money for Qin Lang. Qin Lang, no money, boss, do you want to pay me in advance? Yan Qingshuo, you wish. You won't get paid until you finish working for a month. If you don't have money, where will you live? Qin Lang, sleep under the bridge, free of charge. Yan Qingshuo, come to my place, I'll give you 50 yuan as a reward. I'll give it to you when you get there, and it won't be included in your salary. Qin Lang hung up the phone directly. Sigh, woman, you want to support me with your wallet? Am I such a superficial person? After cursing, he turned around and looked around, which direction is the Shuishniai's community? In less than 10 minutes, Yan Qingshuo opened the door and saw Qin Lang standing at the door with a smile on his face. Money. Qin Lang stretched out his hand. Yan Qingshuo smiled, you haven't come in yet. Qin Lang walked into the room and Yan Qingshuo closed the door. She took out 50 yuan from her bag and handed it to Qin Lang. After getting the money, Qin Lang turned around and was about to run, and the voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the choice. Choice 1, stay and live with Yan Qingshuo for at least 3 days, and I will reward the host with a short piece of information about the future. Choice 2, go, I will reward the host with 200 push-ups. Once you have completed your selection, the rewards will be distributed immediately. Oh shit! The difference in the rewards for this choice is too big. Can I not choose? Sure, if their host doesn't choose, this system will unbind from their host. Qin Lang. Then just choose it, the system's rewards are too tempting. It has only been less than a day since I activated the system, but I have already acquired master level tea art skills and cooking skills. There will be better rewards later. Choose one and you will be rewarded with a short paragraph about the future. This looks very attractive. However, the corresponding choice is to stay and live with Yan Qingshuo. And live together for at least 3 days. There is a high possibility that he will be squeezed out of everything. Option 2, reward him with 200 push-ups. With his fragile body just awakened, it would be better for him to ascend to heaven if he could only do 200 push-ups. He looked at Yan Qingshuo. At this moment, Yan Qingshuo took off the domineering CEO suit she wore in the company and changed into everyday clothes. Moreover, she was wearing a tight skirt, which showed off her curvy figure, and her long legs were covered with black stockings and black high heels. The charm index is skyrocketing. Yan Qingshuo is so beautiful and has a good figure. Although she has a child, she is a single mother and has no boyfriend. Living with her, as a grown man, he won't suffer any loss. He made his choice immediately. He asked Yan Qingshuo which room he lived in. When Yan Qingshuo heard this, she smiled and took him to see the room. Her flat was very large, but it only had 3 living room suites. Therefore, each suite is very large and comes with a built-in small study, dressing room and bathroom. Yan Qingshuo pushed open a door and said, you live in this room. What about you? Qin Lang asked. You're next door. Come on. Are you hungry? Let's go cook. As she spoke, Yan Qingshuo brought Qin Lang to the kitchen. He introduced to Qin Lang in detail how to use the gas stove in the kitchen, how to turn on the hot and cold water switches in the sink, where the seasoning bar was, etc. Because in 1988, these things didn't exist. She was afraid that Qin Lang wouldn't know how to use it, so she explained it in detail and patiently. I was looking forward to the meal Qin Lang would cook later. Ding! Congratulations to their host for taking on the mission of resentment. The mission is, cook a dinner and find a way to make Yan Qingshuo generate resentment value. Their mission is successful, and 100 resentment points are gained, and the host is rewarded with a lottery draw. The mission fails, and the host is punished. Chapter 6. Eat enough to have the energy to lose weight. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Lang felt like beating the system up. If there is a chance of winning such a good thing in the lottery, then you must complete the task. However, how can I make Yan Qingshuo feel resentful when cooking a dinner? Suddenly, he thought of a good idea. After Yan Qingshuo introduced the use of kitchen appliances to Qin Lang, she opened another cabinet door. Immediately, rows of colorful pots and pans appeared in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang, there are all kinds of pots here: iron pots, enameled cast iron pots, non-stick pots, small milk pots, pressure cookers, etc. I'll introduce them to you. Qin Lang raised his hand. No need. After activating the god of cooking skill, he also activated his knowledge of pots. He took a black iron pot from the bottom corner of a pile of brightly colored pots, including red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, and said, "Just use this pot." Okay. Qin Lang looked at the hundreds of pots in front of him and couldn't help asking Yan Qingshuo, "Do you like to cook?" "Yan Qingshuo, I can't do it." "If you can't cook, why did you buy so many pots?" Yan Qingshuo blinked her big eyes and asked, "Does buying a pot have anything to do with being able to cook?" Qin Lang chuckled, "Woman." With his god-level cooking skills and Yan Qingshuo's introduction to the kitchen appliances, Qin Lang quickly adapted to the modern kitchen. Originally, Yan Qingshuo was planning to watch Qin Lang cook in the kitchen, but was pushed out by Qin Lang on the grounds that the kitchen was filled with fumes and was not suitable for a woman to stay in. The real reason was that he had to plan to complete the task. Yan Qingshuo definitely cannot be present. Yan Qingshuo looked at the closed kitchen door and smiled. She felt sweet in her heart and said lovingly and helplessly, "What a considerate little man. Then I will go to work and earn money for you to spend." Although Qin Lang is her senior, she knows that Qin Lang's mental age is the same as his appearance, only 18 years old. She calls herself sister, nothing wrong tilde. An hour later, Qin Lang prepared for dishes and a soup. Spicy crayfish, boiled chicken, braised pork head, and pork with preserved vegetables. They are all his favorite foods. As for the soup, only a clear broth with a green leaf was added. Serve and eat. Qin Lang hadn't called for dinner yet, he had just put the dishes on the table, and Yan Qingshuo, smelling the fragrance, had already walked out of the room. Looking at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, each one exudes an enticing aroma and luster, and you can tell at a glance that they are delicious. She smiled with curved eyebrows. "Qin Lang, you've worked hard, please sit down and eat, I'll go get the food." Although she can't cook, she knows how to serve rice. The father can't be left to do everything. She can share. "Do you have a scale at home?" Qin Lang asked Yan Qingshuo, who came out with 2 bowls of rice. "Yes, do you want it now?" Yan Qingshuo asked as she put the rice on the dining table. I'll get it for you." After a while, Yan Qingshuo came over with an electronic scale. This is something she uses every day. As a woman and the president of a company, she is extremely strict with her body management. On weekdays, she usually doesn't eat rice at night and only eats a little bit of vegetables, but today is the first time she meets Qin Lang, and she can eat the food made by Qin Lang himself. She could use a little indulgence. Let us eat. Just as Yan Qingshuo was about to pick up the crayfish, Qin Lang stood up and said, "Let me weigh myself. You can't eat too much at night, otherwise you'll get fat, and being fat will ruin everything." Yan Qingshuo's chopsticks were about to touch Xiaolonglangxia's hand when she suddenly stopped. Being fat ruins everything. She looked down at the tight skirt she was wearing. If she ate too much, her belly would bulge out and the tight skirt would not look good. Can't eat. Stop. Don't eat crayfish. Don't eat meat at night. Don't eat rice. Her eyes fell on the soup beside her. It's also good to have a bowl of soup. Yan Qingshuo went back to the kitchen, took out a bowl, and started to drink the soup. But why is this soup so bland? Not tasty. When she looked up, she saw Qin Lang's hands were covered in oil after eating crayfish, and her appetite was aroused again. Pick up the chopsticks and pick up the crayfish. Suddenly, Qin Lang stood up again and said, "I've eaten so much, I'll go weigh it again." "Oh, I actually gained 2 ounces of weight." Yan Qingshuo was so frightened that her hand trembled, and the crayfish she had just picked up fell back into the bowl. She couldn't bear the weight of 2 tails. Continue to drink clear soup. But it's too bland, except for a little bit of green grass smell from green leaves, the rest is just the taste of water. Watching Qin Lang start to eat the big chicken leg with relish, she swallowed unconsciously. Eating some chicken shouldn't make you that fat. Thinking about it, she stretched out her chopsticks to pick up the chicken. Suddenly, Qin Lang stood up again to weigh it. This time, oh my god, I gained another 200 grams. You really can't eat too much at night. It's too easy to gain weight. I want to lose weight. Hearing Yan Qingshuo's sense of urgency in managing her figure came over her again. In order to avoid seeing it, she said she was going to the room to get something. As soon as she left, Qin Lang immediately ran back and sat down, working fiercely like a tiger. When Yang Qingshuo came out, he saw that all the food on the table had been eaten up. There is not even a dregs left. She widened her beautiful eyes in shock. She came out less than 2 minutes after she entered the room. Qin Lang, who wanted to lose weight, ate all 4 dishes. At this moment, Qin Lang was touching his belly with a look of enjoyment. Tasty. So delicious. The cooking skills are awesome. This was the most delicious and satisfying meal he had ever had since he was born. With a full stomach. Suddenly, he felt someone was looking at him with strange eyes. When he turned around, he saw Yan Qingshuo, who had reacted, looking at him with a sinister expression, her little baby voice carrying a chill. Qin Lang, aren't you trying to lose weight? Why did you eat it all? Qin Lang paused, racked his brains and said, only when you are full can you have the energy to lose weight. Yang Qingshuo. Then when you eat, you keep weighing yourself, saying that you are getting fatter and that you want to lose weight. Looking at Qin Lang's big belly, President Yang, who was dazzled by the male beauty, became smarter. Then there was a roar in a baby voice, Qin Lang, you did this on purpose, right? Just so you can eat more and not let me eat. Every crayfish is carefully selected by her, and the chicken, braised pork head, pork belly, etc. are all carefully selected by her. While waiting for the meal, I was looking forward to the food Qin Lang would cook. As a result, he only drank a bowl of clear soup with a green vegetable floating in it, and all the other delicious dishes were eaten up by Qin Lang. She once again became the biggest grudge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving Yang Qingshuo's resentment value plus 25. Plus 30. Plus 35. Plus 40. Chapter 7, 0 calories, 0 sugar, 0 fat. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. I will reward the host with a lucky draw. Excuse me, host, would you like to draw the lottery now? Draw it later. After Qin Lang finished speaking to the system, he said to Yang Qingshuo with an innocent look, Boss Yang, I definitely didn't, I thought you didn't want to eat, and I don't like to waste, so I ate all the food. Yeah. Qin Lang blinked his sincere eyes, it's more real than real gold. If you're not full yet, I'll cook some more dishes for you. Yang Qingshuo looked at Qin Lang's bulging belly, shook her head, and pursed her lips, if you don't eat any more, you'll get fat. Although Yang Qingshuo said so, Qin Lang still felt a little guilty, so after cleaning up the dishes, he made some egg fried rice for Yang Qingshuo in the kitchen. Yang Qingshuo looked at the egg fried rice in front of her. Each grain of rice was wrapped in golden eggs, and it looked delicious. You have some conscience. Yang Qingshuo snorted and reached out to take the plate. As I was getting ready to eat, I looked up at the wall clock. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and she frowned. If you eat fried rice with egg at this time, you will definitely gain half a pound tomorrow. Don't want to eat? Qin Lang asked. Rice is high in calories. Eating it at this time will make you fat. No, this is 0 calories, 0 sugar, 0 fat, you won't get fat if you eat it. Yang Qingshuo, you lied to me. I'm not kidding you. Where does it say on this bowl that it has calories? Sugar? Fat. I really didn't write it. Qin Lang said seriously, so, 0 calories, 0 sugar, 0 fat, you won't get fat if you eat it. Yang Qingshuo looked down at Qin Lang and pointed at his bulging belly. Here. Qin Lang took a deep breath, and his stomach flattened directly, look, I'm really not fat. Yang Qingshuo, I'll eat it. 0 calories, 0 sugar, 0 fat, I won't get fat if I eat it. Qin Lang, yes. Yang Qingshuo started eating. When the simple egg fried rice entered her mouth, she looked very enjoyable. I felt like I was in heaven. So delicious. The rice is just the right degree of softness and hardness, the egg is neither too old nor too tender, and the seasoning ratio is also perfect. The soft and tender egg wraps the elastic rice, which is really a delicacy on the tip of the tongue. It was definitely the best egg fried rice she had ever eaten. Master never lied to me. My senior brother's cooking skills are really amazing. After finishing a whole plate of egg fried rice, Yang Qingshuo still felt a little unsatisfied, and her eyes became blurred when she looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang. The little baby's voice was soft. The fried rice you made is so delicious. After eating and drinking, it's time to do some exercise. You're a little weird. Qin Lang. Yang Qingshuo pulled Qin Lang's arm and moved in front of him. Her eyes fell on his sexy thin lips and her eyes began to blur. It's pretty good looking. Qin Lang is drawing a lottery at this moment. I won the special prize and my body developed again. The system is asking him if he wants to activate it now. Don't even bother asking. Just activate it directly. As soon as it was activated, I saw the flaming red lips and the enlarged goddess-like face approaching me. Looking closely, Yang Qingshuo's skin is really white and beautiful. It reminded him of an idiom, fragile as a piece of paper. Like egg white, it is very elastic. Full of collagen. Yang Qingshuo frowned. What is it? She subconsciously reached down. The next second, Yang Qingshuo's face turned red. You. Qin Lang, let go. Yang Qingshuo, my hands are stuck with 502 glue. Qin Lang, you female hooligan, let go. Damn 502 glue, where did it come from? It's obviously hooliganism. Yang Qingshuo's baby voice said, I'll let go, you see, I can't let go, my hands are really stuck, you see. Qin Lang was about to explode and directly grabbed Yang Qingshuo's hand. Then he stood up and said, I'm going to bed. The hungry woman was too vigorous and I couldn't bear it. I have to go back to my room and take a cold shower immediately. And look at your own development. Seeing Qin Lang entering the room, Yang Qingshuo's face flushed and she lowered her head to look at her hands. Her little face was rosy. He's worthy of being the man I like, he has strong kidneys. Last time in the coffin, I wasn't bold enough and too shy to feel it carefully. I feel a little regretful. But it doesn't matter. Now that they are at my house, how can I miss it? There are plenty of opportunities. There is ample time. After taking a shower, Qin Lang looked at himself in the mirror. I am very satisfied. This system is awesome. It can even develop a second time. It would be great if I could draw a few more such rewards. It makes me happy just thinking about it. This system is awesome. The next morning, as soon as Qin Lang woke up, he heard a scream. When I ran to the next room, I saw Yang Qingshuo, who was only wearing a silk nightgown and showing her long white legs, standing on the electronic scale and making frequent sounds in her babyish voice. What's wrong? Qin Lang walked over and asked. Yang Qingshuo quickly got off the electronic scale and used her body to block the electronic scale so that Qin Lang could not see her weight displayed on the electronic scale. She said, I gained a pound yesterday. After she finished speaking, she turned around and saw that the data on the scale had disappeared, and then said, I'm going to the bathroom. Weigh yourself after taking a bowel movement. Qin Lang was driven out of the room by Yang Qingshuo. After a while, Yang Qingshuo screamed again, I've gained another 600 grams. No shoes, no clothes. I'm still 40 ounces fatter. Qin Lang shook his head, woman. When Qin Lang made breakfast and called Yang Qingshuo to eat, Yang Qingshuo said she didn't want to eat because she wanted to lose weight. Ding. The host has been detected triggering a hidden mission. The mission is, let Yang Qingshuo run to work today, and the host will be rewarded with an item that can unlock the system mall. The reward will be issued after the mission is completed. This reward is good. Previously, there were only 2 items that could be redeemed in the system mall, and the others were unlocked. He has already redeemed the tea art skills and the cooking god skills. There are now 135 points of resentment on the account, but there is nothing to exchange for it. If you can unlock an item in the mall, you can redeem it. Qin Lang brought vermicelli to the gym where Yang Qingshuo was and saw her sweating on the treadmill. While slurping the vermicelli, he said with a smile, Boss Yang, have you ever heard that women who don't eat in the morning tend to age quickly and gain weight quickly? Next, Qin Lang gave Yang Qingshuo some professional knowledge. For example, after getting up, the human body has not eaten for 10 hours, and the stomach is in an empty state. At this time, the blood sugar level drops to the level of eating. After starting to move, the brain and muscles consume sugar, and the blood sugar level will continue to drop. If you don't eat at this time, your body won't have enough blood sugar to consume, and you'll have to use the glycogen and protein stored in your body, which will cause your skin to become dry, wrinkles to form, and accelerate aging. Chapter 8 Soaking. These still failed to move Yan Qingshuo, who was sweating profusely on the treadmill and making a series of graceful ups and downs. Qin Lang simply took the rice noodles and walked over to Yan Qingshuo to eat. Enjoy the meal while slurping the rice noodles. This bowl of rice noodles is really delicious. The soup base was the chicken bone soup he cooked in a pressure cooker last night. Sprinkled with red pepper oil, and a series of side dishes such as black fungus, fried tofu shreds, pork, chopped green onions, plus this purely handmade rice noodles, it is so delicious. Yan Qingshuo's running speed was getting slower and slower. Qin Lang finished the last drop of soup and said, "It's delicious, Mr. Yang, are you sure you don't want to eat it? Only when you are full can you have the energy to lose weight. Anyway, this meal is not a big deal." Yan Qingshuo couldn't bear it anymore. This may be the reason why tens of millions of people watch live broadcasts of eating. Seeing others enjoying the food, I can't help but want to eat it. Moreover, there is nothing wrong with eating and then losing weight. After happily eating rice noodles for breakfast and taking a shower, Yan Qingshuo wrapped in a bath towel prepared to choose a suit to go to work. She has a variety of suits in her wardrobe, but they are all black. In the past, she didn't have to choose. She could just pick up a suit and wear it according to the day of the week written on it. But now, with Qin Lang as her assistant, she has a bit of choice syndrome when it comes to choosing clothes. She called Qin Lang and asked him to help her choose. Qin Lang thought of the system's task and immediately said how tiring it was to wear a suit to work, and it would be easier to wear sportswear. Which closet of yours has sportswear? I'll help you choose. Yan Qingshuo, stop messing around. I have an important meeting today. Qin Lang, you don't have to please anyone, wear whatever is comfortable. Just ask yourself, are you comfortable wearing a suit and high heels? How can the fabric of a suit be as comfortable as pure cotton sportswear? How can high heels be as comfortable as running shoes? Yan Qingshuo felt that she must have been possessed by a demon, as she actually opened the closet where her sportswear was hung. Qin Lang chose a light blue summer sportswear for her, with short sleeves and cropped pants. After changing into this sportswear, she matched herself with a pair of white running shoes. Looking at myself in the mirror, I instantly feel young and energetic. Standing together with Qin Lang, they feel like a perfect couple. Good. Let's go to work. Yan Qingshuo threw the Hermes bag to Qin Lang and walked out the door. Entering the elevator, Yan Qingshuo pressed second floor and Qin Lang pressed first floor. Qin Lang carried the bag and said to Yan Qingshuo with a smile, "Boss Yang, your belly seems to be a little bigger. Is there?" Yan Qingshuo immediately looked at the mirror in the elevator. "A little bit." Qin Lang nodded very seriously. Yan Qingshuo was a little panicked. It seems that it was eaten with the bowl of vermicelli just now. Qin Lang immediately encouraged, "Boss Yang, how about we run to work? By the time we get to the company, your belly will definitely be back to normal. And I'll lose the weight I gained last night." Yan Qingshuo always felt that something was wrong, but when she looked at herself in the mirror wearing sportswear, running to the company can indeed help you lose weight. Okay. For some reason, she agreed. It takes her half an hour to run from where she lives to the company. The sun at 7:30 is not hot, but warm. Suitable for morning jogging. The two of them came to the main street. The handsome man and beautiful woman immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. "Mr. Yang, you run first. I'm afraid you'll fall behind if I run," Qin Lang said with a smile. "Yan Qingshuo looked like you looked down on me, together. Qin Lang, you run first." Yan Qingshuo looked at Qin Lang suspiciously. Qin Lang smiled very innocently. Yan Qingshuo then said, "Okay, I'll run first. I'll let you see your sister's running endurance later. See who falls behind." Humph. However, she had only been running for a few minutes when she saw Qin Lang riding a shared bicycle to her side. While riding, he encouraged her, "Boss Yang, come on, we're almost at the company." Yan Qingshuo stopped immediately and said, "Why are you riding a bicycle? Get off and run." "Qin Lang, I don't want to lose weight, so I don't need to run." Yang Qingshuo, you were still talking about losing weight last night. Qin Lang, it's better for men to be fatter. Yang Qingshuo thought about it and it seemed to be true. When he came out just now, many girls were peeking at Qin Lang. If she makes Qin Lang fat, will those women still look at him? No more. So, it's good for men to be a little fat, there's nothing wrong with that. When Qin Lang becomes as fat as a ball and she still has a great figure, Qin Lang will definitely not want to look for another woman anymore. Great idea. The more she thought about it, the more motivated she became to run. Whoosh whoosh. Ran all the way to the company gate. The employees who came to work were all shocked. She rubbed her eyes vigorously with her hands, patted her best friend beside her and asked, "Is that Mr. Yang? Am I seeing things right?" "Yes, it's Mr. Yang. Boss Yang actually came to work running. It's so hot, let alone running. Even if I were asked to walk downstairs, I would lie on the ground and roll around. Boss Yang is so self-disciplined. No wonder Mr. Yang has such a great figure. Hey, a woman like Ms. Yang who is rich, pretty, good-looking, and self-disciplined is the ceiling of our world of women." At this moment, a passerby recognized Yang Qingshuo and took a short video and photo of Yang Qingshuo jogging to work. Afterwards, the person immediately went back to start editing the video and writing the copy. In addition, she had compiled the information that Yang's group had quietly and low-key donated supplies worth 50 million during the flood relief efforts. She believed that once this new media article was written, it would definitely bombard the market. When Yang Qingshuo was on her way back to the office, the employees all stood up to greet her. After Yang Qingshuo and Qin Lang walked into the office, the small group of employees exploded again. "Boss Yang actually wore sportswear to work today. I feel like Boss Yang looks a lot younger all of a sudden. Women in love are young. Look at how young Ms. Yang's boyfriend is. He looks only 18 years old. Women with boyfriends are different. Boss Yang is finally in love. This way, we don't have to stay up late and work overtime every day. If Boss Yang doesn't have a relationship, I wouldn't dare to have one. +1. +2. +10,086. At noon, Yang Qingshuo took Qin Lang out for lunch. On their way back to the company, Yang Qingshuo suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She pulled over to the side of the road. With his hands on the steering wheel, his face was pale, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his beautiful brows were furrowed. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Lang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked hurriedly. "It's okay, just bear with it for a while," Yang Qingshuo said, biting her pale lips. Qin Lang took out a bottle of mineral water from the car door, unscrewed it, and handed it to Yang Qingshuo. "Drink some water first. Is it a stomachache? I'll call a car and we'll go to the hospital." Yang Qingshuo took the water and said with all her might, "No need to go to the hospital. It's an old problem. Just bear with it for a while." Qin Lang said nothing more. After Yang Qingshuo drank the water, she asked again, "Why don't you ask? If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask." Yang Qingshuo was silent. Over the years, she has always been very strong. If there is anything wrong with her health, she will not tell people around her and will endure it silently by herself. "I can't bear it anymore, but I will hold on a little longer and bear it. Never expose your vulnerability to others. I didn't expect that my old illness would occur in front of Qin Lang today." Chapter 9. Mother is shocked, daughter likes a man. After drinking the water, Yang Qingshuo felt a little better. Qin Lang said, "You have been feeling a little strange since 10 o'clock in the morning. Were you feeling uncomfortable at that time?" "Yang Qingshuo, did you find out difficult? I have a stomachache." "You are so young, why do you have a stomachache? Did you eat at the wrong time?" "I have 3 meals on time. I have a boiled egg in the morning, a chicken breast at noon, and a bowl of vegetables in the evening." This is how she ate before Qin Lang came. After Qin Lang activated his cooking skills, he also activated some knowledge of nutrition. He was speechless and said, "You really eat very regularly and on time. How long has it been since you had your period?" Yang Qingshuo, "How do you know?" Qin Lang, "How long?" "It's been more than 3 months. It's good that I don't have my period. It delays my work." "Woman, you are hopeless. Why? You just have a stomachache right now. If you continue to stick to your regular diet, you'll be in the ICU soon. It can't be that serious, right?" "Yes, You didn't eat rice, and the lack of carbohydrates will lead to abnormal menstruation, blood vessel collapse, malnutrition, gastric bleeding, erosive gastritis, etc. If it lasts a while, it will lead to gastric cancer. Yang Qingshuo. I want to eat rice every meal. Because she found that eating rice makes her gain weight easily, but not eating rice would make it easier to lose weight and control her weight. However, I didn't expect that the consequences of not eating rice would be so terrible. Thinking of this, she blinked her beautiful eyes and said to Qin Lang, Assistant Qin, the food you cook is so delicious. You will be responsible for your boss's 3 meals a day in the future. I will give you an extra 1,000 yuan a month. Qin Lang thought that he only had 50 yuan in his pocket. Although he was now working as an assistant to Yan Qingshuo paid for his food, accommodation and travel. But this morning, he spent 2 yuan on a shared bike, leaving only 48 yuan in his savings. Qin Lang, okay, but I have to pay you 500 yuan in advance. Yan Qingshuo, prepay 200. Qin Lang, 400. Yan Qingshuo, 150. If you bargain again, I won't raise the price. I'll provide you with food and accommodation. What do you, a grown man, need so much money for? Men become bad when they have money, so you should never let your man have too much private money. Hold your man's salary card tightly. Qin Lang, black-hearted capitalist, give me money. Yang Qingshuo was not angry. She giggled and took out 150 yuan from her bag and handed it to Qin Lang. Qin Lang was in a good mood after getting the money. He asked Yang Qingshuo if she wanted to go to the hospital and asked the doctor to prescribe some medicine. Yang Qingshuo refused, she didn't like hospitals. When we get back to the company, let Xiaobing buy some medicine. Yang Qingshuo said. Good. But when the time comes, don't tell me that I want to buy medicine. I don't want anyone to know. Good. Back in the office, Yang Qingshuo called her assistant Xiaobing. Boss Yang, what's the matter? Yang Qingshuo coughed lightly, then looked at Qin Lang and said to Xiaobing, Assistant Qin has a stomachache. Please buy him some stomach medicine, such as metoclopramide, tepranone, calcium carbonate, and sanju wei tai. Xiaobing nodded, then looked at Qin Lang and asked, Assistant Qin, are you feeling sick in the stomach? Why don't you go to the hospital? Qin Lang coughed lightly and said, It's okay, just buy it as Mr. Yang said. I often take these for medicines, and they are also prescribed to me by the doctor in the hospital. Oh, okay. Xiaobing went out. After Xiaobing left, Qin Lang continued to sit on the sofa and play games, while Yang Qingshuo sat on the office chair and worked. From time to time, she looked up in Qin Lang's direction with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Ding! A message came in on the phone. It was a message from her mother, Su Shuhui. The nickname she gave her mother was Sister Shuhui. Sister Shuhui, Schwer, I heard that you have a boy you like. Excited expression. At the beginning, Yang Qingshuo became pregnant without telling them. When they asked her who their father was, she said she didn't know. She and Yang Qingshuo's father Yang Shijin had always suspected that their daughter was giving birth to a child to give them an explanation and was not going to get married. In the following years, when Xiaojuo was 5 years old, Yang Qingshuo had never had a boyfriend. Whoever introduces a date to Yang Qingshuo can kill that person with words. Unexpectedly, Xiaojuo accidentally said that her mother kissed a handsome uncle and she was going to have a father. She jumped 3 feet high with excitement and immediately sent a message to her daughter to ask about the situation. As long as the other party is a man, no matter who he is, she, as the mother-in-law, will definitely set off fireworks and roll out the red carpet to give him a warm welcome. Yang Qingshuo, did Xiaojuo say that? Sister Shuhui, just tell me if it is true or not. Yang Qingshuo raised her head and glanced at Qin Lang, who was immersed in the game. Looking at his handsome features and perfect outlines as if they were carved by a knife and an axe, she sighed in her heart, my man is so damn handsome from every angle. She lowered her head and typed on the phone screen, yeah. Sister Shuhui. When will you bring it home? Excited expression. Yang Qingshuo, wait. Bring it back when you're done. Sister Shuhui, you haven't finished it yet. Yang Qingshuo. Sister Shuhui, 300 Tang poems file, Mom is passing on to you the secret skills that she has kept for many years. Learn quickly. When my future son-in-law as soon as possible. Yang Qingshuo opened the document in the file. When she saw the first poem of 300 Tang poems, her phone almost fell to the ground. Her little face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. You really know how to have fun, Sister Shuhui. Sister Shuhui, let your father and I take care of Xiaojuo these days. You should get my son-in-law as soon as possible. Do you understand? Yan Qingshuo, okay. After finishing the chat, Yan Qingshuo looked up and glanced at Qin Lang quickly. Seeing that he was still concentrating on playing the game, she retracted her gaze and fell on the file of 300 Tang poems sent by Sister Shuhui. She bit her red lips lightly and used her white and round fingers to gently open the file again. His pupils shrank suddenly and his little body trembled. Boss, how do I recharge to buy game skins? Qin Lang suddenly asked. Yan Qingshuo was so frightened that her hands trembled violently and her cell phone fell directly onto the carpet. What? He pretended to be calm. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. Boss, are you scared? Are you so serious about your work? Chapter 10, Renewing the ID Card, Shocking the Police. Yan Qingshuo coughed and asked, What do you think? What did you say? Qin Lang, oh, I was wondering how to top up the money to buy game skins. Do you like playing games? It's fun. Teach me how to play. You want to play? The president also needs to relax. Yan Qingshuo stood up and prepared to leave. Qin Lang pointed at the phone that fell on the carpet and said, You dropped your phone. Oh. Yan Qingshuo quickly picked it up, luckily the screen was off. If Qin Lang saw the pictures in her phone, she wouldn't know what he would think. Coming to the sofa area, Yan Qingshuo sat next to Qin Lang, her eyes uncontrollably glancing at Qin Lang's waist. Then the poems I just read will come to my mind. Her pretty face blushed. Qin Lang, are you feeling uncomfortable? Yan Qingshuo, no, please teach me how to play the game. Qin Lang asked Yan Qingshuo to download Honor of Kings on her mobile phone first, then log in and choose a nickname. Yan Qingshuo, what's your name? Qin Lang, I want to surf. Yan Qingshuo silently gave herself a nickname, Wave. Use your surfboard to surf hard, don't feel bad. After choosing a nickname, Qin Lang came to the square. He first formed a team with Yan Qingshuo, and then introduced the characteristics and skills of each hero to Yan Qingshuo, whether they played a supporting or offensive role. After the explanation, Qin Lang asked Yan Qingshuo to play as a support while he attacked. Yan Qingshuo refused. I will attack, you just follow me obediently, I will protect you and help you win. Qin Lang thought that he would have to ask Yan Qingshuo to buy skin for him later, so he compromised. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as the game started, Yan Qingshuo was killed by the opponent more than 10 times. Qin Lang, the auxiliary, had to force himself to switch to strong attack, and finally saved his face and won a narrow victory. Yan Qingshuo laughed and said, How's it going? Did you win? I told you I'd help you win. Qin Lang's gaze fell quietly on the scoring interface. Yan Qingshuo's waves, killed 24 times. The king of sending heads. Teach me how to recharge and buy skins. Qin Lang said. Play a few more times. After playing 5 games in a row, Boss Yan could always think of all kinds of weird ways to die, but Qin Lang couldn't say anything. If she did, Boss Yan would get angry and say that she was just testing the enemy. Finally, when Qin Lang won each game and the scoring screen appeared, his phone was snatched away by Boss Yan. Then Boss Yan waved his phone in his hand and boasted, Qin Lang, I helped you win another game. I'm awesome. Admire me. The person is not good at cooking but has a strong addiction to food. The most important thing is, when did Boss Yan put these 2 long legs on his legs? Boss Yan, your legs. Yan Qingshuo looked down, then put it down naturally. The first step of the strategy, let the other person get used to her close contact. Yan Qingshuo didn't explain why she put her legs on Qin Lang's legs. She just smiled and shook the phone in her hand and said, Come, I'll teach you how to charge money to buy skins. When choosing a skin, Qin Lang wanted to choose Jie Chan with big breasts and a big butt, but then he saw Yan Qingshuo shaking her head, It doesn't look good, I'll choose a good-looking one for you. As she spoke, Yan Qingshuo chose Sun Wukong. Qin Lang, this one doesn't look good, I want that beautiful girl. Yan Qingshuo, Sun Wukong can transform into 72 different forms, and can turn into a beautiful woman. Qin Lang, I don't believe you. Yan Qingshuo was operating her phone while explaining to Qin Lang how to top up the money to buy the skin. After selecting Sun Wukong's skin, click Top Up, and then the payment interface will pop up. Choose Alipay. You don't have real name authentication in your Alipay account. You don't have money. Choose to pay on your behalf. I'll pay for you first. As she spoke, Yan Qingshuo pushed the payment to her Alipay and the payment was successful. Qin Lang frowned and asked, "How do I authenticate my name on Alipay? How do I top up my account?" "Yan Qingshuo, I'll take you to get a bank card at noon." Having said that, Yan Qingshuo's gaze fell on Qin Lang's handsome face again, and she thought of something. You need an ID card to apply for a bank card. However, Qin Lang has been lying in the coffin for 28 years, so his ID card is probably invalid. "Did you bring your ID?" Qin Lang took out his ID card from his pocket. Yan Qingshuo looked at the validity date on the ID card, from 1987 to 1997. "Your ID card is invalid. You need to apply for a new one. It just so happens that I have a dinner party in Huaju district tonight. I will take you there to get your ID card reissued." The registered residence shown on Qin Lang's ID card is in Huaju district of Yancheng. "It's not far from here, just an hour's drive." Qin Lang said, "Wait a minute, Xiaobing hasn't bought the medicine yet, take the medicine first, and then we can go." Hearing Qin Lang's caring words, Yan Qingshuo felt warm in her heart and nodded. After taking the medicine, Yan Qingshuo drove Qin Lang to the Huaju District Police Station. Before 1988, Huaju District was not called a district, but a county in GD Province, called Hua County. In 1993, the county was abolished and a city was established, named Huaju City. In 2000, Huaju City was abolished and Huaju District of Yancheng City was established. The police officer from the police station looked at Qin Lang's old ID card, and then looked up at Qin Lang. He muttered to himself, according to the birthday on his ID card, Qin Lang is already 46 years old. However, the young man in front of me looked only 18 years old and full of energy. There's no problem in saying he's the son of the person on this ID card. Moreover, this old ID card expired in 1998. Why did you only come now to apply for a new one? You never used your ID card. Putting down his ID card, he said, "Go take a picture next to it first." Although he had doubts in his mind, since the other party came to apply for a new ID card, he would need to verify his fingerprints later. If the fingerprints matched, then there would be no problem. After taking the photos, Qin Lang returned to the counter. The police operated the computer to collect Qin Lang's photo and fingerprints. Looking at the fingerprint collection page, it shows that the fingerprint has passed. His eyebrows twitched violently. Is there really an ageless face? Just at this moment, Yan Qingshuo came in from next door and bought 2 bottles of mineral water. She handed one to Qin Lang and asked how things were going. After Qin Lang drank a few sips of water, he put down the mineral water bottle and said, "It should be ready soon." Yan Qingshuo took the bottle of mineral water from Qin Lang's hand. Qin Lang looked over in confusion and saw Yan Qingshuo directly raised her head and drank the water he had drunk. The police officer who saw this scene immediately understood. Rich people nowadays are really different from those in the past. Rich people in the past had big bellies, car keys hanging around their waists, and LV bags tucked under their arms. Today's rich men are young and handsome, and have equally young and beautiful girlfriends around them. Okay, you can come and get your new ID card within half a month, or you can choose to have it delivered by courier. If you choose courier delivery, go to the door and fill out the delivery form. We have recycled and cancelled this old ID card. Yan Qingshuo asked Qin Lang to choose the express delivery method and the delivery address, and Yan Qingshuo filled in her own home. After leaving the police station, Yan Qingshuo asked Qin Lang to wait for her at the door while she drove the car over. When Qin Lang was waiting for Yan Qingshuo to come over, a voice came from the opposite side of Qin Lang. "Qin Lang." Qin Lang looked up, and when he saw the other person, his black eyes narrowed. "Wang Yao." It's just Wang Yao who has already entered middle age. Chapter 11 Shocked, "Qin Lang, you are still so young." "Qin Lang. It's really you." Wang Yao's fat face was almost distorted. He took a few big steps and ran to Qin Lang. He looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. Qin Lang was still as handsome as he was 26 years ago, without any sign of aging or gaining weight. How is this possible? "Xiao Yao Yao, long time no see." Qin Lang showed his dazzling white teeth. When he was young, he went down the mountain and was often bullied by Wang Yao. Later, he learned a lot of skills from a beautiful master, and when he went down the mountain, he beat Wang Yao up. Became his younger brother. But he is also a little brother who wants to rebel every day. Wang Yao was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. It's really you. How is that possible? How come you haven't aged at all? He is now middle-aged, and has gained weight significantly, with a big beer belly. His hair is so bald that he has to shave it into a bald head. His teeth are starting to loosen and turn yellow, and wrinkles and spots have appeared on his face. On the other hand, Qin Lang was the most handsome guy on the street. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen Qin Lang so quickly. This obvious contrast caused a huge wave of shock in his heart. Qin Lang did not reply to Wang Yao's words. His eyes fell on Wang Yao's wrinkled face. His 8 dazzling white teeth showed a perfect smile. You have aged a lot, little Yao Yao. Wang Yao was upset. Oh shit. Can you stop showing off your white teeth? Qin Lang has not appeared since he left 26 years ago, and he always thought that Qin Lang was dead. Unexpectedly, Qin Lang not only survived, but when we met again 26 years later, he was even more charming than before. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. But he also has one thing that is better than Qin Lang, that is. He put his hands on his belt and pulled up his trousers, deliberately revealing the H logo on the Hermes belt. Then he fiddled with his watch and said, I am indeed old, but old men are rich. I just bought this watch this year. It's not expensive, just a Patek Philippe worth 500,000. As he spoke, Wang Yao placed the watch in front of Qin Lang, deliberately letting him see it. In my heart, have you ever seen this? Hurry up and crawl over here and call me big brother. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Lang being taken half a step back. Then, he saw a woman who was more beautiful than the female stars on TV holding Qin Lang's arm. Looking at him with a cold face. Their voice was cold but penetrating. A Patek Philippe worth 500,000. Is it expensive? Maya Lang drives a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions and I didn't even show off to you. As she spoke, Yan Qingshuo put the car keys of the Rolls-Royce into Qin Lang's hand. In front of Wang Yao, he pressed the car key. Immediately, the Rolls-Royce parked next to it honked and its headlights flashed. This shows that the car key in Qin Lang's hand is not a fake one, but a real Rolls-Royce car key. Wang Yao was stunned. The only car he drives now is a Mercedes-Benz or G-Class worth more than 2 million yuan. Qin Lang can actually afford a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions? The most important thing is, this goddess-level, fair-skinned, beautiful and young girl is Qin Lang's girlfriend. Damn, so young and beautiful. In comparison, he felt so upset that he almost fainted when he saw his old hag at home. He thought he was a clear winner in life, but when compared with Qin Lang, he was such a complete loser that he had nothing left, even his underwear. Qin Lang didn't expect Yan Qingshuo to show up. Now that Boss Yang showed up to support him, it was just right for him to smooth things over. He smiled and patted Wang Yao on the shoulder, saying, Little Yao Yao, it seems that you have done well these years. This is a way to show your filial piety to me, your big brother. As he spoke, Qin Lang was about to untie the watch on Wang Yao's wrist. Wang Yao quickly took a step back, protecting his watch like a treasure. This is his face-saving project. Can you really be filial? No way. He couldn't pretend to be cool anymore. It seemed that he had been suppressed by Qin Lang in the past, and now it was impossible for him to turn the tables and become the boss. With a droopy face, he said, Don't call me Xiao Yao Yao, I have a name. Okay, Xiao Yao Yao Yao. Xiao Yao Yao, it's nice to see you. Take me to my home. I haven't been back for a long time. It has changed so much that I can't even recognize the road. Qin Lang said, putting his arm on Wang Yao's shoulder like a good friend. Wang Yao struggled a few times but failed to get away. Finally, he could only slump his shoulders and look compromised. Qin Lang asked Yan Qingshuo to go take care of something while he took care of some personal matters. Originally, he wanted to go home after coming down the mountain, but Guangzhou had changed so much that he got lost once he entered the city. The huge sum of 100 yuan that he brought down from the mountain was swindled away by the unscrupulous driver when he took a taxi back to the city. So later on, wherever I went, I had to walk on my own 2 legs. This time, he happened to borrow Boss Yang's car to go back to Huor County. He wanted to visit his hometown at the foot of the mountain. Yan Qingshuo said, I'm not busy right now, I'll go with you. Qin Lang was not very willing. After all, Yang Qingshuo was just his boss, not his real girlfriend. Besides, he doesn't have money to buy a new house now. After working for Yang Qingshuo for a month and saving some money, he will go back to his hometown to live a happy life as a fat house owner. Now that Yang Qingshuo knows the address of his hometown, wouldn't this woman with ill intentions towards him come to see him every day? But Yang Qingshuo raised her eyebrows at Wang Yao, as if to say, "Do you still want to be the boss? Do you want to be the boss? If you do, let me go." She hasn't been to Qin Lang's hometown yet. That will be her hometown in the future, so she will go there to explore the route so that she can recognize the place better in the future. Qin Lang. Qin Lang's hometown is a bit far from the police station. Yang Qingshuo drove the car, Qin Lang sat in the passenger seat, and Wang Yao sat in the back seat pointing the direction. It was the first time for Wang Yao to ride in a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he always felt that the leather seats of the Rolls-Royce were soft and the air inside was exceptionally fresh. He even thought that farting here would smell fragrant. After driving for about 10 minutes, we entered an alley, made many turns, honked the horn all the way, and finally parked the car in front of a dilapidated small courtyard. After getting off the car, I looked up and saw tall buildings everywhere, except for their area which had only shabby little houses. Common name, urban village. Wang Yao said, "Fortunately, the demolition did not extend to here. Otherwise, you have not appeared for so many years and I cannot contact you. Once the demolition is completed, you will get nothing." Qin Lang patted the lock on the rusty iron door, then took out a bunch of keys from his trouser pocket, selected one of them, turned it, and opened the lock. When I pushed open the iron door, dust was everywhere. Wang Yao kept pinching his nose and coughing. "Don't go in. Find a cleaner to clean up before you go in." Wang Yao Meng coughed a few times and said, "Qin Lang, why don't you shout? Do you need your big brother to take care of such a small matter as cleaning? Does Qin Lang look like someone with that kind of money?" Wang Yao touched his nose and quickly ran aside to make a phone call. After a while, a housekeeping team arrived. Chapter 12. Boss Yang, you are fired. After cleaning the yard and the room, the cleaner was about to clean the small attic on the second floor, but was stopped by Qin Lang. "There's no need to clean the small attic upstairs." "Okay." The cleaning lady was very happy to have less work to do, and her smile was brighter than flowers. After the cleaners left, Qin Lang opened the door to the small attic on the second floor. All the things in it were interesting things he had collected while picking up scraps everywhere. For example, porcelain bowls for feeding dogs, strange Buddha statues that looked neither male nor female, some tripods, etc. The shelves in the entire small attic were filled with them. Because it hasn't been cleaned for more than 20 years, there are cobwebs everywhere. Qin Lang was still thinking, should he call the cleaning staff to clean? Then Wang Yao suddenly screamed, "Fuck! How could I have forgotten about this? Boss, how about you sell all these things to me? I'll take them all for 1 million. When Qin Lang heard this, he was shocked. 1 million. Wang Yao suddenly called him boss. There must be something wrong. Before he could open his mouth, a cold voice came, "My Lang will be short of your 1 million, get out of here." As she spoke, Yang Qingshuo pushed aside Wang Yao, who was crowded at the door, and walked into the attic filled with cobwebs and dust without any disgust. When her eyes fell on the pieces of junk copper and iron, her beautiful eyes sparkled. If you could see a symbol in the eye, it would definitely be their $$ symbol. Although these junk copper and iron were covered with dust, she picked up a small copper shovel at random. It was not big, but had a very special shape, and looked like a shovel but not a shovel. Carefully wipe off the dust and examine it carefully, and you can clearly call out its name. This is the currency of the Western Zhou dynasty, the original coin. Then he took out a rusty copper dagger, looked at it back and forth, and exclaimed again, "Qin dynasty, Lubu Wei's Xiaofu Ji." Then, Yang Qingshuo excitedly picked up pieces of scrap metal one by one, and could basically call out their names. The country is unified in battle. Han Chanfang half ellipse. The happy Buddha of male and female. Deng Gong Gui. The dowry vessel given by the king of Deng to marry his daughter to Ying state. Antiques, all of them are antiques. Wang Yao saw the girl Qin Lang brought, who looked to be in her 20s, but he did not expect that she knew so much about antiques. They all recognized these things. He slapped his thigh in pain. Back then, he didn't know that the junk in his house were antiques, so he sold them all when others bought them at 10 yuan a pound. At that time, he felt he had gotten a great bargain. Later, after he became rich, he realized that the scrap metal he had sold was actually valuable antiques. He regretted it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall and be reborn in the past. Now, I was pleasantly surprised to find that Qin Lang had so many scraps of copper and iron at home. I was just about to be a black-hearted capitalist, but I didn't expect that the beautiful woman next to Qin Lang was a connoisseur of the goods. So sad. So sad. He turned around and ran downstairs, trying not to see it. Qin Lang touched his chin and searched for antiques on his mobile phone, because he had no concept of antiques before. However, that doesn't stop him from using Baidu on his mobile phone. Soon, when he saw what Baidu came up with, the smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. I'm rich. Walking into the small attic, Qin Lang smiled and said to Yan Qingshuo, Boss Yang, are these antiques? Yes. I've made a fortune. How much can these sell for? According to the current antique market, it's very expensive, over 100 million is no problem. Oh, Yan Qingshuo, you are fired. Why bother working when you have this antique? Fire the boss with a righteous attitude. Boss Yang, who was counting his treasures, heard this and his mind clicked. With money on his mind, Boss Yang immediately put down the antiques in his hand, turned around, looked at Qin Lang with a smile, and said, Xiao Qin, although these antiques are indeed worth over 100 million, they are cultural relics and cannot be sold. If you sell cultural relics privately, you will be arrested and put in jail. It would be different if we kept it at home. It is allowed to collect it yourself. He tilde. Want to run away from your sister's palm? Brother, you are still a little naive. When Qin Lang heard this, he felt that Boss Yang was fooling him, so he took out his cell phone to check. After seeing the relevant regulations on cultural relics, he put his phone back into his trouser pocket, looked relaxed, and said with a smile, it doesn't matter if you don't sell it, I will just put it at home and hold a cultural relic exhibition. Anyone who comes to see the exhibition needs to pay for a ticket. The ticket fees are enough for me. Yan Qingshuo took cat steps, walked up to Qin Lang, and stood on tiptoe. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance wafted over my face, and I heard Boss Yang say in a low, hoarse voice, showing off your wealth is very miserable. Aren't you afraid of thieves coming to patronize you? Can you beat them? Then, Yan Qingshuo smiled, her face blooming, my dear, the security system of the community I live in is first class. The doors and windows of my house are all bulletproof, and there is also a hidden safe room specially used to store collections. Leave these cultural relics to me for safekeeping, and they will not lose a single hair. Qin Lang, want to get something for nothing? This means they not only want my people, but also my antiques. Yan Qingshuo smiled and said, besides, I'm a nice person and I'm your boss. We're a family, so I won't charge you for storage. In addition, I'll give you an extra 1,500 yuan salary every month. How about that? Qin Lang rolled his eyes, thank you. This capitalist is so black-hearted. Yan Qingshuo was not angry at all, and said with a smile, that's it. As she spoke, Yan Qingshuo was about to call the security company that specialized in transporting precious cultural relics to come over. Qin Lang stopped Yan Qingshuo's hand. 1,500 yuan, give it to me first. Salaries are only paid at the beginning of the month. No, give it to me now. Then pay 500 yuan in advance. Thinking about how he got less the last time he bargained, and that Boss Yang had already taken care of all his food, clothing, housing and transportation, he nodded. 500 is 500. Yan Qingshuo gave Qin Lang 500 yuan, then said with a smile, don't worry, I will have everyone carefully pack each cultural relic and bring it back to my home. Our home is rounded off to my home. After a while, a team in formal security uniforms came over. Each of them wore black gloves and professionally removed the dust and packed each antique and loaded them into the car. Even though Qin Lang couldn't understand the whole process, he saw the professionalism. When Yan Qingshuo was leading the team to pack up the antiques, Qin Lang came downstairs and saw that Wan Yao was gone, so he returned to his room. This house was left to him by his parents, but he has never seen his parents since he was a child. I've only seen pictures of the two of them. I went back to the room, sorted out some things, put them in a cloth bag, and prepared to take them away later. Although he knew that the house was very valuable now and that if he sold it, he would never have to worry about food and shelter for the rest of his life, this was the only thing his parents left him, and he didn't want to sell it. Chapter 13, Showdown, Qin Lang, I am your senior sister. Although he didn't understand why Yan Qingshuo was so interested in him, he could see that Yan Qingshuo was not a bad person and was quite interesting. Otherwise, he wouldn't really let her take those antiques away. Back at Yan Qingshuo's home, Yan Qingshuo was directing the staff who were moving the antiques, shouting, "Be careful and handle with care." Yan Qingshuo's home is very big, an extra large flat. In the southwestern corner of the house, there is a dark partition. By turning the wall lamp, the door of the dark partition opens, and the space inside is very large, a full 100 square meters. All the exhibits are various antiques. Moreover, Yan Qingshuo has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Bronzes must be arranged according to size, in one display cabinet, ancient jades in another, Buddha statues in another, wood carvings in another, ancient calligraphy and paintings in another, and so on. Looking around, it feels like entering a museum. This woman loves collecting so much. Is there a mine at home? After all the antiques were sorted and put away, Yan Qingshuo settled the security fee, then slammed the door shut and jumped excitedly at the door like a kitten. "Alang, come and see the empire I have conquered." Yan Qingshuo invited Qin Lang to go to her collection room. Other women like to buy bags, cosmetics, do medical beauty, etc., but she is not interested in any of those and only likes to collect antiques. "The man I like is also an old-fashioned guy. He told her. Her hobby is so fresh and unique. Boss Yang, please call me Qin Lang, or Brother Qin." "Okay, Alang, come on, let's go and see the treasures." With that, Yan Qingshuo took Qin Lang into their collection room. She smiled and introduced to Qin Lang the origins of each piece of collection in her collection. Qin Lang was not interested in these and looked around. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a painting in the calligraphy and painting display cabinet next to him. "The person in this painting looks very familiar. Isn't he this his stupid beautiful master? Why does Yan Qingshuo have a portrait of his master here? Alang, I'm talking to you, why don't you answer?" Yan Qingshuo looked up in confusion, then she followed Qin Lang's gaze. When she saw the portrait of her master, she immediately screamed, ran over, rolled up the scroll, hid it, and put it in the drawer. Then she turned around, her beautiful face filled with smiles. "Qin Lang." Qin Lang crossed his arms and said, "Boss Yang, explain what's going on." Why do you have a portrait of my master here? What is your relationship with my master?" He was just wondering if it was a coincidence. However, looking at Yan Qingshuo's condition, it is obviously not a coincidence. There must be something hidden in here. He wondered why Yan Qingshuo was so interested in him. Although he thought he was very handsome, so handsome that the universe would explode, Yan Qingshuo was the president of a large company after all. Even if she was interested in him, she wouldn't be so impatient, right? You just met him and you brought him home to live with him. Aren't you afraid that he will cheat you of your money and your sex? Yan Qingshuo smiled innocently, knowing that she could no longer hide it, but she didn't plan to hide it for too long. Since she was caught, she told the truth. "She is also my master. You are my junior fellow apprentice. Before master passed away, he gave you to me and asked me to take good care of you. I thought it would take you a few years to wake up, but I didn't expect you to wake up early. But this is also fate. You took the initiative to find me. Junior brother, let me formally introduce myself now. I am Liu Yueru's eldest disciple, Yan Qingshuo. Qin Lang. I don't believe you. At your age, you are still the eldest disciple. Still calling me junior brother?" Qin Lang's eyes fell on another painting behind Yan Qingshuo. He walked in front of Yan Qingshuo, and the smile on Yan Qingshuo's face became even wider. "Junior brother, don't worry and follow me. I will protect you." Qin Lang opened Yan Qingshuo's head and took out a painting that Yan Qingshuo had hidden behind her. The painting shows a woman sitting next to a coffin. This woman was Yan Qingshuo. And the coffin was the one in which he was sleeping. Yan Qingshuo coughed lightly, looked at Qin Lang with a guilty look, and then asked with a smile, "How is it? In this painting, do I look handsome, senior sister?" Qin Lang asked, "What are you doing sitting next to my coffin?" Yan Qingshuo said with a smile, "Play it cool." In fact, she felt very guilty. This was a photo she took to commemorate the time when she climbed into Qin Lang's coffin and slept with him. After taking the photo, she specially asked an artist to draw it as a souvenir. "When I brought Qin Lang in just now, I was only thinking about showing off the empire I had conquered for Qin Lang, and I completely forgot about this matter. She didn't know what Qin Lang would think of her if he knew that she not only climbed into his coffin, but also secretly gave birth to his child. But it's okay, let us take it step by step and take down Qin Lang first. We'll talk about the children then. Tilder. Now that you have fallen into my, Yan Qingshuo's hands, don't even think about escaping. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, really? What else did you do? No. Did you molest me? Absolutely not. Yan Qingshuo's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Qin Lang, with an expression that said, I'm definitely not lying. When Qin Lang saw this scene, the image of the little girl Yang Xiaojuo suddenly flashed in his mind. If he remembered correctly, Yang Xiaojuo said that her father was buried in the ground when she was born, and every year she and her mother would go to worship her father. A bold idea appeared in his mind. Could it be that? He shook his head and didn't think about it. It seems impossible. I was already asleep at that time, how could I still have that function? To do that? Most likely, I was touched by Yan Qingshuo, who was feeling empty, lonely and cold after her husband's death. Yan Qingshuo saw that Qin Lang didn't say anything, and the way he looked at her made her feel uneasy. In the end, she could only give up and said, I did molest you. I kissed you on the mouth. Then, if you kiss me back, we'll be even. As she spoke, Yan Qingshuo placed her red lips in front of Qin Lang. Inwardly, I felt secretly delighted and excited about my witty words. Come and kiss me, Qin Lang. Kiss back, quickly. Before Qin Lang could react, Yan Qingshuo stood on tiptoe, held the back of his head, and made him take the initiative to kiss her red lips. The moment their lips touched, a tingling sensation like an electric current swept through Qin Lang's body. Soft, fragrant, warm, and just the same feeling as it had in the office yesterday. Yan Qingshuo closed her eyes and began to kiss actively. Since we've already kissed, why not just enjoy it first? God knows, she has missed him so much in the past few years. She would quietly go to Yufeng Mountain every 1 or 2 months, quietly open his coffin in the middle of the night and lie down beside him. Especially on summer nights, his coffin was a great place to cool off. Chapter 14, Xiaojuo is my daughter. I'm a father. However, after that first sexual experience, she was afraid of disturbing his awakening, so she just lay obediently beside him and didn't dare to do anything inappropriate with him. Now that you have a reason to kiss, why not give it a good kiss first? The way a woman expresses her love is so simple and crude, just kiss him. I want a French kiss. When Yan Qingshuo kissed Qin Lang, she also put Qin Lang's hand on her slender waist. The long legs were rubbing against his knees. Which man can endure this? 10 minutes later, Yan Qingshuo lay breathlessly in Qin Lang's arms. At this moment, Qin Lang was touching Yan Qingshuo's long legs. The touch is really comfortable. Only then did he realize that he was actually a leg control freak. He asked, what else did you do to me in my coffin besides kissing me? Do you want to know? Yan Qingshuo hugged Qin Lang's neck and asked with her beautiful eyes full of spring. Are you attracted to me because of my lustful look? Qin Lang thought it was really possible as he looked at her lustful look. Yan Qingshuo was a little shy and nodded her head. Qin Lang stopped touching his legs all of a sudden, sat up straight, and asked the question in his heart, Xiaojuo. Could it be that Yang Xiaojuo is really his child? Yan Qingshuo turned her head and took over the host's position. She looked at Qin Lang with resentment and said, You got me pregnant, you have to be responsible for me. Oh shit. Xiaojuo is really his daughter. But how is this possible? You lewd woman, what on earth did you do to me? Qin Lang's eyebrows were trembling. How much she covets him, she can even do that to him while he is sleeping. Yan Qingshuo lowered her head a little bit guilty, actually, I just took off your pants, and then, that's what. Then, I became pregnant with Xiaojuo. At this point, Yan Qingshuo raised her head again and flattered him with a smile, Qin Lang, your fertility is very strong. You got it right in one try. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, how did you make me, do that? This is very simple. You are man, not a eunuch. Qin Lang. Qin Lang, how many times have you slept with me? Yan Qingshuo raised her index finger innocently, once. She blinked and said, really just once. Then, she raised her middle finger and swore to the sky, it was really only once. That time, the night wind was so comfortable, the moonlight was so gentle, and you were so handsome, so I made a mistake. Later, I endured it and did nothing to you. Really, I can swear to the sky. Does this mean that she has been in his coffin many times? Aren't you afraid? It's still late at night. It seems that as long as a guy is handsome enough, he can be extremely bold. Qin Lang, you like me so much. Yang Qingshuo nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Qin Lang, does Xiaojuo know that I'm his father? I don't know yet. The little figure of Yang Xiaojuo appeared in Qin Lang's mind. He really didn't expect that the little cutie was actually his daughter. Ding! Congratulations to their host for facing a hidden choice. Choice 1, tell Yang Qingshuo that you want to take Xiaojuo to do a DNA paternity test, and reward the host with the skill of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. Choice 2, tell Yang Qingshuo, am I going to be a father? Reward the host with max resistance to attacks. Time is urgent. This system has automatically made a choice for the host and selected option 1. DNA paternity test. What is this? If he didn't understand, he would ask the system. Host, DNA paternity testing is a way to determine whether the other person is your biological child. You can go to a DNA paternity testing center to complete the test. Technology is really advanced now. With this identification, I guess there will be a lot of divorces, right? It would be better to go for an appraisal so that you can have peace of mind. However, how should I say this to Yang Qingshuo? If I say it directly, I'll probably get beaten up by Yang Qingshuo, right? Qin Lang, Boss Yang, how can you be sure that the child is mine? Yang Qingshuo was not angry, but smiled instead. After all, if she put herself in his shoes, she could understand what Qin Lang meant by saying this. No man wants to be a father. She said, this is easy. I will take you and Xiaojuo to a DNA paternity testing center for testing. Then you will know that Xiaojuo is your biological child. Qin Lang, okay. It's better to do it today than to wait for a better day. Let's take Xiaojuo to get it identified now. It's better to do it early and feel at ease. He never imagined that he would become a father after waking up. This surprise came so suddenly. Yang Qingshuo, it's too late now. Xiaojuo is at my parents' place. It takes 2 or 3 hours to drive there. I'll take you there tomorrow. Good. Yang Qingshuo hugged Qin Lang's arm again and said with a smile, then I am your girlfriend now, right? I still need to think about this issue. Yang Qingshuo kissed Qin Lang on the lips, are you still considering it? I'll have to think about it. Yang Qingshuo kissed Qin Lang's lips again, what now? Qin Lang's dark eyes deepened as he touched Yang Qingshuo's thighs, which were tight due to long-term fitness. Especially at this moment, she was wearing stockings, and the feeling was particularly different. The feel is great. I'll have to think about it again. Yang Qingshuo kissed Qin Lang's lips again. If he didn't agree, she would kiss him again. After kissing him more than 10 times, she seemed to know what Qin Lang was focusing on. Let me be your girlfriend and let you play with my legs every day. How about that? She then realized that Qin Lang seemed to be a leg control freak. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Qin Lang, who was obsessed with legs, nodded. Yang Qingshuo hugged Qin Lang's neck in surprise and asked, really? Is there any fake one? Boyfriend, I want to kiss you. Yang Qingshuo said this happily and kissed Qin Lang again. This time we kissed for a full half hour. Boyfriend, I'm hungry and want to eat the food you made. Okay, what do you want to eat? Fried rice with egg. Last night's fried rice with egg was so delicious. Okay. Qin Lang went to the kitchen to busy himself. He bought a lot of vegetables last night, and only had a bowl of rice noodles for breakfast. He didn't eat lunch at home, so there was still food for tonight. Yang Qingshuo sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room. When she looked up, she saw the tall figure of Qin Lang busy in the kitchen. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. So happy Tilda. Ding. The phone rang and a WeChat message came in. I took it and saw that it was a message from Sister Shuhui. Sister Shuhui, how far have you progressed in taking down my son-in-law? Yang Qingshuo, 80%. Sister Shuhui, oh, that's good. Study the collection of 300 Tang poems that Mom sent you carefully. Yang Qingshuo. Sister Shuhui, can't understand. This document is a bit large, please use your computer to receive it. Sister Shuhui, real-life version of 300 Tang poems WMV 13.14G. Yang Qingshuo, Mom. She was so scared that she quickly deleted the video format chat message her mother sent. The little face is red. She doesn't want to watch the live action version. Sister Shuhui, don't be shy, the sooner you understand, the sooner you can enjoy it. Chapter 15 Obsessive Compulsive Yang Qingshuo. Yang Qingshuo, are you okay? If you are okay, I am busy. Sister Shuhui, I have something to say. It's a big thing. Look at these 3 cooking classes. Which one do you like? Picture. Yang Qingshuo, I don't like any of them. Sister Shuhui, you have to choose one. Go learn cooking. Make money later and settle the marriage first. How can you pick up a boyfriend if you can't even cook? Will your mother-in-law be satisfied with you? When Yang Qingshuo saw this, she typed on her phone with a bit of pride, he can cook, and he cooks deliciously. As for the mother-in-law, let us write her name into Qin Lang's household registration book first. She believed that she could definitely deal with her mother-in-law. Sister Shuhui, then you have to learn how to cook. When you two get married, I will feel bad if my son-in-law cooks every meal. He will be very tired. At this moment, Yang Shijin, who was cooking in the kitchen, sneezed. He looked around. No one is talking about him. Let us continue cooking. Humming a tune, Yang Shijin cooked with great enthusiasm. Ever since he married Su Shuhui, he has been taking care of 3 meals a day. Su Shuhui wanted to help every time, but she would blow up the kitchen every time, which really made him worried. So, he didn't allow Su Shuhui to enter the kitchen anymore, and all the kitchen work was left to him. Yang Qingshuo, Mom, I remember you never cooked at home. Sister Shuhui, that's because your father loves me. Yang Qingshuo, your son-in-law loves me too. Sister Shuhui, you are so stupid, you don't really think your mother doesn't know how to cook. Yang Qingshuo, Dad said you are a kitchen blaster. Sister Shuhui, I made that for your dad to see. Otherwise, all the work in the kitchen would be mine. In fact, the dishes I cook are better than those made by the chefs in the hotel. Look, your dad's cooking skills have improved with my guidance, haven't you? Yang Qingshuo. I'm going to tell on Dad. Sister Shuhui, hey, go and tell him. He already knows it. Yang Qingshuo was completely confused. Do you know that I still enjoy cooking every day? Does my dad have the potential to shake? Could it be that she inherited it? Putting down her phone, she went to the kitchen. Seeing Qin Lang chopping vegetables smoothly, she felt comforted. Boyfriend, let me wash the vegetables. Which ones should I wash? Wash that box of water spinach. Okay. Under the setting sun, one was cutting vegetables in the cutting area, and the other was washing vegetables in the washing area. It was a very warm feeling. Yang Qingshuo also enjoyed this atmosphere. She silently lit a candle for her father in her heart. It's so miserable. Although Yang Qingshuo had never washed vegetables before, as a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, washing vegetables was an easy task for her. That is, the speed is a bit slow. When Qin Lang finished cutting the onions, ginger, garlic and pork belly, he turned to look at Yang Qingshuo and found that she had just washed 2 water spinach. Qin Lang found it funny. He said nothing and just watched Yang Qingshuo wash. Look how it took her 10 minutes to wash 2 water spinach. Yang Qingshuo picked up the water spinach and rinsed it under the faucet. She rinsed the whole water spinach first, and then started from the top, washing each leaf one by one. She washed it with her hands first, then brushed it with a toothbrush, rinsed it again, and then washed the place where the leaves were connected to the rhizome, and broke them apart to wash. Wash a little at a time. After washing a head of water spinach, Qin Lang looked up at the alarm clock magnetically attached to the refrigerator. Sure enough, 5 minutes had passed. My goodness, it takes 5 minutes to wash a head of water spinach, so making a bowl of water spinach will take at least 2 hours, right? I was so hungry that I fainted. He patted Yang Qingshuo's shoulder as she was washing very seriously. Yang Qingshuo raised her head and looked at him cutely. What's wrong? Go get me a glass of water. Okay. Yang Qingshuo washed her hands and left the kitchen. When she came back, she looked at the stove in confusion. Where's the water spinach? It's being fried in the pan. Qin Lang took the cup of water from her hand and said while drinking. Are you done washing? Yang Qingshuo asked in surprise. Qin Lang did not answer but asked, I'm curious, how long do you take to take a shower each time? Yang Qingshuo, who was in love, had her IQ online. What Qin Lang meant by this was that she washed the water spinach too slowly. Thick. She was angry, then she thought of something and smiled slyly. If you want to know so much, why don't you take a look together while taking a bath tonight? Okay. Since my girlfriend invited me, there was no reason for me not to watch it. During dinner, Yan Qingshuo saw that there was only a plate of egg fried rice in front of her, while Qin Lang had 3 dishes and a soup in front of him. Braised pig's trotters, spicy shrimp tails, stir-fried water spinach, and loofah and egg soup. She felt a little pitiful. Why do you have so many dishes? Yan Qingshuo asked quietly. Qin Lang, you said you only eat egg fried rice. I want to eat yours. Then come sit and eat. Will I get fat? Yan Qingshuo was a little confused again. If you are fat, lose weight. That's right. Yan Qingshuo immediately took her fried rice and sat next to Qin Lang. After finishing the meal, Yan Qingshuo leaned back in her chair comfortably and touched her bulging belly. Qin Lang, can you make a delicious and fat-reducing meal that won't make you gain weight? If we could have such delicious food every day, life would be so happy. However, if she really ate like this every day, she would gain 10 pounds in a few days. Qin Lang said, yes, I will make it for you tomorrow. Yan Qingshuo happily hugged Qin Lang's head and kissed him on the face. I know my boyfriend is the best. He knows everything. I have a dinner party tonight, so I'm leaving now. You stay at home and wait for me to come back. In a private room at the Marriott Hotel in Huaju District. 5 beautiful women with delicate makeup and professional attire were sitting in a box chatting and drinking juice. My mother urged me to get married again today. She said that if I don't go on a blind date and find a partner, she will not let me manage the company anymore. Me too. My dad even said that if I don't get married, my mom's brothers and sisters will come and fight with me for the family property. My dad was the same. He even cried and said he couldn't even hold his head up when he went out now. My mom said that whoever has just had a baby is already old enough to help with cooking, but I don't even have a boyfriend, and she said I'm unfilial. If you ask me, Qingshuo is smart. She got pregnant 6 years ago. After she gave birth to the baby, I never saw Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang urging her to get married. Outside, when others talked about Qingshuo not getting married, Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang said that since she already had Xiaojuo, Qingshuo could get married if she wanted to. If she didn't want to, they wouldn't force her. Everything would take its course. Isn't it? Qingshuo is so smart. I want to learn this trick from her. Who do you think Xiaojuo's father is? Is he someone we know? Or is he someone we don't know? I'm really curious. Chapter 16 Shock, Qingshuo, you have a boyfriend. As soon as Yang Qingshuo came in, Tan Xinyan pulled her arm and asked her, Qingshuo, among the 6 of us sisters, you are the one who lives the most freely now. You have children and a career. Yang Qingshuo chuckled, now there's one more, I still have a man. What? The 5 of them looked at Yang Qingshuo in shock. Then they all sat next to Yang Qingshuo and asked about the situation out of gossip. When did you start having a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Who is it? Do we know each other? Look at your moisturized face. You are not urged to get married, but you found your love partner yourself. But don't you go back and forth between the office and home every day? How can you have the time to date a boyfriend? Is it the handsome guy in your company? Wow, office romance, exciting. Yang Qingshuo raised her hand, and the 5 people who were talking at the same time immediately stopped talking. Yang Qingshuo coughed lightly and said, he is my Xiaojuo's biological father. He is very handsome. Very young. A nice figure. The food is first class. Tan Xinyan and the others were all shocked. It turned out that Yang Qingshuo's current boyfriend was Xiaojuo's biological father. They have always been curious about Xiaojuo's biological father, but whenever they asked about it, Yang Qingshuo always looked like she didn't want to say anything. They all thought Xiaojuo's biological father was dead. Unexpectedly, he is still alive. Moreover, now it has been obtained by Yang Qingshuo. Tan Xinyan immediately said, Qingshuo, you are together with Xiaojuo's biological father, so your family of 3 is reunited, which is great. Why didn't you bring him here for us to see today? Cai Yinyan said, Qingshuo, how is he doing in that aspect? Can it satisfy you? Yang Qingshuo slapped Cai Yinyan on her buttocks, you slut. The other 4 lecherous women also asked curiously, are your kidneys strong? Do you have 8-pack abs? Is he better than Yang Zhu and Yu Yang? Yang Qingshuo's little face turned red when she was asked these questions. She took advantage of them one by one and thought that she was too anxious and scared when she experienced it for the first time, and she forgot everything. Now I have finally become Qin Lang's official girlfriend, but I haven't had the chance to experience it yet. One by one you started asking questions impatiently. She coughed lightly and said, "My man's kidneys must be strong. 8-pack abs, no big deal. Definitely more handsome than Yang Zhu and Yu Yang." She spoke truthfully about her figure and appearance, but as for strong kidneys, she had only experienced it once and had no idea how it felt. Anyway, bragging doesn't cost any money. Just blow it first and talk about it later. In front of sisters, you must never let your man's kidneys become weak. The 5 women's eyes collectively glowed green. Does he have a younger brother? Are there any single brothers? And cousins? Cousins. Sister, this cucumber is delicious. I'll feed it to you. Sister, this roasted eggplant is especially delicious. Open your mouth and I'll feed you. Yang Qingshuo was speechless and amused. You bunch of lewd women, stop staring at my man's relatives. If you feel lonely late at night, just find a decent boyfriend. After chatting for a while, Shan Shuaqin mentioned the theme of today's dinner. Our provincial TV station is planning to launch a variety show called I'm a Female CEO, and we plan to invite the famous female CEOs from Guangdong province to participate. This time the TV station is going to focus on developing this program, and it wants to compete with Mango TV's I Am a Singer and Zhejiang TV's Run, Brothers. There are 8 places in total. My mother thinks that the 6 of us sisters are all suitable. How about all 6 of us sisters taking the place? This is a great opportunity to promote our company. Not only can we advertise for the company for free, but we can also pay for the appearance fee and provide food and accommodation throughout the trip. If the show becomes popular, won't our company's products be sold like hotcakes? Will everyone be rushing to buy them? Will they count the money until their hands cramp? Jimina, I'm camera shy, I won't go. Sai Yin, I've gained weight recently and don't want to be on camera. Tan Xinyan, such a good opportunity, I'll go. Wen Jinga, I'll go too. It's really too expensive to find a spokesperson now. What's more, if the spokesperson gets into a bad scandal, it will affect the company. I want to be my own spokesperson. I want to be a celebrity entrepreneur. Shan Shuaqin looked at Yang Qingshuo, who hadn't spoken a word. Qingshuo, what about you? I'm not going. Yang Qingshuo was not interested in these variety shows. Shan Shuaqin said, Qingshuo, please don't not come. You see, there are too many negative comments about you online. Some say you are a black-hearted capitalist who abuses your artists with unfair contracts. Some say you must be ugly to do weird things. They say you have smelly feet and all the TV series and movies produced by your company are rubbish. This is your chance to prove yourself to the public. Give them a good slap in the face. Show them how pretty and fragrant you are. Besides, my mom also said that if you come to participate in this show, you will be given the highest appearance fee among all the members. We both have 2 million, I'll give you 4 million. Yang Qingshuo originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly thought, what if Qin Lang checked his phone and saw news saying that she was ugly and that all the movies she made were bad? Her image. She gritted her teeth. She used to not care how others viewed her. But now that she has a boyfriend, she cares about her image. It's really not for the 4 million. Okay. Yang Qingshuo agreed. At this moment, Qin Lang was sitting on the sofa, eating sunshine rose grapes while playing with his mobile phone and browsing the news. This news was similar to the ones he had read in the newspapers before, but there were more types of news than in the newspapers, more interesting points, and colorful pictures. Moreover, the titles are very exciting, which makes people want to click on them. Suddenly, a piece of news caught my eye, insider information about Yang Qingshuo, president of Yang Group. Yang Qingshuo? He clicked on the article. I saw that the whole article was complaining about Yang Qingshuo, saying that Yang Qingshuo was ugly and a 300-pound fat man, so she dared not appear in public. Even her photo on Baidu Encyclopedia was a square tripod that looked creepy. Moreover, Yang Qingshuo never washed her feet all year round, and her feet were so smelly that they could kill cockroaches. The TV series she filmed were rubbish and must be money laundering, etc. Various black and white snow. Logically speaking, no one would believe such an exaggerated statement, right? However, Qin Lang was shocked to find that there were more than 2,000 comments below. I am Yang Qingshuo's neighbor. Every time I take the elevator, as soon as she comes in, the elevator immediately becomes overloaded. It makes me want to move to another house. I'm Yang Qingshuo's downstairs neighbor. Her feet are so smelly that I dare not open the window. Once I open the window, my cat will faint from the stench. I want to change rooms +1. When I see that the producer of a new TV series or movie is Yang S Group, I just don't watch it. All the movies produced by Yang S Group are rubbish. Everyone hurry up and complain, this article will be deleted soon. Qin Lang hadn't even read the comments for 2 seconds when he looked down and saw that the article had been deleted. Qin Lang touched his chin. Yang Qingshuo is ugly. Yang Qingshuo weighs 300 pounds. Yang Qingshuo has smelly feet. Are the TV series directed by Yang Qingshuo rubbish? Ding. Congratulations to their host for activating the hidden mission. Mission content: help the bound subject Yang Qingshuo improve her public image, and reward the host with master-level singing skills and 5 original hit songs. Chapter 17. It's Dad Tilder. He didn't expect that Yang Qingshuo, as the president of Yang Group, would be slandered so badly. He searched the internet for information about Yang Group. Although this is a large group that is not listed, its market value has exceeded 100 billion yuan. It has entertainment companies, footwear and clothing companies, cosmetics companies, etc. How could I be criticized so badly? Yang Qingshuo is so beautiful, with an absolutely amazing body, and her feet don't smell at all, but rather smell fragrant. As for the TV series she starred in, he hasn't watched it, so he doesn't know. However, it took less than a minute from the time the article was posted to the time it was deleted, and there were already more than 2,000 comments, which shows that Yang Qingshuo is very popular on the internet. But this heat is the heat of black fans. Improving Yang Qingshuo's public image is not a difficult task. Ding ding. The phone rang with the sound of successful game matching. Qin Lang shook his head, and without thinking any more, he clicked on Honor of Kings and started playing the game. His eyes fell on the name of a little loli in the team. The other person's name is Xiaojuo. Seeing this name reminded him of the daughter Yang Qingshuo gave birth to, Yang Xiaojuo. That clever little girl. Thinking that he would see her tomorrow and then go to the DNA paternity test center to verify their blood relationship, he was looking forward to tomorrow. Judging from Yang Qingshuo's expression, she wouldn't be lying to him. Yang Xiaojuo is his daughter. He also changed his nickname to Xiaojuo Dad. At this moment, Yang Xiaojuo was lying on the bed, with her little head hidden in the quilt, playing games. When she saw that a player in the same group with her named I Want to Surf suddenly changed his game nickname to Xiaojuo's Dad, she immediately became popular. The cute round little face was puffed up. She threw back the quilt, turned over, and sat cross-legged on the sky blue bed that looked like outer space. Damn it, how dare you take advantage of me? You still want to be my dad? Bar. When everyone had chosen their heroes and entered the game interface and were able to chat, Yang Xiaojuo immediately started chatting. Qin Lang was just about to go out to collect crystals when he heard a familiar, fierce voice. Hey, Zhao Yun, change your nickname back. Don't try to take advantage of me. Otherwise, I'll beat you down every time. Isn't this voice the voice of that little girl Yang Xiaojuo? Qin Lang learned how to use voice when he was helping kids play games in the park. He can't type. Voice is very convenient. Just click the button that looks like a microphone. He tapped the microphone and said, Xiaojuo, it's Daddy. Yang Xiaojuo, who was full of righteousness, suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief when she heard the voice. The phone almost fell off her phone. This was the voice of the uncle she met today who looked very much like her father. What's more, Mom kissed Uncle. My uncle's name is Qin Lang. She didn't expect that she and Qin Lang had such a good fate that they could meet in the game even when playing a round of games before bed. Yang Xiaojuo immediately shouted excitedly, Dad. Qin Lang, hey. Xiaojuo, follow Daddy, Daddy will help you win. Okay Tilder. The little loli jumped up and down following behind Qin Lang. Every time Qin Lang killed someone, she would jump up and say, oh yeah, Dad is so awesome. Under Qin Lang's leadership, they won every time. Yang Xiaojuo had a lot of fun. Today is the happiest day for her to play games. My dad is really good at playing games. Be a game master. Before he knew it, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Qin Lang checked the time and sent a voice message to Yang Xiaojuo, one of his game friends, saying, "Xiaojuo, it's late. You should go to bed." On weekdays, Yang Xiaojuo plays games until 11 o'clock and then takes a long time to go to bed. Now, hearing Qin Lang's words, she said obediently, "Okay, Dad, I'll go to bed then." "Good night, Dad." "Good night, Xiaojuo." Yang Xiaojuo happily quit the game, then followed her father's instructions, turned off her phone, and prepared to go to bed. It just so happened that Su Shuhui came to see Xiaojuo at this moment. Seeing that Xiaojuo had already obediently fallen asleep in bed, she said happily, "Xiaojuo is really well behaved tonight." She knew to go to bed early. Yang Xiaojuo smiled but didn't say why. "Xiaojuo, Grandma will turn off the lights for you. From now on, you must go to bed before 10 o'clock every night." Su Shuhui turned off the lights, then left the room and closed the door. She tiptoed to the living room and boasted to Yang Shijin, "Xiaojuo was very well behaved today. As soon as I told her to stop playing games and go to bed early, she immediately stopped playing games. Are you sure it's because of you?" Yang Shijin always felt that his wife was bragging. Su Shuhui raised her eyebrows. Yang Shijin immediately smiled and flattered her, "My wife is awesome, my wife is great, my wife is amazing." In the evening, when Yan Qingshuo came back, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Qin Lang has gone back to his room to sleep. Yan Qingshuo thought Qin Lang would sleep in her room, but unexpectedly, when she opened the room, the bed was tidy and empty. "I went to Qin Lang's room next door and tried to turn the doorknob, but it wouldn't open. Locked the door. Boyfriend, you have a very high level of safety awareness. It seems I can't hold you to sleep tonight. I still want to take a bath with you." She raised her hand and wanted to knock on the door, but in the end, Yang Qingshuo put her hand down. "I couldn't bear to wake Qin Lang up." When she came to the living room, she saw the pillow thrown on the sofa, and her eyes lit up. Qin Lang should have used it as a pillow for his head. "I won't have Qin Lang hugging me to sleep tonight, so I'll just use this pillow as a substitute." Picking up the pillow, Yang Qingshuo returned to the room, took a shower, and climbed onto the bed. She is used to sleeping naked, which makes her feel free and comfortable. She first held the pillow against her chest, and then pressed it against her legs. Fell into a comfortable dream. The next morning, Qin Lang was making breakfast in the kitchen when he heard the doorbell ring. He went to open the door and saw Yang Xiaojuo standing at the door. As soon as Yang Xiaojuo saw Qin Lang, she immediately shouted sweetly and happily, "Dad!" The little girl rushed towards Qin Lang like a small cannonball. Qin Lang caught her in his arms, bent down, picked her up, and let her sit on his arms. "Ask her, you came here so early." "I want to see Dad." "I guess Dad is at Mom's house." He, I was right. Is this little lazy bum still sleeping, Mom?" "Your mom came back late last night, and Dad is making breakfast. What do you want to eat?" "Dad will make it for you." "Okay, I haven't had breakfast yet. I want to eat something with eggs, chicken, bread and ham." Qin Lang activated his cooking skills and immediately had an idea in his mind. He scratched Yang Xiaojuo's nose lovingly and said with a smile, "Okay, Dad will go to the kitchen and cook." Chapter 18 DNA Paternity Test. After Yang Xiaojuo saw Qin Lang go to the kitchen, she went to Yang Qingshuo's room. Seeing that Yang Qingshuo was still sleeping, she tiptoed over, picked up a feather next to her, climbed onto the bed, and gently scratched Yang Qingshuo's nose. "Stop it, Qin Lang." The little fellow chuckled and continued to tickle Yang Qingshuo with his little feather. "Mom, it's me, Xiaojuo. The sun is shining on your butt, why don't you get up? Get up, get up." Yang Qingshuo wrinkled her nose and opened her eyes, and saw that the person in front of her was not Qin Lang, but her own daughter. She immediately became serious. The lazy, kitten-like energy he had just had is gone. "You sneaked out from your grandparents' house again. What time is it now?" Yang Xiaojuo came over, as if she had run away from her parents' house. "He is such a little brat." Yang Xiaojuo smiled, her features were exactly like those of Yang Qingshuo. "I asked Aunt Chen to drive me here, don't worry, Mom, I will take good care of myself. I'm not someone you can fool. Whoever wants to kidnap me, I will definitely kidnap her first." Yang Qingshuo's expression looked a little better, but she still gave Yang Xiaojuo a lecture. "Next time, don't run out suddenly. Say hello to your family in advance, otherwise they will worry, and it will also cause unnecessary trouble to the police. Yang Xiaojuo nodded. Okay, Mom, I'll remember it. Did you really remember it? Then recite it again. I still have to recite it. Yang Xiaojuo lowered her little head. If you don't want to memorize it, go and write down what your mother just said 100 times. Yang Xiaojuo's big eyes rolled around, and she hugged Yan Qingshuo's arm and said coquettishly, Mom, did you sleep with Dad last night? Hearing this, Yan Qingshuo asked, have you seen your father? Yes, Daddy is in the kitchen making delicious food for me. Then the little guy slipped out of bed, looked around, and said, Hey, why is there nothing of Daddy's in the room? Mom, you didn't sleep in the same room with Dad, did you? Then you have to work harder. Belle's father and mother both sleep in the same room and on the same bed. After saying that, Yang Xiaojuo ran out of the room. Immediately behind me, there was the sound of a pillow falling to the ground. Yang Qingshuo put her hands on her hips, huffing. You dare to tease me? Your skin is itchy, right? Qin Lang quickly prepared breakfast, including century egg and lean meat porridge, fried dough sticks, meat buns, fruit salad, and a sandwich with fried eggs and ham specially made for Yang Xiaojuo. It was the first time that Yang Xiaojuo ate the food Qin Lang cooked himself. Not only was it beautiful, but it also made her very hungry. Two white and tender little hands grabbed the sandwich and took a bite. Immediately, she exclaimed in surprise, It's delicious. Dad, your cooking is so delicious. The eggs and ham are super delicious. The sandwiches are toasted too. I don't know why, but they taste better than what Xiaojuo had before. Qin Lang smiled and said, If it tastes good, eat more. Yeah. Yang Xiaojuo nodded her head vigorously. After breakfast, Yang Qingshuo drove Qin Lang and Yang Xiaojuo to the DNA paternity testing center. Yang Qingshuo directly booked the VIP super fast channel, and the examination was done on the same day, with results available within 2 hours. The price was 3 times more expensive than the ordinary channel. But this amount of money is nothing to Yang Qingshuo. The nurse collected hair with hair follicles and blood samples from Qin Lang and Yang Xiaojuo. The system's voice immediately rang in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to their host for completing the mission. I will reward you with the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk. This skill can strengthen their host's gastrointestinal function. After the host drinks alcohol, the body will automatically break down the alcohol and convert it into ordinary water molecules, so that the host does not have to worry about getting drunk, gastrointestinal bleeding, high blood pressure, etc. after drinking. After hearing the system's explanation, Qin Lang exclaimed, Awesome! When I heard about this skill before, I thought it was just the ordinary ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but I didn't expect it to be from the root. In other words, for him now, drinking is just like drinking water. It will not cause negative effects on the body. Cool. For 2 hours, Yang Qingshuo did not return to the company, but took Yang Xiaojuo and Qin Lang to the big shopping mall nearby. Because there is an amusement park inside, she hasn't played with Xiaojuo for a month, and now she happens to have 2 hours to play with her daughter. Sure enough, Yang Xiaojuo was super happy when they arrived at the amusement park. Holding Yang Qingshuo's hand with his left hand and Qin Lang's hand with his right hand, he walked like a big boss with a smile on his little face. Dad, Mom, I want to play on the trampoline. Okay, go play inside, Mom and Dad are waiting for you outside. Okay, Mom, Dad. Yang Xiaojuo shouted especially loudly, especially when she called Dad. She sounded so proud. God knows, in the past few years, because she didn't have a father, those bastard boys just bullied her and even made up a song to make fun of her for not having a father. Now she has a daddy. She would smile triumphantly. She took a photo of the trampoline with her phone watch and posted it to Shaoxin Kai's phone watch's circle of friends. This circle of friends is similar to WeChat, but only children who use Shaoxin Kai phone watches have this circle. What Yang Xiaojuo posted was, It's time to start playing on the trampoline. Today is the day when Mom and Dad will play with me. As soon as this circle of friends was posted, there were immediately some children who liked and replied. Dad? Xiaojuo, your dad jumped out of the ground. Xiaojuo, is it your father's spirit that is accompanying you? Xiaojuo, can you see ghosts? You are so amazing. I want to take you as my master. Yang Xiaojuo is bragging. Yang Xiaojuo has no father. Yang Xiaojuo has no father. Yang Xiaojuo replied one by one. Although the dial of the phone watch was not big, it did not affect the little guy's typing speed at all. It can be seen that the little guy often plays with this watch. Yang Xiaojuo, when school starts this year, I will let you see my dad. Yang Xiaojuo, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to play on the trampoline. After saying that, Yang Xiaojuo started jumping up and down on the bed excitedly, not at all angry about what the rat shit in the rice jar said. If it were in the past, she would definitely ask the other party to tell her the address directly, let the driver drive over, and then have a fight with the other party. Now that she has a father, she won't bother with that little brat. Humph. The 2 hours passed very quickly. Yan Qingshuo received a call from the appraisal center, telling her that the results were out. She knew the result long ago, so she was not worried about the result. She just wanted Qin Lang to see it and make Qin Lang believe that Xiaojuo was really his daughter and he was not happy to be a father. Chapter 19. Qin Lang was overjoyed, she is really his biological daughter. Yang Qingshuo brought Qin Lang and Yang Xiaojuo back to the identification agency. Yang Qingshuo smiled and put the paternity test result sheet in Qin Lang's hand, saying, "Take a look." Qin Lang took the report, which began with his ID number, name, and gender, as well as Yang Xiaojuo's name, ID number, and gender. Turning the page, there is a string of obscure text behind it. However, there was a big red stamp on the last page of the report. The seal read, "It is confirmed that the two are father and daughter." Seeing these words, Qin Lang was overjoyed. Xiaojuo is really his daughter. Although he thought Yang Qingshuo was telling him that Xiaojuo was his daughter before, at this moment, seeing the results of the paternity test, it clearly showed that Yang Xiaojuo was indeed Qin Lang's daughter. He ate the weight directly. Relieved. The feeling inside is also completely different. Xiaojuo. Qin Lang raised his head and looked at Yang Xiaojuo, who was asking Yang Qingshuo what's written on the report. Yang Xiaojuo looked at Qin Lang. Yang Qingshuo said, "Xiaojuo, this is your real father. The report just now proves that you two are really father and daughter by blood." Yang Xiaojuo covered her mouth in surprise. She thought her mother was really with Qin Lang, so she could call Qin Lang dad. She also likes Qin Lang very much. But unexpectedly, Qin Lang was actually her biological father. But wasn't he her biological father already buried in the ground? She looked confused. Yang Qingshuo took out a photo from her bag and handed it to Yang Xiaojuo. After seeing the photo, Yang Xiaojuo immediately shouted, "Dad." Then she looked up at Qin Lang, who was looking at her lovingly, and exclaimed, "It's really Dad. Exactly the same. Dad. Dad. You crawled out of the ground. I'm so happy, Dad. You know Xiaojuo missed you so much that you crawled out. Xiaojuo misses Daddy so much. Daddy is so awesome. He defeated the black and white impermanence and climbed up. My daddy is a great hero." Children's words are sometimes exaggerated like this. This made Qin Lang laugh. He squatted down, hugged her, kissed her fair and flawless little face, and said, "Yes, Daddy knows that Xiaojuo misses Daddy, so he worked very hard to defeat the black and white impermanence and crawled out early. I love Daddy. Dad loves Xiaojuo too." After leaving the appraisal center, Yang Xiaojuo said to Qin Lang and Yang Qingshuo, "Dad, Mom, I miss my grandma and grandpa, please take me back." Dad had finally climbed up, and she didn't want to be a light bulb between her parents. "We have to try to get Mom to sleep in Dad's bed as soon as possible." Yang Qingshuo also had to go to work and really didn't have time to take care of her daughter, so she drove Xiaojuo back to her parents' home. When they parted, Yang Xiaojuo made an Oli-Ge gesture to Yang Qingshuo and whispered, "Come on, Mom." Yang Qingshuo thought of what the little girl said when she got up in the morning. Her face turned red and she raised her hand. Yang Xiaojuo immediately ran into the yard of Yang's father and mother with a smile, then turned around, made a face at Yang Qingshuo, and ran away again. Yang Qingshuo smiled helplessly, this little girl is getting more and more naughty. Back in the car, Yang Qingshuo said to Qin Lang, "Qin Lang, have you felt any discomfort in the past few days since you woke up?" "No." Qin Lang said. "I'll take you to the hospital for a physical examination." "Good." Qin Lang also wanted to see how his body was doing. The reason why he lay in the coffin before was because he had cancer, which was incurable under the medical conditions at the time. His master found a lot of herbs, wood, tripods, etc., that he could not understand, and then let him sleep in a coffin specially made for him, and covered the coffin with various herbs. Tell him that if he wakes up after a few years, his illness will definitely be cured. Although his master sometimes does stupid things, he really has real skills. At least he thought he was definitely dead, but he didn't expect that there would actually be a day when he could come back to life. Moreover, after waking up, his appearance was exactly the same as when he was asleep. It's like frozen high-tech. Yan Qingshuo comes to the hospital's special department for physical examinations and brings her whole family here for regular physical examinations every year. She is an SVIP customer here. There is no need to make an appointment in advance. You can choose the physical examination you want to do immediately and then go for the examination right away. The privilege of money. There are many items in the physical examination, and there is a special nurse accompanying Qin Lang to do the physical examination for each item. When it comes to the whole body cancer cell examination, Yan Qingshuo will accompany you closely. She remembered that her master had told her that Qin Lang was lying in the coffin in a vegetative state because he had cancer and was undergoing treatment. Now that Qin Lang has woken up, she hopes the cancer has been cured. "Doctor, how is it?" Yan Qingshuo asked nervously. The doctor looked at the data on the display and said, "No cancer cells have been found yet. Wait until all the scans are completed." "Okay." Yan Qingshuo breathed a sigh of relief. Pray in your heart that there are no cancer cells. Qin Lang is healthy. After a full examination, the doctor pressed the button next to him, meaning that the examination was complete and Qin Lang, who was in the examination room, could come out. Then he said to Yan Qingshuo, "After all the scans, no cancer cells were found, and no signs of cancer were found." Yan Qingshuo clenched her fists and ran out of the observation room in great excitement. Seeing Qin Lang coming out of the examination room, she walked over, hugged him, and said, "You're fine. There are no cancer cells in your body." Qin Lang was also very happy when he heard this. I secretly sighed that my master was really amazing. I just don't know where my master is traveling now, otherwise I could make a delicious meal to thank him. After completing the physical examination at the hospital, the report came out shortly afterwards. It shows that there is nothing wrong with Qin Lang's body, he is just a little sub-healthy, so it is recommended that he exercise more. Sub-health is related to the fact that Qin Lang has been lying in a coffin for 28 years without any physical activity. This is easy to solve. Yan Qingshuo was very happy when she saw the physical examination report. She told Qin Lang that he was not allowed to ride a bicycle to work in the future, but had to run to work in the morning like her. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Okay." Yan Qingshuo drove back to their company. After getting out of the car, she naturally wanted to hold Qin Lang's hand, but Qin Lang didn't let her hold it. Yan Qingshuo looked at Qin Lang with a cry. Qin Lang said, "This is in your company. I am your assistant now. Please pay attention to the impact. But you're my boyfriend now. You want to make our relationship public?" "Certainly. Not yet. It's bad for your image as a president." Although Qin Lang explained that he was thinking about her, Yan Qingshuo was still a little unhappy and said to Qin Lang, "There is no one here now. If you let me kiss you, I will promise you not to make our relationship public for the time being." Chapter 20. This girlfriend is so nice, she really helps me out when I have problems. Qin Lang nodded. Yan Qingshuo was delighted. She moved over and kissed Qin Lang. Qin Lang said, "Let's go back to the company." "Okay." Yan Qingshuo was as well behaved as a satisfied cat. Arriving at the company, Qin Lang went to his assistant's workstation. This workstation is not far from Yan Qingshuo's office. Yan Qingshuo didn't assign him any work, and no one else dared to assign him any work. So, after getting to his seat, Qin Lang saw that there was nothing for him to do, so he started to slack off. He took out his mobile phone, but this time he did not log into the game, but logged into a parent-child forum. Browsed the posts posted by netizens on it. He is a father now, even though he is a new father, but he also wants to know how to get along with his 5-year-old daughter. He really never thought that he would become a father so soon. I was reading a post in which a father asked for help. He said that it was summer and his 5-year-old daughter always wanted to wear a cotton-padded jacket, but if she was not allowed to wear it, she would cry. What should he do? Qin Lang was stunned when he saw this post. Wearing a cotton jacket in the hot summer. Why would a child have such thoughts? Aren't you afraid of getting too hot? When I clicked in, I found that many moms and dads were replying and giving advice. Babies are still young and don't know spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They suddenly want to wear whatever clothes they want. This is a normal phenomenon. Don't blame them. My advice is that if she wants to wear something, just find a cotton jacket and let her wear it. When she finds that the jacket is too hot, she will take it off naturally. Or, when you take her out and others say that she is wearing a cotton padded jacket in the middle of summer, she will feel embarrassed and know that she should not wear a cotton padded jacket at this time. I got a little knowledge. Qin Lang touched his chin. Qin Lang, you have a package. Suddenly, a voice sounded above his head. When he looked up, he saw the employee in charge of the company's express delivery put a package on his counter. Qin Lang took the package and opened it. I found that there was a little genius watch inside, the same style as the one Yan Qingshuo was wearing today. Ding ding. A message came in on the phone. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from Yan Qingshuo. Yang Xiaojuo, Dad, I gave you a small gift, a watch. I have added my friend to the watch. When the time comes, we can chat on the watch. Qin Lang was a little amused. My daughter gave me a cartoon watch. However, since it was a gift from his daughter, although it was a little childish, Qin Lang still put it on and read the instruction manual. After activating the system, he found that he had a much better understanding of modern technology. Basically, after reading it and then searching for information on Baidu, he would know what it was. After turning on the watch and opening the moments function, you will see the moments posted by Yang Xiaojuo. The first photo was of the express package box he had just received. The text reads, "A gift for a very important person." Seeing this circle of friends, Qin Lang laughed immediately. I am a very important person to my daughter. Regardless of the fact that playing with such cartoon watches was childish, Qin Lang simply clicked like on this post on WeChat Moments. Then I continued to look through Yang Xiaojuo's circle of friends. All she posted were her moods. From her circle of friends, I could almost see her daily situation. The little guy really likes to post on WeChat Moments and share. I saw that since meeting Yang Xiaojuo yesterday, Yang Xiaojuo has posted 5 messages about him on her moments. One is that I met a handsome uncle today. One is that I played the role of a matchmaker today. One is that I had a lot of fun playing games tonight because I had someone to keep me company. One is that today is the day that mom and dad play with me. The last one is the package just now. Looking at these pictures and texts, Qin Lang felt a sense of satisfaction and happiness that he had never felt before. He liked all of Yang Xiaojuo's posts on WeChat Moments one by one. Happy. What he didn't know at this moment was that a male employee named Ning Jiaquan, who was sitting at a workstation not far from him, picked up his mobile phone and quickly and silently took a photo of Qin Lang playing with his watch. Then I opened the company's reporting email address and sent an anonymous report email to the complaint team. Report Qin Lang for slacking off and playing with his watch during work hours. Seeing the email that had been sent, Ning Jiaquan curled his lips in a sinister smile. Although there were rumors in the company's small group that Qin Lang was President Yang's boyfriend, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that President Yang would be interested in a slacking off 18-year-old boy like Qin Lang. He felt sad. Why could Qin Lang slack off at work while he had to work so hard? I filed a complaint immediately. The complaints team received the email very quickly, and Yu Jin, the team leader who handled the complaints team, saw the photo and Qin Lang's name. His eyebrows jumped suddenly. If he were an ordinary employee, he would definitely follow the company's rules and regulations immediately and just deduct 200 yuan from his salary. However, according to gossip, Qin Lang is President Yang's new boyfriend. He didn't dare to make a decision casually, and still sent a message to Yan Qingshuo, including the photo of Qin Lang slacking off, and sent it to Yan Qingshuo. At this moment, Yan Qingshuo was in a meeting outside. The phone was put on the table with the silent mode turned off. Seeing her phone flash, she took it and clicked on the message from Yu Jin. Yu Jin, Boss Yang, someone has anonymously complained about Qin Lang slacking off at work. What do you think we should do? Yu Jin, picture. Yang Qingshuo clicked on the picture and saw Qin Lang looking down at his phone. The picture showed Qin Lang's profile. Seeing Qin Lang lowering his head and playing with his mobile phone seriously, Yang Qingshuo's cold mouth corners unconsciously raised an arc. My man is so handsome from every angle. The side profile is also amazing. This watch is the same model as Xiaojuo's. It seems that Xiaojuo gave a watch to Qin Lang. Qin Lang is willing to wear such a childish watch on his wrist. It seems that Qin Lang likes their daughter very much. After saving the photo to her phone, she typed a reply on the phone screen, "Go check who sent the anonymous email." As soon as Yu Jin saw the news, he knew that President Yang was going to protect Qin Lang. My calculation was correct. Fortunately, I have a high EQ, otherwise I would have really deducted money from Qin Lang and would have lost my position. Immediately, he went to check who made the anonymous report. This is easy to check, by the direction of the photo taken, and the IP address from which the email was sent. Soon, he found out that the anonymous email was from company employee Ning Jiaquan. Yu Jin immediately told Yan Qingshuo. Yan Qingshuo replied, "I understand." There was no further news. Yu Jin was a man with good eyesight, so he immediately asked someone to call Ning Jiaquan over for a proper talk. At this moment, Ning Jiaquan was secretly feeling happy. He was even more delighted when he saw the people from the complaint team coming over. He knew that Qin Lang would definitely be criticized and have his salary deducted this time. What Mr. Yang hates most is people who slack off at work. When that happens, Qin Lang will definitely be fired. Chapter 21, If you get Qin Lang drunk, until you get what you want. What he didn't expect was that after the people from the complaint team passed by Qin Lang, they didn't look for Qin Lang, but walked towards him instead. "Ning Jiaquan, come with us." When Ning Jiaquan left, he still had expectations in his heart, but when Yu Jin asked him not to slack off at work, he was dumbfounded. "I'm slacking off? It's obviously Qin Lang who's slacking off. You took photos and sent emails to complain during work hours. Isn't that slacking off?" But Qin Lang was playing with his watch. He was slacking off more than I was. I only took the photo when I reported him. Can Qin Lang be the same as us? Team leader Yu, what do you mean by this? Go back and learn from it. Okay, forget about this matter. Don't complain about Qin Lang next time. Ning Jiaquan left the complaint team feeling frustrated and depressed. At around 5 in the afternoon, when he was about to get off work, Qin Lang received a text message from Yan Qingshuo. Ask him to pick her up at the Marriott Hotel. Qin Lang took a taxi to the Marriott Hotel. At this moment, in a private room at the Marriott Hotel, Cai Yinyan, one of Yan Qingshuo's best friends, smiled and said, "When your man comes later, look at us. We will definitely help you get him drunk. You will enjoy your evening." Yan Qingshuo's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she said, "We can't let him drink too much. I'm really too drunk to do anything." That's not good. Cai Yinyan made an okay gesture. Yan Qingshuo was vaguely looking forward to it. She hasn't tasted that feeling for 6 years. This time, she must remember it well. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. The waiter opened the door and it was Qin Lang standing at the door. "Qin Lang, here." Yan Qingshuo waved at Qin Lang. Qin Lang only felt that all eyes in the box were on him at this moment. He walked towards Yan Qingshuo and sat next to her. "Mr. Yang, could you please introduce me?" "Who is this?" Cai Yinyan asked with a smile. She really didn't expect that Xiaoduo's father was so young. She looks like she is only 18 years old. Oh my god, Xiaojuo is 5 years old now, but Yan Qingshuo was so cruel to Qin Lang when he was only 12 years old. Oh shit. She was deeply shocked. Among all of them, Yan Qingshuo is the best at having fun. My baby has graduated from kindergarten, but my boyfriend has just become an adult. Moreover, this beauty, this figure, and the art created by the pants are truly top-notch. No wonder Yan Qingshuo destroyed her so ruthlessly at an early age and remained loyal to her. Qin Lang really has this ability. Yan Qingshuo smiled and said, "Let me introduce you to everyone. This is my boyfriend and the father of my child, Qin Lang." When these words were spoken, the other 3 men who were not Yan Qingshuo's best friends were shocked on the spot. "Boss Yang, are you in love?" They thought Yan Qingshuo would be a lesbian, or a bachelor who would never get married, but unexpectedly, she actually started dating a boyfriend. Moreover, this boyfriend is the father of her child, which means that they will most likely get married in the future. Yan Qingshuo smiled, took Qin Lang's hand, touched it, and nodded. "Mr. Yang, come, let me toast you and congratulate you." One of them, named Wang Jinpeng, raised his glass to congratulate. Yan Qingshuo didn't raise her glass, so Qin Lang took the glass and said, "I'll drink on behalf of President Yang." Wang Jinpeng smiled and said, "Sure." The two clinked their glasses, and Qin Lang downed a glass of white wine in one gulp. The spicy taste of the liquor went down my throat, and I felt like I was drinking liquor. However, I only felt the spicy sensation in my throat. Further down, it was broken down into water molecules by the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, which was a reward from the system. I didn't feel any discomfort in my stomach or intestines. It's like drinking a small glass of water. Cool. Drinking cheating tool. And it's the kind that no one else can discover. The other two also started to toast Yan Qingshuo, and Yan Qingshuo's three best friends, Cai Yinyan and others, also took the opportunity to toast Yan Qingshuo. Qin Lang drank all the wine. The drinking table culture: after drinking, people chat about all kinds of topics and the atmosphere becomes more lively. Especially Qin Lang's ability to drink made him the focus of the whole audience. Good. Qin Lang drank another glass of wine, and everyone applauded. Several people at the table had drunk so much that their faces turned red. Yan Qingshuo pulled Qin Lang and whispered, "Stop drinking." Although she wanted her girlfriends to get Qin Lang drunk at first, she felt distressed when she saw Qin Lang drinking cup after cup of liquor. Qin Lang patted the back of Yan Qingshuo's hand and said, "It's okay, I'm not drunk yet, I can still drink more." After 3 rounds of drinking, Wang Jinpeng was already drunk. He raised his glass and said, "Har har, I had a great time today. Xiao Qin, come on, let's have another drink. After this one, Mr. Yang, I'll sign your contract. You need to adjust the numbers. Your Xiao Qin can drink so much. I have to buy more of your cosmetics. Give me another 6 million orders." The other man was already drunk, but he raised his hand and said, "And me. Give me another 6 million in shoe and clothing orders." Yang Qingshuo was stunned. She looked at Qin Lang in surprise, and Qin Lang patted her shoulder and said, "Sign the contract." Okay. Yang Qingshuo immediately called Xiaobing and asked her to reprint the contract. Subsequently, 2 contracts were signed with Wang Jinpeng and others, with a total order of 30 million. After the show, after seeing off Wang Jinpeng and the others, Cai Yinyan and Tan Xinyan were completely drunk and leaned on the shoulders of their respective female secretaries. "Xiao Kui, Lulu, send Mr. Cai and Mr. Tan back home, and make some hangover soup for them when you get back." "Okay, Mr. Yang, let's go." Xiao Kui and Lulu carried their respective presidents into the car. Before getting on the car, Tan Xinyan grabbed Yang Qingshuo's hand and tapped her palm, meaning, "Come on." It seemed that Tan Xinyan was not completely drunk, but she was also drunk. Yang Qingshuo's face blushed slightly. She sent Tan Xinyan to the car, closed the door, and told Lulu to drive carefully. After watching the 2 cars drive away, Yang Qingshuo returned to her own stretched version of Rolls-Royce. Qin Lang was sitting in the back seat at the moment, so she also sat in the back seat and asked Xiaobing to open the baffles between the driver's seat and the back seat, and then asked Xiaobing to drive slowly and avoid bumps. "Okay, Mr. Yang." Xiaobing pressed a button on the center console, and a baffle slowly rose up, blocking the driver's seat and the back seat, giving the back seat full privacy. It was getting dark now. Looking at the dim back seat and Qin Lang leaning against the chair, emitting the scent of hormones, Yang Qingshuo felt that every cell in her body was screaming with excitement. She suppressed her excitement, took out a bottle of water, opened it, handed it to Qin Lang's mouth, and said softly, "Qin Lang, drink some water." Chapter 22: Secret Method. Qin Lang opened his eyes and shook his head, "No need. All I drank tonight was water, so I'm not thirsty at all. Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Yang Qingshuo asked with concern. "Fine. Look what number this is." Yang Qingshuo raised her fingers and placed them in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang slapped her hand and said, "Stop making trouble." Yang Qingshuo's eyes lit up. Qin Lang was indeed drunk. I couldn't even recognize for. And he wasn't really drunk, which made him a perfect state for ordering random things after drinking. She softened her voice and body, and she put her arms around Qin Lang's neck. She came close to him and said in a low, baby voice, "Qin Lang, you facilitated an order of 30 million tonight. I have to give you a big reward. Come on, give me a kiss." As she spoke, she kissed Qin Lang on the lips. 10 minutes later, Qin Lang hugged Yang Qingshuo and said softly, "We're almost home." "Okay." Yang Qingshuo softened in Qin Lang's arms. After the car drove to the community parking lot, Qin Lang carried Yang Qingshuo out of the car and carried her all the way back home. As soon as she entered the house and closed the door, Yang Qingshuo started to untie Qin Lang's belt. Qin Lang grabbed his hand. Huh. Yang Qingshuo looked up in confusion. What you up to? What do you think? No. Why? You're my boyfriend. Qin Lang touched Yang Qingshuo's little head and said with a smile, Be good, it's too late tonight, take a bath and go to bed. It's only 7 o'clock in the evening, it's the best time. Yang Qingshuo refused. I want to take a shower. I'm leaving. Qin Lang put Yang Qingshuo down and went into his room. Yang Qingshuo looked at the closed door and scratched the air cutely like a furry kitten. Qin Lang. She was so angry that she sat down on the sofa, took her phone, and complained to her girlfriend's group. Yang Qingshuo, why do men still have reason and remain sober after getting drunk? Shan Shua Qin, that means he wasn't drunk. Sai Yan Qingshuo? Why are you in the group? Shouldn't you be applauding for love with your boyfriend right now? Fuck. Could it be that your Qin Lang is not drunk? No way. I'm vomiting right now. I feel so uncomfortable. For your sexual happiness, I've risked everything tonight. I've toasted Qin Lang with so many glasses of white wine. He's not drunk. Tansanyan, fuck. I'm having my stomach washed in the hospital. Tell me, Qin Lang is not drunk. Is his stomach made of steel? He drank at least a large bottle of liquor. Everyone is drunk. Sai Yin, I'm not willing to give up, Qingshuo, you must sleep with Qin Lang tonight. Sisters, can someone give me some advice? Hurry up, don't let me drink so much wine for nothing tonight. When Qingshuo, put some in the room to warm up the atmosphere, and then kiss him. He will definitely not be able to handle it. Seeing this suggestion, Yang Qingshuo's eyes immediately lit up. He put away his phone, walked to Qin Lang's door, turned the key, and opened the door this time. She chuckled. Seeing that Qin Lang was not in the room, he was taking a shower in the bathroom. She quickly turned on the TV in the room and pressed the mute button. But where to find? She doesn't usually watch these. Suddenly she thought of the large video file her mother had sent her before, but she had deleted it. Regret. With a ding sound, a WeChat message came into the phone. It was sent by Wen Jinger. Sent a video. Then the text is, You're welcome, just cast the screen to the TV. Yang Qingshuo chuckled. With the help of her best friend this time, she didn't believe that she can defeat Qin Lang. Immediately, she downloaded the video and projected it onto the TV. She didn't dare to watch these videos. She pressed the play button on the TV. She didn't dare to watch them at all. She slipped out of the room and hid at the door, ready to wait for Qin Lang to come out of the shower, then turn off the mute on the TV and let the sound of the video play out. After a while, the sound of the shower in the bathroom was turned off. Qin Lang has finished his shower. It's coming out. 3, 2, 1. The bathroom door opened. Yang Qingshuo immediately pressed the mute button on the remote control excitedly, and the sound instantly rang out in the room. Her little face turned red with embarrassment. I feel a little bit expectant and excited inside. Qin Lang was speechless as he watched the images and sounds that suddenly appeared on the TV. Sure enough, the words in those books I picked up a few days ago were actually true. So fucking hungry. Play a short video for him to watch in his room. This video was even more aesthetically pleasing than the ones he had seen in the video hall before. Enjoy it. While drying my hair, I admired it. 10 minutes later, Yang Qingshuo sat on the sofa, feeling defeated and annoyed, grabbing a pillow and hammering it. She actually got scared at the critical moment. No, Yang Qingshuo, Qin Lang is still watching the video. If you don't go in now, you will really miss it. I don't know when the next great opportunity like this will come. Be brave and go in. Don't be shy. Just go in and lie down. After brainwashing himself, President Yang stood up again with a heroic spirit and went to Qin Lang's room. Boyfriend Tilder. Would you like to come and watch it together? Qin Lang invited. Okay. Yang Qingshuo walked over and climbed onto Qin Lang's bed. My heart is screaming. Boyfriend, I want you to kiss me. Without saying a word, Qin Lang kissed Yang Qingshuo. Yang Qingshuo closed her eyes. Half an hour later, Qin Lang pulled Yang Qingshuo up and said with a smile, Let's go, I'll make you some midnight snack. Yang Qingshuo blushed and bit her lip as she said, "There's no food at home. Let's go buy some and cook." "Okay, wait a minute." "Okay, Tilda." When Yang Qingshuo came to the boutique organic supermarket downstairs to buy vegetables, she picked leeks, pork kidneys, beef, and pig penis. After returning home, Yang Qingshuo put all the vegetables Qin Lang bought into the refrigerator, put the vegetables she selected into the sink, and said with a smile, "Let's have these for supper tonight." Qin Lang said, "Your kidneys are quite strong, do you still need to replenish them?" Yang Qingshuo blinked and asked, "Are these good for kidney health?" "I don't know, I just think they are delicious when cooked." "Boyfriend, you can fry leeks with eggs, pork kidneys with red peppers, beef with celery, and deep fry pig whip. Hurry up and get it done. I'm going to go get busy with work now." After saying that, Yang Qingshuo ran away. Hee, I'll give you some good nourishment, and I don't believe that you won't miss it when the time comes." Just now in the room, she didn't really take down Qin Lang. Winning over your husband is a long and arduous journey. Chapter 23 3-hit TV series. During the midnight snack, Yang Qingshuo specifically asked Qin Lang to eat more leeks and pork kidneys. "It's okay to get angry, just relieve it." Hee Tilda. "It tastes good, right? If it tastes good, eat more. Let's buy more of these dishes and eat them often in the future." Yang Qingshuo picked up a piece of pork kidney for Qin Lang and smiled beautifully. Qin Lang was thinking in his heart that he was doomed. "I guess I won't be able to lock the door tonight. How many days can I hold on?" "Just a few days." If he was taken down by Yang Qingshuo directly, he would probably have to buy kidney tonifying products every day. "I don't know when the system will reward you with kidney strengthening tonics like the power potion." He is still looking forward to the system's rewards. After dinner, Qin Lang wanted to go back to his room to rest, but Yang Qingshuo stopped him and said, "Let's do some after dinner exercise." After saying that, she kissed Qin Lang. After kissing for half an hour, Qin Lang finally broke away and returned to his room. "My girlfriend is too strong, I can't handle it anymore, what should I do?" Seek help online. The next day, Yang Qingshuo woke up from a sweet dream, took a shower in the bathroom, and changed into sportswear. Today she plans to continue running to work. And Qin Lang must be brought along. Qin Lang's body is in sub-health and he needs to exercise more. As his girlfriend, she has to supervise him closely. After changing clothes, he opened the tablet in front of him. Xiaoji read today's morning paper. "Yes, master." "Master, today's outdoor temperature is 35 degrees, the indoor temperature is 28 degrees, and the weather is sunny." Keyword news: Yang's Group's latest TV series, I Have a Date with Autumn, was broadcast on TV last night, and the ratings were ridiculously low 0.023%. Yang's Group's production is a bad movie as usual. Yang Qingshuo, who was applying lipstick, paused when she heard the news, threw away the lipstick, picked up the tablet and clicked on the news. Looking at the details page, there are all kinds of things said about this TV series, saying that the props and costumes are good but everything else is bad, the script is bad, the actors' acting skills are bad, the dubbing is bad, etc. This report was published 10 minutes ago and has received more than 10,000 comments. Click on the comments. There was still cursing going on inside as usual. If I watch any more TV dramas produced by Yang's Group, I will be a big complainer. Damn it, why didn't the opening song say that this was a TV series produced by Yang's Group? I was so depressed after watching one episode, and it was only at the end song that the text appeared saying that this was produced by Yang's Group. Yang Qingshuo, please stop filming TV series. The TV series you filmed are so good. Please stop filming. Yang Qingshuo, you are excellent, really, but please stop filming TV series. I still want to keep my eyes open to see the aurora. Thank you very much, I am a teammate who only relies on you to set off my work. I passed by the TV series, XXX. Appraisal completed, Yang Qingshuo, the king of bad movies. On Qin Lang's side, after he woke up, the voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding. It is detected that their host has completed the task of living with the bound object Yang Qingshuo for 3 days. Their host is rewarded with a small piece of information about the future. As the system's voice fell, a virtual computer screen appeared in front of Qin Lang. 3 pieces of information appeared on the computer screen. After the release of In the Name of People, the ratings exploded and it became a hit TV series in 2017. Director, Li Lu, starring Lu Yi, Zhang Fengyi, Wu Gang, etc. Now this TV series has not started filming and is looking for investors. After the broadcast of Eternal Love, it will become a hit in recent years. Director, Lin Yufan, starring Yang Mi, Zhao Yuting. Now the TV series has not started filming, and the copyright of the novel has not been sold. After the broadcast of My First Half of Life in the future, it will become a hit urban emotional drama, with constant hot searches. Director, Qin Lang, starring Qi Dong, Mar Yili. Now this TV series has not started filming, and is not favored by investors, so it has not attracted investment to start filming. Qin Lang was overjoyed when he saw these three pieces of information. This meant that these TV series would become very popular in the future. However, now, these TV series have not started filming yet. Moreover, some of the novel copyrights have not been sold, and some have not found investors. Yan Qingshuo Yan Group has an entertainment company under its umbrella. Moreover, Yang's group is known as the company that produces the most bad movies. However, if Yang's group takes over these three TV series and becomes the producer, once these three TV series are released, it will definitely greatly change the audience's impression of Yang's group. It will also change their impression of Yan Qingshuo. It will also change Yan Qingshuo's public image, which means that the task of changing Yan Qingshuo's public image can be completed. Thinking of this, Qin Lang smiled. Sure enough, this system is awesome. Qin Lang immediately got up to wash up. Even though he had not indulged himself in lust, he was still full of energy. Come to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After making breakfast, I saw Yan Qingshuo coming out. After Yan Qingshuo came out, she turned on the TV in the living room and clicked on XX TV station to watch the TV series, I Have a Date with Autumn, which had just been released by their group. This is a modern rural love story. Qin Lang brought out breakfast, watching TV. Come and have breakfast. Not in the mood. If you don't eat it, I'll eat it all. Yan Qingshuo immediately put down the remote control and went to the restaurant. Looking at the very appetizing chili noodles in oil in front of her, she took a few quick bites and then had no appetite anymore. What are you thinking about? Qin Lang asked while slurping vermicelli. The TV series, our group's new TV series, has suffered another setback. Yan Qingshuo said with a frown. She made her fortune in shoes, clothing and cosmetics, but as competition grew, she decided to explore new paths and set up an entertainment company. We plan to use entertainment companies to cultivate traffic stars, and then use the traffic stars to support shoes, clothing and cosmetics. This is a good idea, but she doesn't know much about TV dramas and movies. Although we have been learning and correcting ourselves all the time, we still haven't produced any hit TV series or movies that the public would like. However, it was not as bad as the audience said. It was just breaking even and did not make as much money as she had imagined. Also, because she failed to cultivate any popular stars, she didn't provide any blood transfusion to her shoe and cosmetics companies. Qin Lang smiled and said, TV series. I looked online today and found 3 scripts that would be great if adapted into TV series. As he spoke, Qin Lang took out his phone, searched the online page of 3 Lives 3 Worlds 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, and then handed it to Yan Qingshuo to read. Take a look at this novel. I think it would be great if it were made into a TV series. When the time comes, please invite Yang Mi and Zhao Yuting to star in it, and let Lin Yufan be the director. Chapter 24, The Doting Husband. Yan Qingshuo took the phone, looked at it for a while, and said, this fairy tale novel is good, and it's from Xinjiang. Last year, after the Xinjiang drama, The Journey of Flower, was broadcast, it had a phenomenal audience rating. That TV series was directed by Lin Yufan. Boyfriend, you have a very good eye. After work today, I will have a meeting to discuss the start of filming for this TV series. Qin Lang nodded. Since we're in a meeting, let's talk about it together. You can also buy In the Name of People and The First Half of My Life to shoot. Immediately, Qin Lang told the directors and leading actors for the 2 TV series. Yan Qingshuo took the notebook on the dining table and quickly wrote down the names of the 2 scripts Qin Lang mentioned, as well as their respective directors and actors. After writing it, she asked, 3 films at once. Well, these 3 films will definitely be hits, and you should buy the copyright and start filming as soon as possible, otherwise they will be spotted by others. Qin Lang said. Yan Qingshuo said, okay, I believe you. Although she felt that Qin Lang had only been down the mountain for a few days, how could he possibly understand the current TV drama market? However, she instinctively believed in Qin Lang. Moreover, Qin Lang wanted her to buy the copyright of the drama, so she went to buy it. Even if I film it for Qin Lang and don't make any money, it's worth it. As long as Qin Lang is happy, that's all. The one who dotes on her husband like crazy is her. After breakfast, Yan Qingshuo took Qin Lang to run to work. Running. Well, come on, I bought you a pair of sneakers and a sports suit, go to your room and change into them, we're going to work. You can go there by bike. Qin Lang finally insisted. Running in this hot summer might make you faint from the heat. Yan Qingshuo twisted Qin Lang's arm and said in a baby voice, go change it quickly. Or I'll deduct your salary. Qin Lang ran back to his room and changed into his sports suit and sneakers. Wearing this new outfit, Qin Lang looks even more sunny and handsome. Moreover, when Yan Qingshuo chose this new outfit, she deliberately chose a couple's style that matched the one she was wearing. The first company Yan Qingshuo opened was a shoe and clothing company. So her aesthetic sense is very strong. The clothes and shoes chosen are a perfect match for Qin Lang's temperament and handsomeness. Boyfriend, you are so handsome. Let's go to work. I feel good when I see a handsome guy. The two of them were running to work, and this scene attracted the attention of passers-by. Because both of them are so good-looking, and they were running, they attracted a lot of attention. I ran all the way to the company, took a shower in Yan Qingshuo's office, and changed clothes before people started to come to the company. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yan Qingshuo called a meeting of the senior management. She said she was going to film 3 TV series, In the Name of People, My First Half of Life, and Eternal Love. The marketing manager immediately raised his hand in objection. Boss Yang, our newly released TV series, I Have a Date with Autumn, was a disaster, and the ratings are horribly low. My personal suggestion is that we are really not suitable for making TV series. Otherwise, we should put our focus back on shoes, clothing, and cosmetics. Should we stop running the entertainment company? The financial manager said, Boss Yang, in the past 3 years, our entertainment company has been able to break even, but this year, given the current situation, we may start to incur losses. Boss Yang, how about we cut our losses in time? Stop filming the TV series. The sales manager said, Boss Yang, the entertainment companies really haven't provided any blood transfusion for our shoes, clothing, and cosmetics in the past few years. Although the entertainment companies seem to be making money, many of them have closed down. We have been doing this for so many years and haven't made any achievements. This shows that we are not suitable. Otherwise, should we change the track? Yan Qingshuo slapped the table and said, these 3 TV series can definitely reverse the reputation of our Yang Group in the TV series market. It's decided. Those who want to buy copyrights can buy copyrights, and those who want to negotiate investment can negotiate investment. I will start preparing to shoot these 3 TV series immediately. In addition, the director and the lead actor must be designated. In the name of people, please. Next, Yan Qingshuo talked about the directors and leading actors of the 3 TV series. When the executives heard that Eternal Love was going to invite Yang Mi to play the lead role, Jian Jingfeng, the general manager of Yang's Entertainment, raised his hand and said, Boss Yang, although Yang Mi is popular, her acting skills are too poor and her price is too high. It's not cost-effective to invite her to play the lead role. Yan Qingshuo said, do as I say. The executives below looked at each other. I wonder why Mr. Yang, who was domineering before but still listened to their opinions, suddenly became so stubborn and domineering. You don't want to listen to any opinions at all. Suddenly, they thought of the bet agreement between the group and the investors. There is only more than a year left until the bet agreement ends. Mr. Yang is under too much pressure and is starting to get anxious. Okay, Mr. Yang. Everyone went to work one by one. After the meeting, Yan Qingshuo returned to the office and rubbed her temples. Qin Lang brought her a cup of freshly brewed tea. Don't feel pressured. There will be absolutely no problem filming these 3 TV series according to the directors and actors I have chosen. They will definitely be hits. Qin Lang said as he massaged Yan Qingshuo's shoulders. Yan Qingshuo nodded, yeah. Knock knock. There was knock on the door. Qin Lang put down his hands that were massaging Yan Qingshuo, and Yan Qingshuo asked someone to come in. The workers delivering the fitness equipment have arrived. Yang Qingshuo asked them to put the fitness equipment next to the large floor-to-ceiling glass. After the installation, the workers cleaned up the garbage and left. Qin Lang asked Yang Qingshuo why she suddenly bought fitness equipment in the office. I'm taking you to exercise. You're in sub-health. Qin Lang. He almost collapsed after running to the company today. I just want to lie down and be a salted fish. Ding. It is detected that their host has the tendency to become a resentful species. Their host is faced with a choice of tasks. Choose one. Take Yang Qingshuo home on a shared bike after get off work today, and I will reward the host with master-level ballroom dancing skills. Choice 2, change the target of resentment, and reward the host with master-level driving skills. Of these two options, I would definitely choose option 1. Yang Qingshuo is the mother of his child, and he doesn't want to change his partner. However, taking Yang Qingshuo to ride a shared bicycle after get off work. This is a bit difficult. According to Yang Qingshuo's idea of taking him to the gym, he could either run home or take a bus home. Riding a shared bike. But it reduces your value much more than running, it's too common. However, for this master-level ballroom dancing skill, I gave it my all. Moreover, if you don't complete the tasks issued by this system, your money will be deducted. It's so unfair. Boyfriend, come, let's try this treadmill and go for a run. Yang Qingshuo waved at Qin Lang with a sly smile on her face. While running, let Qin Lang take off his clothes. He tilde. Chapter 25 Where haven't I seen you? Let us satisfy Boss Yang first so that he can ride a shared bike when he gets off work. Qin Lang went to the treadmill. Running with Boss Yang. He ran for a full 20 minutes. Although there was air conditioning in the room, it was too hot outside and his whole body was hot. In a short while, Qin Lang was sweating profusely. Yang Qingshuo got off the treadmill, took a towel and handed it to Qin Lang. Come, wipe the sweat off. Qin Lang took the towel, wiped the sweat off his face, and continued running. It's too hot, Qin Lang, please take off your clothes. Don't want. Why? I'm afraid you'll see me. Where on you haven't I seen it? Qin Lang. After running, Qin Lang did not take off his clothes. He took the clothes that had been washed in the morning and went directly into the built-in bathroom. He took a comfortable hot bath and changed into new clothes. When I came out, I could still see Yang Qingshuo's unsatisfied eyes. He walked over, patted her little head, smoothed her hair, and said with a smile, "Be good, I'm going out now. Let's go home together after get off work." After hearing the last sentence, Boss Yang, who had not gotten what he wanted to see Qin Lang working out shirtless, finally smiled and said, "Okay." Because Yang Qingshuo has a habit of buying clothes. If she thinks something looks good, she will buy 10 identical sets. So, although Qin Lang changed his clothes, they were still the same style as the ones he wore before entering the office. However, the sharp-eyed Ning Jiaqun noticed at a glance that Qin Lang had changed his clothes. Because he saw that before Qin Lang entered the office, the corner of the clothes he was wearing was stained with red ink, but now when he came out, the clothes were clean. Thinking about how every time Qin Lang went to the president's office, he would stay there for several hours. In addition, his complaint against Qin Lang yesterday was unsuccessful, and he was criticized instead. It seems that Qin Lang really climbed into President Yang's bed. Thinking of this, he felt depressed, envious, jealous and hateful, and turned into a sour grape. Isn't it just that he looks a little more handsome? Isn't it just that he's tall? There will always be a day when you get tired of being played by Mr. Yang. When the time comes, I'll see who will protect you. Immediately, he quietly took out his mobile phone, clicked on Weibo, and commented on the 5th most searched topic. Yang Group's new TV series suffered another setback. All kinds of insults against Yang Qingshuo. A meal to vent. Workplace 996 Guzi. Yang Qingshuo is not only bad at filming, but also fat, ugly and dark-skinned, and she also keeps a young hunk. This 996 dog in the workplace is him, and he is the deputy team leader of the Yan Qingshuo group on Jihu. As soon as he said this, someone immediately commented on his post. Oh my god, this is a shocking piece of news. Yang Qingshuo is supporting a young hunk? If the 300-pound Yang Qingshuo falls on the young hunk, will he be crushed into a pulp? I'm curious about what postures they use when they applaud for love. I wonder how that young handsome guy can chew the fat, ugly and dark-faced one. I feel sorry for the young hunk for a second. These days, it's really hard to make money from rich women. It's worse than shit. Xiaobing came to Yang Qingshuo's office and said, Boss Yang, the production team of I'm a Female CEO has contacted us and plans to start filming this Sunday. We will use a live broadcast method at that time. It is Thursday now, and the day after tomorrow is Sunday. Yang Qingshuo nodded, well, you arrange it. Xiaobing ticked a box on the itinerary, then looked up at Yang Qingshuo, thought for a moment, and said, Boss Yang, there was a new comment on Weibo that criticized you, saying that you. She was too embarrassed to continue. What did you say about me? Yang Qingshuo continued to correct the documents without even raising her head. Xiaobing mustered up her courage and said, they say you're keeping a young hunk. Anyway, what they say is really nasty. Are you really not going to do anything about it? Now they are really going further and further in smearing you. Yang Qingshuo carefully read the document in her hand, signed it, and then said, don't worry, they can be black if they want, black is also a kind of red. Didn't you see that the number of views and sales of our Yang's clothing online store have increased? Xiaobing opened her mouth and said nothing more. It seems that what our president said is right. But, hey, it's still a different perspective on the problem. No wonder the president is the president and she can only be an ordinary assistant. After get off work, Yang Qingshuo was about to drive back home. The elevator had already pressed the 2-floor underground parking lot, and Qin Lang pressed their 1 floor. Question mark. Yang Qingshuo turned and looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled and said, I'll take you to have some fun. Okay. Yang Qingshuo was looking forward to it. But when Qin Lang brought Yang Qingshuo to the place where the shared bikes were parked, he was dumbfounded. Qin Lang, you didn't say you wanted to take me to have fun, that is, riding this shared bike. Qin Lang said, I can't drive. I think the air in the car is too stuffy. Riding a bicycle is very much like my era. If you don't want to ride with me, that's fine. As he spoke, Qin Lang lowered his head, looking a little aggrieved. Yang Qingshuo immediately slapped the seat of the shared bike and said, ride. I love riding a bike the most. Really? Qin Lang looked up and blinked his big, innocent eyes. Yes. Yang Qingshuo's innocent big eyes didn't even blink. Then let's ride our bikes back. Okay, but I've never ridden this thing before, how do I operate it? It's easy. I'll teach you. Just scan it with this. As he said that, Qin Lang unlocked the 2 shared bicycles. Then put a safety helmet on Yang Qingshuo. When fastening her helmet, Yang Qingshuo looked up and could see a magnified version of Qin Lang's handsome face. At this moment, the summer breeze blows by. Her hair blew into his face. He brushed it away with his hands and carefully fastened her helmet. At this moment, she only felt her heart beating rapidly. My man is so handsome. The feeling of love came over me instantly. For the first time, she felt that riding a bicycle was really good. After Qin Lang put on the helmet for Yang Qingshuo, he quickly put it on himself, and then took Yang Qingshuo and said, let's go. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Tell him that he has completed the task and acquired master-level ballroom dancing skills. Host, would you like to activate this skill now? Not activated for now. I'm riding a bike. When Yang Qingshuo saw Qin Lang's handsome back, she stepped on the pedal and accelerated to catch up with him. How does it feel? Qin Lang asked while riding his bike. It was the rush hour after get off work. Their bicycles had already traveled a long distance, but the cars were still queuing there. Yang Qingshuo smiled and said, it feels great. I haven't ridden a bike for a long time. Also, I found that the speed is good. There will be no traffic jams. Every time she gets stuck in traffic, she wants to buy a private jet. When Yang Qingshuo was riding a shared bicycle, Meng Meiji, who was about to go downstairs to eat fried rice noodles, happened to see this scene. She was so shocked that she immediately picked up the SLR camera on her shoulder and started taking pictures. I was originally planning to review the article after dinner before publishing it, but I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Now I have taken a photo of Yang Qingshuo riding a shared bicycle home in such a friendly way. She was the new media reporter who took the photo of Yang Qingshuo running on her way to work last time. After taking the photos, she didn't even eat the fried rice noodles, but ran home, turned on her computer, put the photos she had just taken into the edited document, and added a few words. Seeing the edited article, Meng Meiji smiled. This time, my article will definitely become a big hit. I'll make a ton of money. You are all black Yang Qingshuo, wait and see how I slap you in the face. How dare you slander my goddess? Chapter 26 exploded. Their whole network turned from haters to fans. Soon, an article titled, "Shocked. Yang's group quietly and low-key donated 50 million in supplies for flood relief," appeared in the public's view. There was a collective uproar on the internet. What? Yang's group donated 50 million. Today, Yang's group became a hot topic because its TV series suffered a setback, and there was new gossip that said Yang's group's president Yan Qingshuo was keeping a young hunk, which was very popular, although it was black traffic. However, when these people saw the new revelations from the Yang group, no matter what it said, they would click in to take a look first. So, I saw that the content inside was very exciting. During the flood relief efforts in XX province, the Yang group donated supplies worth 50 million. Moreover, the author of the article listed the list of materials as evidence. This includes a list of evidence of direct transfers to the Red Cross Society of XX province, as well as photos of hiring large trucks to deliver materials to XX province one truck at a time. Oh my god! Yang's group actually donated 50 million. So shocking. All the TV series produced by Yang's group have failed miserably. They have lost so much money that they have lost everything. Yet they donated 50 million. And those big stars who have made a lot of money, after donating 1 million, have to buy hot searches to hype themselves up for how loving they are. Damn it. Yang's group donated 50 million, but they didn't even say a word. They were scolded a lot on Weibo these days, but they didn't refute a single word. They didn't give money to control the comments on Weibo. I really want to say that I have changed from a hater to a fan. I like people who do things quietly and low-key. I'm going to watch My Date with Autumn right now and contribute some ratings to Yang's group. The more viewers read the article, the more shocked they became. Especially when they saw the photo of Yan Qingshuo, president of Yang Group, jogging to work. I was shocked on the spot. Oh my god. Is this beautiful lady Yan Qingshuo, the president of Yang Group? Isn't it rumored that she's fat, ugly and dark? How can she be so beautiful? She's even prettier than the top stars I've seen. And she has a great figure too. Holy crap. Holy crap. What should shock you the most is that the president of Yang's group actually runs to work. Where is her luxury car? There's something even more shocking. Look, Yan Qingshuo actually rode a shared bike to get off work. Oh my god. Is there any CEO who is more approachable than this? Those fake socialites who have no money but still rent luxury houses and luxury cars are nothing but scum in front of Yan Qingshuo, who is so elegant and refined and donated 50 million yuan at one go. They are not even worthy of carrying our President Yang's shoes. Oh. I discovered the truth. I feel so sorry for my Mr. Yang. In order to donate to flood relief, Mr. Yang sold all his luxury cars. So when he goes to and from get off work, he either runs or rides a shared bike. Those stars make a lot of money from the people, but they don't think about the people, but enjoy themselves. They either buy hundreds of millions of mansions or hundreds of millions of private jets. They only care about themselves and don't care about the lives of the people. Damn it, why should we give our money to these rubbish stars? Look at our President Yang. He was so poor that he had to sell his car and run or ride a shared bike to get off work, but he still donated 50 million. Moreover, he didn't tell anyone after he donated. If this author hadn't revealed it, we wouldn't have known about it. Damn it, if anyone insults my boss Yang again, I will chase him and scold him all over the place. I feel sorry for President Yang for 10,000 seconds. Does anyone know what TV series are produced by Yang's group? I want to watch them all. Contribute to the ratings. Does Yang's group produce any movies? I want to go to the cinema to watch them. I want to take my whole family to watch them and contribute a tiny bit to the box office. At least I can drive a 50,000 yuan Wuling Hongguang to and from get off work now, but Mr. Yang has to run and ride a shared bike. How miserable. Me too. I'm going to take my whole family to watch a movie produced by Yang's group. +1. +2. +10,086. Yang's group not only produces TV dramas, they also sell clothes and cosmetics. As this news came out, someone immediately pushed this comment to the top so that more people could see it. What? Yang's group also sells clothes and cosmetics? Which brands belong to Yang's group? I want to buy them. Yang's shoes and clothing belong to Yang's group. Yang is the cosmetics and skin care brand of Yang's group. I will arrange clothes and shoes for my whole family right now. I bought 2 sets of Yang skincare products for my wife. Why use Chanel, Gucci, Dior? These brands didn't donate a dime when our country suffered a natural disaster. Why should we contribute money to them? I will use Yang's cosmetics and skin care products in the future. Contribute to domestic products. +1. +2. +10,086. All of a sudden, Meng Meizhi's article exploded. Portal websites and user apps such as Weibo, WeChat, Zhihu, Tushio, etc. all ranked first in the hot searches. Moreover, the top 5 hot searches on Weibo are all about Yang Group and Yan Qingshuo. The popularity index has been soaring and will only increase. At this moment, Yan Qingshuo and Qin Lang had just returned home. Before they had time to drink water, Yan Qingshuo's cell phone rang. She drank some water while answering the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Xiao Bing's surprised voice came, as if she had won a 10 million lottery ticket. Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang. She was so excited that she couldn't even move her tongue straight and couldn't speak. He only knows how to call out, Mr. Yang. Yan Qingshuo's face was filled with black lines. Stop. Can you stop yelling like that? I have a boyfriend. Qin Lang heard her calling him that and thought she was a lesbian. This misunderstanding is unacceptable. Xiao Bing quickly straightened her tongue and said excitedly, Boss Yang, Weibo has exploded. We are famous. Yang Group and you are both famous. Right now, the ratings of My Date with Autumn are rising steadily, and it has reached the top of the ratings in the same time period. The TV station just called us and asked us to prepare to shoot the second season. They want to sign an S-level contract with us. Also, all the clothes on Yang's clothing online store are sold out. No more. Not a single piece left. Even the hats, socks, etc. that couldn't be sold before are sold out. Also, all the skincare and cosmetics on Yang's online store are sold out. They are completely out of stock. Oh my god, the traffic is horrible. No wonder you, Mr. Yang, have always wanted to enter the film and television industry and cultivate a traffic star to bring goods. The effect of this traffic star in bringing goods is too terrifying. It was the first time for me to experience the feeling of being sold out. It was more sudden, surprising and shocking than winning a 10 million lottery ticket. Chapter 27. Qin Lang is his fortune baby. Yang Qingshuo was stunned. She didn't know what was going on. After hanging up the phone, she opened the Weibo account on her phone. I saw on the hot searches that every topic was about Yang Group or her. However, this is different from the past. In the past, the topics were all about criticizing the Yang Group or her, but this time, everything was praising them. Yang Group donates 50 million hash. Yang Qingshuo runs to work and rides a shared bike home from get off work, starting a low-carbon and environmentally friendly life hash. Yang Qingshuo is a beautiful lady hash. Yang's skin care products are affordable and effective hash. Yang's your clothing check in hash. In her WeChat, Xiaobing sent an article published by Meng Meizhi. This article was the fuse that caused the entire network to turn from haters to fans of Yang Group. Xiaobing, Mr. Yang, it's this article that made us famous. Xiaoi's, what should we do now? We have so many fans. All the employees in the online customer service team have gone back to work, but the products have been sold out. However, fans are still asking when new products will be available. It's crazy. Yang Qingshuo read the article posted by Meng Meizhi. She was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Meng Meizhi to take pictures of her going to and from get off work. She donated 50 million because the flood was so severe and she couldn't bear to see so many families displaced, so she tried her best to give back to the society. It was Qin Lang who suggested that she run to work, saying that running to work could help her lose weight. Qin Lang said he rode a shared bike after get off work because he wanted to feel the atmosphere of his era. She didn't expect that these things would make her famous. And make Yang's Group famous. Qin Lang is really his lucky baby. Putting down her phone, she thought about the matter quickly in her mind. Then, she sent instructions to Xiaobing one by one. Yang Qingshuo, register the Yang Group's Weibo public account, and then post a Weibo to encourage everyone to consume rationally. When Xiaobing saw this reply, she was stunned. She could understand why I registered a Weibo public account earlier. But how do you understand the following part? Let everyone consume rationally. Isn't this advising customers not to buy their products just because of a craze? What boss would do this? Aren't bosses trying every possible way to advertise, even making false advertisements, just to get customers to buy things. Our own Mr. Yang, this idea is novel. As expected, Mr. Yang is Mr. Yang, and I can only be a small assistant. Xiaobing, received. Yan Qingshuo, when shoe and clothing and cosmetics factories work overtime to produce products, they must ensure quality. They cannot reduce the quality just because they need to rush the work. Xiaobing, received. Yan Qingshuo, call all dealers. No unauthorized price increases are allowed for all products. Xiaobing, received. A dealer just called her and wanted her to help talk to Yan Qingshuo and ask her to take advantage of this wave of crazy traffic to raise the prices of all products and take the opportunity to reap some of the profits. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yang had already anticipated this and issued a strict order not to allow prices to be raised without permission. Yan Qingshuo continued to explain the details. After finishing his work, Qin Lang had already prepared dinner. Because Yan Qingshuo needed to manage her figure, Qin Lang specially prepared a healthy and nutritious dinner for her. After bringing out 2 bowls of rice, he saw Yan Qingshuo coming over. Yan Qingshuo hugged Qin Lang's waist from behind and said softly, "Boyfriend, I suddenly found that I like you more and more. What should I do? Give me 1,000 yuan. Yan Qingshuo blinked and said with a smile, "That won't do. Men become bad when they have money. But I do have a reward for you. I'll give it to you later." Qin Lang patted her hand, which had already begun to be dishonest on her waist, and said, "Go wash your hands and eat. I want to eat you first. Eat first. Then let me kiss you first." As she spoke, Yan Qingshuo released her hand from Qin Lang's waist, stood on tiptoe, kissed Qin Lang on the cheek, and then happily went to wash her hands. While eating, Yan Qingshuo's cell phone rang. It was Wang Jinpeng calling. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Jinpeng smiled and congratulated Yan Qingshuo, then said, "Boss Yang, the 15 million worth of shoes and clothing I ordered from you yesterday were sold out in an instant today. I'm going to order another 30 million shoes and clothes this time. Please help me speed up the production." He thought this batch of goods could be sold until next year, but he didn't expect that they would all be sold out in one day. This traffic is simply horrible. The store was closed, but there were still a bunch of people queuing outside to buy things. He deeply regretted that he had only ordered 15 million worth of goods. Now I can only look at the money but cannot receive it. That's so frustrating. Yan Qingshuo said, "Okay, call Xiaobing and ask her to give you a note. However, all the goods on our website and in our own stores are sold out. The factory is operating in 3 shifts 24 hours a day, so you have to wait in line for this order. But don't worry, Mr. Wang, we are good partners now. I will definitely ask Xiaobing to expedite your order." Wang Jinpeng was finally relieved after hearing the last sentence, and said gratefully, Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yang, I won't bother you anymore." After that, Yan Qingshuo didn't even have time to eat as the phone kept ringing. Finally, she simply set her phone to airplane mode to calm down. At this time, Xiaobing had asked the public relations department to register the official Weibo account of Yang Group on Weibo. It was not registered before. Following the statement made by the official Weibo of Yang Group, everyone is urged to consume rationally. The comment section exploded again. "I am a little grass, oh my god. I just realized that Yang's Group doesn't even have a Weibo account. This is a level 1 account. I'm fat and eat your rice, and I haven't activated VIP yet. It's just an ordinary account, and they still ask us to spend rationally. The Yang Group is so cute. Staying single and childless ensures safety, everyone, spend wisely. Look at you. You've bought up all the stuff from Yang's Group. The boss is so scared by you that he should hurry up and open a Weibo account to tell everyone to spend wisely. Don't scare him covering his mouth and laughing. I'm going to go and look for another pair of sneakers from Yang's clothing. It's time to test my finger speed." Holding a bowl and eating melon, ideal consumption. Rational consumption. I will stock up on another set of Yang's skin care products. My boyfriend is pregnant. I will donate $1 to get VIP status on the official blog of my Yang Group. At this moment, the official media of Guangdong Provincial Television immediately posted a Weibo, officially announcing that the program, I'm a Female President, will be officially broadcast on June 14th, which is the day after tomorrow. And it's live broadcast. And at Yang Group. Although this Weibo post did not specifically mention that Yan Qingshuo participated in the program, it had the Yang Group and brought a hot search, so comments came in all of a sudden. I just checked the Yang Group. The Yang Group is in Yancheng, Guangdong Province. The president of the Yang Group, Yan Qingshuo, is from Guangdong Province. Do you think Yan Qingshuo was invited to the show I'm a Female CEO this time? Otherwise, why would Guangdong TV station at Yang Group's official Weibo account at this time? According to inside information, yes. This comment was immediately pushed up, and the entire network began to look forward to their I'm a Female President program the day after tomorrow. I'm so curious about Mr. Yang. Me too. The whole internet had previously criticized her for being fat, ugly, and black. Any woman would be furious. Moreover, Ms. Yang in the photo is simply a goddess. The goddess was criticized, but she didn't explode. I really want to know what kind of person the goddess is. The day after tomorrow happens to be Sunday. I won't go out shopping. I'm going to stay at home and watch Mr. Yang's live show. Chapter 28. Yang's mother is shocked. Her son-in-law is Shedwa's biological father. After Yan Qingshuo finished dinner and washed the dishes, she sat on the sofa and watched TV with Qin Lang. Ding ding ding. The landline phone at home rang. Yan Qingshuo picked up the phone. It was her mother Su Shuhui calling. Why didn't you reply to my WeChat message? Su Shuhui complained anxiously as soon as the call was connected. She wanted to keep abreast of the progress of her daughter and her future son-in-law. After sending a message to Yan Qingshuo, she received no reply, so she urgently called Yan Qingshuo's home phone. I turned on my phone to airplane mode. What's the matter? Yan Qingshuo asked. Look at your phone. After saying that, Su Shuhui hung up the phone. Because of the matter of my son-in-law, I can't tell Yan Qingshuo on the phone. After Yan Qingshuo hung up the phone, she turned off the airplane mode of her phone, and then the sound of messages kept ringing. There are more than 100 missed calls. WeChat messages and text messages are both full to the limit of 99 plus. It's all commercial. Yan Qingshuo searched for Su Shuhui's WeChat in the search bar and then went directly into the chat box. Sister Shuhui, when can I see my son-in-law? Yan Qingshuo, Mom, don't worry, this is too fast, I'm afraid you will scare him. Sister Shuhui, I'll take a look quietly without letting him know. Su Shuhui is now really curious about her son-in-law. I don't know if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Or do you have any special skills? He actually made his daughter, who had never been interested in men, interested in him. Yan Qingshuo, that won't work either. I will definitely arrange a formal meeting between the two of you. What's the point of doing it in secret? Yan Qingshuo, Mom, I have something else to ask you. Sister Shuhui, you tell me, Mom will definitely tell you everything she knows. Yan Qingshuo quietly glanced at Qin Lang, who was watching TV, then lowered her head and continued typing on the screen. Yan Qingshuo, I haven't consummated my marriage with your son-in-law yet. This was so embarrassing, but she felt it would be too embarrassing to ask her girlfriends, so she decided to ask her mother. After all of my girlfriends are just armchair strategists. At most, they have read a lot of romance novels, but they have zero practical experience. Sister Shuhui, you don't take the initiative. Yan Qingshuo, I am very proactive. Sister Shuhui, you are very proactive, but he still won't consummate the marriage. Are you sure he is not gay? Yan Qingshuo, I'm sure he likes women. I was so angry that I shouldn't have asked my mom. My mother is so old, but she still likes to read novels, and she is also an SVIP user of Xinjiang. Sister Shuhui, it's okay if he likes women. He's probably more of an introvert and was frightened by your initiative. As she typed this, Su Shuhui had a rough idea of her son-in-law in her mind. It's exciting just thinking about it. Yan Qingshuo, well, it's really possible, Mom, what should we do? Sister Shuhui, this is easy. Don't take the initiative to attack. Be reserved. If he touches you, you will be shy. Yan Qingshuo, that's not my style. Sister Shuhui, you can't pretend. When you have eaten it, you will return to your original color. When Yan Qingshuo saw these words, she couldn't help but praise her, saying that she was worthy of being Sister Shuhui who conquered her father. She heard from her father that the girls who pursued him back then could circle around Guangdong province. But in the end, he was won over by Sister Shuhui, and it was her father who took the initiative to pursue Sister Shuhui. This Paozai's ability must be inherited perfectly. Sister Shuhui, you don't bring your son-in-law to see me, and you don't let me see my son-in-law. What is my son-in-law's name? Can you tell me? Yan Qingshuo, Qin Lang. Sister Shuhui, it sounds like a nice name. How old is he? How tall is he? I think Xiao Juo likes him very much. Yang Qingshuo, he is Xiaoduo's biological father. Su Shuhui saw the message and exclaimed, "What?" Yang Shijin, who was sitting next to him, asked, "What's wrong with you?" Su Shuhui quickly turned her phone over with the screen facing downwards, and said to Yang Shijin with a smile, "Nothing, I was chatting with Qingshuo. I asked her why she suddenly became popular online, and she told me it was because she ran to work and rode a shared bike home from work." Yang Shijin's eyes fell on Su Shuhui's mobile phone. He said, "Oh," and didn't ask any more questions. He continued watching My Date with Autumn. He would watch every TV series produced by Yang Group from beginning to end. He will watch it even if the plot is not good or boring. And I think it was shot very well. There's nothing I can do, my daughter's filter is just so strong. When Su Shuhui saw that Yang Shijin was not staring at her, she quietly moved her butt a little to the left, and then a little more. Only after she felt a safe distance did she turn on her phone and quickly type on the screen. "Sister Shuhui, have you found Xiaoduo's biological father?" Yang Qingshuo, "Yeah." "Sister Shuhui, don't tell your dad about this. It was terrible." When Yang Qingshuo was pregnant, they asked her who the father was. Yang Qingshuo said she didn't know. And later on, Yang Qingshuo was not interested in men. She and Yang Shijin always thought that there was something wrong with their child's sexual orientation. But now, if Qin Lang is Xiaoduo's father, everything will be different. This shows that their daughter's sexual orientation is normal. The reason why she hasn't been in a relationship in the past few years is that their daughter only has Qin Lang in her heart. If Yang Shijin knew about this, he would definitely chase Qin Lang with a machete. As much as Yang Shijin dotes on his daughter, he will be so fierce when he sees Qin Lang. Just thinking about it, she felt the hairs on her back stand on end. After Su Shuhui sent this message, she suddenly felt a stomachache. She put down her phone, covered her stomach and went to the bathroom. After squatting for a while, she suddenly remembered that her mobile phone was still on the sofa. Could it be that Yang Shijin had seen the chat history? Probably not. He doesn't know the password to my phone. I'm really smart. At this moment, Yang Shijin was sitting on the sofa, took Su Shuhui's mobile phone, entered the password without hesitation, and then entered the mobile phone interface. When I opened the phone interface, I saw the chat between Su Shuhui and Yang Qingshuo. He was used to reading from the beginning down and flipping back to the place he last looked at. "My son-in-law is called Qin Lang, which is a good name." The corners of his mouth just raised a satisfied arc, but suddenly, when he saw in the chat record that Yang Qingshuo said Qin Lang was Xiaoduo's biological father, his face suddenly became as dark as a cloud, and his hand tightly grasped the phone. Knowing that Su Shuhui was about to come out of the bathroom, he put everything away, put his phone back where it was, and continued watching TV as usual. Su Shuhui really came out, and she quickly glanced at her mobile phone on the sofa. Seeing that the place was a bit far from Yang Shijin, she felt relieved. She walked over with a guilty conscience, took the phone without leaving a trace, quickly cleared the chat history with Yang Qingshuo, and then said to Yang Shijin, "Husband, didn't you say some time ago that you wanted to go to Dongting Lake in Hunan province to fish with your friends? I thought about it, you should go tomorrow. You haven't been out for a long time, so go for a longer time this time." Chapter 29 Master Driving Skills. Yang Shijin looked at Su Shuhui with surprise. "Really? What I thought in my heart was, are you trying to get me away?" Su Shuhui nodded. "Of course, I can't always stop you from going out, or your social circle will become narrower. Go ahead. It's no problem for you to go for 10 days or half a month this time, but..." At this point, Su Shuhui became serious. "You can't go to places like foot massage parlors or nightclubs. If I find out that you called a prostitute, you know what will happen." Su Shuhui's eyes fell on Yang Shijin's pants, with a strong threatening look in her eyes. Yang Shijin blushed. "Don't worry, I definitely won't. Because this time he will not leave Guangzhou." She was so anxious to send him away, and she wanted to keep him away for 10 days or half a month. It seemed that Su Shuhui was going to meet the brat who bullied his daughter during these days. Qin Lang. As soon as you hear the name, you know he is a prodigal son. Not a good man. He will collect evidence, and then throw all the evidence that Qin Lang is a playboy in front of the mother and daughter, to see if they will still like this scumbag. He would rather his daughter be single than reunite with a scumbag. As for Yang Qingshuo, she was not anxious when she saw that her mother did not reply to her message. After all, Qin Lang is Xiaodu's biological father, and her mother still needs to digest the news. She exited the chat box with Su Shuhui and searched for Ferrari sales chapter in the search bar. Click into the chat box with Xiao Zhang. Yan Qingshuo, what cars do you have in stock in your store recently? Ferraris for S stores often have no cars in stock all year round. Qin Lang brought her fortune twice in a row, so she had to reward him well and give him a supercar. Ferrari is her first choice because she is an SVIP customer of Ferrari. There are 3 Ferraris parked in the garage. Ferrari Xiaozhang, Boss Yang, there is only one LaFerrari in the store right now, which just arrived the day before yesterday. Yan Qingshuo, okay, I'll come over tonight and take a look. Ferrari Xiaozhang, Boss Yang, Ruffer is not in our store tonight. He has gone to the auto show at Mercedes Plaza. The auto show ends at 10 p.m. Would you like to come and see? Or should we come to the store tomorrow? Yan Qingshuo, come to the car show tonight. Ferrari Xiaozhang, okay, Mr. Yan, I'll be there. When the time comes, just come over and I'll receive you. Yan Qingshuo didn't reply to the message. She put down her phone and said to Qin Lang, who was watching TV, boyfriend, there is a car show tonight. Can you go with me to see it? Auto show. Qin Lang retracted his gaze and looked at Yan Qingshuo. Well, there are a lot of luxury cars at the auto show. Okay, let's go. Qin Lang immediately turned off the TV. Yan Qingshuo giggled and said, wait for me then. I'll go get a mask from my room. After Yan Qingshuo left, the voice of the system sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping the bound object improve its public image. The host is rewarded with master-level singing skills and 5 original songs. Host, would you like to claim your reward now? Receive. As Qin Lang's voice fell, a large amount of singing-related skills such as musical notation, pitch, singing techniques, etc. were input into his mind all at once. 5 seconds later, he opened his eyes. I felt like the air in front of me had become different, as if there were notes jumping in the air. There happened to be some square dance ladies playing songs outside at that moment, and he caught the beat immediately and hummed a few lines softly. As soon as he said these words, he was shocked by himself. Cool. This kind of control over music is so cool. He used to like listening to music very much. He saved money to buy a radio. He carried the radio on his shoulder, wearing sunglasses, and swayed it left and right. It was so nostalgic. At the same time, 5 songs came to his mind, including lyrics, melody, etc. The 5 songs are The Wind Rises, The Lone Brave Man, Red Actress, Xiao Chou, and Why Not. The system said that these 5 songs were original songs and had not yet been released, so he immediately took out his mobile phone to verify. Whether I searched for the song title or the lyrics, I couldn't find them online. Qin Lang was overjoyed. This system is really awesome. Oh, system, please activate my jazz dance skill for me. Okay, host. When Yan Qingshuo came out wearing a mask, Qin Lang had already activated his jazz dance skill. This skill makes Qin Lang look very different whether he is standing or sitting, and his every move exudes nobility. He is very different from when he first came down the mountain. Yan Qingshuo was stunned for a moment. Boyfriend. I found you become more handsome. I've always been the most handsome man in the world. You look even more handsome tonight. Yan Qingshuo walked to Qin Lang in a few steps. It was not that she was obsessed with him, it was just that Qin Lang was too handsome. Now he has an indescribable aura that fascinates her. She wanted to tear him apart and eat him right now. However, thinking of what her mother said, she held back, swallowed her saliva, hugged Qin Lang's arm, and said sweetly, let's go to the auto show. The two arrived at the auto show center, which was already crowded. Yancheng is a super first-tier city in Hanxia Kingdom. Many young people work in Yancheng. It is a very vibrant city. So there are a lot of people coming to the auto show. There are not only boys who love cars, but also men who bring their girlfriends or wives to see the cars. This auto show is the first top luxury car show in Guangzhou this year. Cars from top supercar brands such as Ferrari, Lamborghini, Bugatti, Pagani, etc. will be on display tonight. Even if people can't afford them, it doesn't stop them from coming to see these luxury cars. It's like watching the Victoria's Secret show with top supermodels. The two were still on the periphery, and Qin Lang already felt that he couldn't squeeze in. There are too many people. Qin Lang sighed. It was the first time he saw so many people. It's okay. I'll make a call and someone will come to pick us up. Yan Qingshuo took out her cell phone and made a call. Just at this moment, a little girl was selling small commodities in the crowd with a plate. She walked to Qin Lang's side, looked up and smiled sweetly. "Handsome brother, do you want to buy roses? My sister is so beautiful. If you give her a rose, she will definitely be very happy." Yan Qingshuo immediately blinked and looked at Qin Lang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the choice. Choice 1, buy the plastic hairband from the little girl's plate and let Yan Qingshuo use it to tie her hair, and the host will be rewarded with master-level driving skills. Option 2, buy the roses on the little girl's plate and give them to Yan Qingshuo. The host will be rewarded for handing over 100 yuan of private money to the bound object Yan Qingshuo. Hearing about the reward for the second choice, the corners of Qin Lang's mouth twitched fiercely. He had just saved up more than 600 yuan from his own pocket, and now he had to hand over 100 yuan to Yan Qingshuo. It was impossible. His private money was his last stubbornness. So. Chapter 30 by Ruffa. Yan Qingshuo felt sweet when she saw Qin Lang reaching out to take the roses from the little girl's plate. I was just about to say, forget it, I'm not a little girl, I don't need roses. But, the next second, her eyes froze. Because she saw Qin Lang's hand passed over the rose and picked up a plastic hairband that looked like a wire coil. "How much is this?" Qin Lang asked the little girl. The little girl blinked and said with a smile, 50 cents. Qin Lang handed the little girl $1, and the little girl gave him 50 cents in change. He picked up the hairband and handed it to Yan Qingshuo, whose resentment value had been soaring. He stared at the huge pressure and said innocently, "Qingshuo, there are many people tonight, and it's not safe to leave your hair loose. Tie it up with a hairband." In an instant, Yan Qingshuo transformed from a resentful person into a sweet girl. It turned out that he didn't buy roses that looked good but were useless, but instead bought a hairband because he was afraid that there would be too many people here and it would be unsafe for her to let her hair down. I misunderstood him. What a good boyfriend. Really care about yourself. She happily took the hair tie with a circlet. At this moment, she didn't think that the hairband was cheap. Instead, she thought it was more beautiful than luxury hairbands that cost thousands of dollars. The couple filter is so powerful. She quickly tied her hair into a ponytail, then happily hugged Qin Lang's arms, shaking her little head in front of Qin Lang. The ponytail swayed as her little head shook. Qin Lang grabbed it with his hand. An image automatically emerged in my mind. "Mr. Yang," a voice came. Yan Qingshuo looked over and saw that it was Xiao Zhang from Ferrari. Yan Qingshuo nodded, and then she and Qin Lang, led by Xiao Zhang, entered the auto show center through the VIP channel. Xiao Zhang took Yan Qingshuo and the others directly to the Ferrari exhibition car. There are already a lot of people gathered here, and those standing on the periphery are ordinary people. They know that they cannot afford a luxury car like the LaFerrari that costs tens of millions, so they just watch from afar, not daring to get close to see it, let alone touch it. Because the people you see up close are all rich young men and women. The entire Lafayette was surrounded by a protective belt, with 8 bodyguards standing in 8 directions. Only the car model was inside the protective belt. The spotlights were clicking non-stop and everyone was taking photos and posting them on WeChat Moments. I've only seen bright red Ruffa before, but this time I didn't expect to see the limited edition royal blue Ruffa, so cool. I wonder who will get this car. I'm so envious. Some people never get to visit Rome, while others are born in Rome. Xiao Zhang had just brought Yan Qingshuo and the others to the Ruffa site when his cell phone rang. After answering the call, he said to Yan Qingshuo with an embarrassed look, "Boss Yang, there is something urgent at the venue that I need to deal with. You stay here to look after the cars. I will come over right away after I finish dealing with things over there. Go and get busy." Yan Qingshuo waved her hand. After Xiao Zhang left, Yan Qingshuo took Qin Lang to look at the car. Because the clothes they wore were not luxury goods like LV, Chanel, and Gucci, but clothes from Yang's Clothing, which mainly sells mid- and low-end mass-market styles. So, when Yan Qingshuo took Qin Lang to look at the car up close, a woman dressed in LV from head to toe said sneerily, hey, are you standing in the wrong place? This is not the place for you to stand, go to the periphery. After she finished speaking, her gaze was still on the plastic coil hairband tied on Yan Qingshuo's head, and the sarcastic smile on the corner of her mouth became even more intense. Yan Qingshuo glanced at the other person calmly, ignored her, and continued to say to Qin Lang, "Do you like this color? Not bad. The royal blue color is indeed eye-catching, and not as tacky as bright red." Qin Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It is worthy of being a supercar. The smooth lines and the overall shape are so cool. Even if you don't buy this car, it's a pleasure to look at it. No wonder so many people come to the auto show. Seeing that Yan Qingshuo and Qin Lang ignored her and were still chatting among themselves, the woman next to her stamped her feet angrily and said coquettishly to the fat old man next to her who looked at least 30 years older than her, "Baby likes this car. You said you would give me a gift. I want this LaFerrari. Would you buy it for me?" The old man was indeed rich and doted on the woman, so he said, "Okay, buy it." The woman was overjoyed when she heard this, and immediately shouted loudly to everyone around her, "I'll buy this car. Don't look at it, this is my car. I don't like others touching my car. Especially, poor people, whose hands are dirty and who knows how many germs are hidden in them." When she said the last sentence, the woman looked at Yan Qingshuo and Qin Lang with disdain. When the people around heard this, they all looked at the woman speechlessly. Some who were unhappy directly said, "If you have the guts, why don't you buy it and drive away? If you haven't bought it yet, don't bother me. That is, until you complete the paperwork, this car is not yours. You won't let us see it. Who do you think you are? You just know how to please people with your beauty. What's so great about that? You're rubbish. If you are so afraid of germs, then stop breathing. The air you breathe in is full of germs. Go to sleep. Don't come out." The woman was furious and called the Ferrari salesperson on the spot, saying she wanted to buy the car. When Yan Qingshuo was furious, she had already called Xiao Zhang and wanted to buy this supercar. "Since my boyfriend likes the color of this car, let us buy it." The salesman Xiao Zhang came over quickly, and the salesman Xiao Li, whom the woman called, saw Xiao Zhang coming over and quickly shouted, "Brother Zhang, there's something. Because Yan Qingshuo is coming to see Ruffer today, and Yan Qingshuo is also an SVIP customer of Ferrari." Xiao Zhang had mentioned this matter in the group a long time ago, saying that Mr. Yang might buy this LaFerrari tonight, and asked everyone to reserve the spot for Mr. Yang when the time comes. Xiao Li is new here and hasn't seen Yan Qingshuo. At this moment someone wanted to buy Ruffer. He saw Xiao Zhang and immediately called Xiao Zhang to handle the matter. After Xiao Li told Xiao Zhang about the situation, Xiao Zhang said to the woman, "I'm sorry, this LaFer has been ordered by my client." The woman was angry. "Ordered? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Anyway, I don't care, I can pay for it now." He just ordered it, but he didn't pay immediately. Whoever pays first gets the stuff. Women often fight like this in luxury stores for a unique item and are very experienced in this. Xiao Zhang frowned and looked at Yan Qingshuo beside him. The woman also looked over, frowned, and said, "Could it be that she is a poor bitch and she said she would order it, so you won't sell the car to me?" Xiao Zhang was afraid that Yan Qingshuo would be angry, so he immediately scolded the woman, "Please speak with respect. Miss Yang is a big customer of our Ferrari." The woman chuckled, totally unconvinced, thinking that this group of salespeople were just trying to drive up the price. She immediately said with a disdainful smile, "Just tell me how much you want to pay to buy Ruffer, don't give me those messed up tactics." Chapter 31 Shocked. "Qin Lang, your grave is here." Xiao Zhang's face turned cold and he said, "Who set a trap for you? Is Ruffer worried about not being able to sell? You can buy Ruffer if you want, but you have to prove that you are qualified to buy Ruffer first. But this LaFerrari has been reserved by Miss Yang, so I can't sell it to you. But if you want to buy it and you have proven that you are eligible to buy a LaFerrari, I can reserve the next one for you." Someone who knows the market immediately said, "Yes, you need qualifications to buy Ruffer. You can't just buy it if you are a Bunkin or a Nouveau Riche. Before you buy a LaFerrari, you have to buy at least 3 other Ferrari models first before you are eligible to buy a LaFerrari. This is just like going to Hermes to buy a bag. If you want to buy a bag, you have to buy enough accessories first before you are eligible to buy the bag. Sometimes you see an Hermes bag that costs only 100,000, but if you calculate based on the 1.2 times ratio, you will have to spend at least 220,000 to buy this bag. Although Ruffer's price is only 22.5 million, if you really want to buy Ruffer, you have to spend at least more than 30 million on Ferrari. This is not a small amount of money. For many people, it is impossible to earn this much money in a lifetime. Even for wealthy families, they would not easily spend so much money on a car that is only used for transportation. When the woman heard this, she immediately looked embarrassed because she didn't have a Ferrari and neither did her boyfriend. This is their first time buying a Ferrari here. However, with so many people watching, she had boasted too much and didn't want to lose face like this. She immediately turned around and said to the old man coquettishly, "Husband, the baby likes this LaFerrari. You can help me buy 3 Ferraris now and give me the qualification to buy a LaFerrari, okay? I just love this royal blue Ruffa. This is the car the baby wants." The old man looked at Yan Qingshuo. Although Yan Qingshuo was wearing a mask, he felt as if he had seen her somewhere. "But I can't remember." He didn't reply to the woman immediately. If Yan Qingshuo is really qualified to buy Ruffa, it means that Yan Qingshuo is not an ordinary person. He would not easily offend a truly rich man for the sake of a girlfriend. Although it would cost 30 million, he could afford it. However, as someone who has become as rich as he is not blind. Xiao Zhang said to the woman, "Since you are not qualified yet and Miss Yang is qualified, I will take Miss Yang to go through the procedures for buying a car." After saying that, Xiao Zhang immediately smiled and said to Yang Qingshuo, "Boss Yang, please come this way." Yang Qingshuo nodded, took Qin Lang and followed Xiao Zhang away. The woman stomped her feet and pulled the old man to pester her to buy this LaFerrari. The old man had already analyzed that Yang Qingshuo was really able to buy this LaFerrari. She is so young, she must be the daughter of a very wealthy family. Immediately, he coldly said to the woman beside him who only knew how to fight for it, "If you want to buy it, go buy it yourself." After saying that, he left. The woman was so angry that she started cursing. She didn't believe that Yang Qingshuo could buy this car. However, when she saw Xiao Zhang and his team driving the car away from the booth and Xiao Zhang told everyone that the car had already been taken, her face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. She was surrounded by mocking laughter and could only run away in shame. After Yang Qingshuo bought the royal blue LaFerrari, she said to Qin Lang, "Boyfriend, this car is for you. Do you like it?" Qin Lang was surprised. "Give it to me." "Well, I promise to give you a reward. This is for you to use as a scooter," Yang Qingshuo said. After finishing speaking, Yang Qingshuo said with a smile, "But the car is under my name, so don't think about selling it for money. Am I that kind of person?" Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. It's different to have a rich and powerful girlfriend. He immediately sat in the driver's seat. Get ready to experience the feeling of driving a supercar. There are few men who don't love cars, especially this kind of top-level supercar. He really likes it. Just touching the steering wheel, he feels the blood in his body boiling. Yang Qingshuo sat in the passenger seat and said with a smile, "I'll sign you up for a VIP crash course for the driver's license test tomorrow. Once you get your driver's license, you can drive this car wherever you want." Qin Lang said, "No, I can drive." Immediately, he activated the master-level driving skills rewarded by the system. With the activation of this skill, a large amount of driving methods and skills for various types of cars, including sedans, supercars, MPVs, small trucks, large trucks, etc., were input into his mind all at once. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes. He didn't even need Yang Qingshuo to explain how to drive this supercar, he knew how to do it. He immediately pressed a button on the console and the open roof of the car closed. When driving a supercar, he doesn't like to drive with the top down because the wind speed there can make one's teeth chatter. Yang Qingshuo saw Qin Lang closing the ceiling. If a novice has not practiced it or watched a video, he or she will have no idea which button is used to close the roof of a supercar. She looked at Qin Lang with great interest and asked, "Do you have a driver's license? Have you ever driven a supercar?" Impossible. It was still very difficult to get a driver's license in the 1980s, and there were no supercars entering the country at that time. At that time, even if you wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz, you had to rely on connections. Unlike now, you can easily buy it at any Mercedes-Benz for S store. Qin Lang said, "I don't have a driver's license, and I've never driven a supercar, but this doesn't stop me from looking up this information online these days. I'm going to drive, do you dare to sit? What's there to be afraid of?" Yang Qingshuo fastened her seat belt. "Are you not afraid that I'm a road killer? I'm afraid that once I get out of the car, you won't have the confidence to drive. Go ahead and drive. No one will die. The protection system of this car is still very good. Yan Qingshuo said. Okay, get ready to scream. Qin Lang started the car. Because they were still in the downtown area, the advantages of the supercar were not brought into play. Once out of the downtown area and onto the spacious and sparsely populated provincial road, Qin Lang drove very fast. The only sound left after the rumbling sound was the particularly pleasant sound of waves. Yan Qingshuo was truly shocked. Because there were so many cars when we were leaving the downtown area just now. If we didn't know how to drive, we didn't know how long it would take to get out of the traffic jam. We didn't expect Qin Lang to be able to pass directly between two cars. At that time, their car was only 5 centimeters away from the cars on the left and right. The owners of the two cars were so scared that they slapped their steering wheels and cursed. But Yan Qingshuo felt so good. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Although she owns quite a few supercars, she is a very conservative person. She drives properly and doesn't like to race. Qin Lang is taking her racing right now, it's so exciting. After Qin Lang drove the car to a place and stopped, she looked at Qin Lang, her beautiful eyes full of mist, and said softly, "Boyfriend." Qin Lang looked at her, "Yeah. I want to kiss you." Qin Lang pulled her head over and kissed her. 10 minutes later, Qin Lang patted Yan Qingshuo's little butt. The space inside a supercar is still too narrow. My girlfriend was sitting on my lap, and the steering wheel was about to burst. Get out of the car. Qin Lang said. Yan Qingshuo still wanted to continue to be with Qin Lang, so she held Qin Lang's arm and refused to let go. Good. All right. Yan Qingshuo got off Qin Lang, opened the car door and got out first. Qin Lang looked down at his sweatpants. I feel that my girlfriend is so amazing. The dam has burst. When we got outside, we found it was a rather desolate place. In the prosperous Guangzhou, there are rarely such desolate places, because wherever there is land, it is either covered with high-rise buildings or covered with high-rise buildings. This is the location Qin Lang searched on the internet these days. He just came here using the positioning navigation. This was the place where he would often come to sit and enjoy the fresh air after coming down the mountain. So when he took Yan Qingshuo racing, he wanted to come here to enjoy the evening breeze. Qin Lang, come here and take a look. Yan Qingshuo shouted in a baby voice. Qin Lang walked over. Because it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, there were only dim streetlights around, but he could vaguely see the outline of a grave. There is also a stone tablet in front of the earthen grave. Yan Qingshuo was squatting in front of the stone tablet and looking at it. Qin Lang squatted down and saw two familiar-looking characters on the stone tablet in the moonlight. At this moment, Yan Qingshuo took out her mobile phone and turned on the flashlight, and suddenly saw 6 big words written on the tombstone, Tomb of Cousin Qin Lang. Chapter 32. A woman built a tomb. His eyes then fell on the small words next to it. It is written on it that the monument was engraved on September 8, 1989. The person who engraved the monument, my cousin Qin Lamei. Qin Lamei. Qin Lang, do you know her? Yan Qingshuo brushed away the dust on the tombstone with her hand, looked at the words, and asked Qin Lang. Qin Lang was also stunned. She is my cousin. This stele was actually carved by his cousin. Then, was this grave also built by his cousin? In front of the tombstone are the remaining incense sticks and the ashes of burnt paper money. There are 3 sticks stuck on the grave with paper money hanging on them. Paper money swayed in the breeze. In 1988, he was diagnosed with cancer and went to the hospital for treatment, but found that there was no cure, so he returned to the mountains. His master said that there was a way to try to save him. After he lay in the coffin, no one knows what happened next. It seems that Xiaomai mistakenly thought he was dead. Since his body could not be found, they built a cenotaph for him and carved a tombstone for him. When he thought of Xiaomai, he thought of the little girl who was 3 years younger than him and who liked to follow him around whenever he had time to go down the mountain. She should be 41 years old now. I don't know where she is married now, but looking at the paper money here, she should be married not far away. In the Qin family, apart from his cousin who has a good relationship with him, the others, har. Ever since he could remember, he had been following his master in the mountains. When he was a child, he was naughty and secretly ran down the mountain. Only then did he realize that he actually had a family. But his parents passed away early, and when his grandparents saw that he was just a baby left behind, they didn't leave him any money and sent him directly to the mountains. Everyone thought he would starve to death, but he was lucky enough to be seen by his master, who took him home and raised him. After he came down the mountain, he found his parents' house. His grandparents originally wanted to occupy the house and not give it to him, but due to rumors and his master came forward to talk to his grandparents vacated the house and returned it to him. He finally found a place to stay at the foot of the mountain. Most of the relatives in his family were not kind to him. Later he found out that his father was adopted by his grandparents. Before his grandparents could enjoy the filial piety of his parents disappeared. The people in his family were very dissatisfied with him. Only his uncle's family was kind to him. His uncle also helped behind the scenes with his house issue and secretly asked the village party secretary for help. Whenever he saw him coming down the mountain, he would invite him to his house for dinner. Therefore, he had a good relationship with his uncle's daughter Qin Lang. The little girl liked playing with him very much and often went to the mountains to play with him. However, when he was 14 years old, his uncle and aunt's family went to the reservoir to repair the dam, and they were washed away by a flood, leaving the little girl alone. Fortunately, the government paid a compensation, but half of it was taken away by his grandparents. If it weren't for his cruelty, his cousin would not have received a penny of the compensation because there was no one left on his aunt's side. His cousin is a girl, and his grandparents don't take her seriously at all. Now, 28 years have passed in a flash. I wonder how the little girl is doing. He got up and called Wang Yao. The last time I saw Wang Yao, I left his contact information. Boss, what's the matter? Wang Yao asked with a smile. He is currently discussing with his wife about changing his son's name. Feeling a little guilty, Qin Lang said, "Do you know where my cousin Xiaomai is married now?" Xiaomai, I know, she got married in Huizhou. These days, Qin Lang looked at the administrative layout map of Guangdong province on the internet and learned that Huizhou was the former Huiyang. Huizhou is not far from Guangzhou, and can be reached in more than 2 hours by car. It's just that the economy is not as developed as Guangzhou. Do you know Xiaomai's exact address? Qin Lang asked. Boss, I don't know about this, but I have Xiaomai's phone number. I'll send it to you via text message, said Wang Yao. Good. After saying that, Qin Lang hung up the phone. After Wang Yao hung up the phone, he quickly found Qin Lamei's phone number from the address book and sent it to Qin Lang. After sending it, he said to his wife seriously, "Go to the police station tomorrow and change our son's name." Wang Yao's wife when I home said, "Why? I think my son's name is good, Wang Lang, the king of waves. Besides, he is in junior high school now, and everyone calls him that. If you ask him to change his name now, he and his classmates and friends will not be used to it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just change it if I tell you to. If you don't, forget about buying those Chanel and LV clothes and bags in the future," Wang Yao said with a red face. If Qin Lang knew that he named his youngest son Wang Lang, he would definitely beat him up. He had previously thought that Qin Lang was dead, so when he was naming his youngest son, he suddenly had an idea and named him Wang Lang. Every time he called his youngest son Lang Lang, he would smile and shout, "Lang Lang, call daddy." I don't know how cool it is. On Qin Lang's side, after receiving Qin Lamei's call, he called Qin Lamei. After a while, a gentle voice came, "Hello." Hearing this familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar voice, Qin Lang felt his eyes slightly sore. Yan Qingshuo had stood up at some point. At this moment, she was hugging Qin Lang's arm and resting her cheek on his arm, comforting him. Qin Lang put his arm around Yan Qingshuo's shoulders, forced a smile, and shouted to Qin Lamei on the other end of the phone, "Guess who I am?" As soon as these words came out, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Then there was the sound of rapid breathing, even with a hint of impossibility. Qin Lang. Yes, after all these years, you still remember my voice. You. Qin Lamei on the other end of the phone was at a loss, surprised and happy. She couldn't even speak straight and didn't know how to pronounce the word. Qin Lang smiled and said, "I'm still alive, but I just came back. I got your contact information from Wang Yao. I heard that you got married in Huizhou. Which Huizhou is it? I want to come and see you." "Okay, I'm in the Rose Garden community in Huizhou." Qin Lamei told Qin Lang the address of the community where she lived. She didn't remember what they talked about afterwards. Her whole brain was dizzy and she just felt very surprised. This was the best news she had heard in all these years. Thinking that Qin Lang would come over to her house tomorrow, she immediately got up and went to clean up the messy house. There are children at home, and she is the only one taking care of them, so the house can easily become messy. But when she thought about Qin Lang's coming and packed her things, her mood, which was almost suffocating due to the daily necessities, became better. It's great that Qin Lang is still alive. Qin Lang. What time is it? Why don't you come to bed? I have to get up early to go to work tomorrow. You don't have to go to work every day and just enjoy your life at home, and you don't care about me, right? How can you be so selfish? Come in and go to bed. Qin Lang's husband Chen Chuanliang shouted coldly. Chapter 33. The meeting with the son-in-law can be arranged. Early the next morning, Su Shuhui packed everything Yang Shijin would need for going fishing, such as clothes, fishing gear, etc. In the past, if Yang Shijin went out fishing, Su Shuhui would definitely just sit on the sofa and read Jinjiang novels. At most, before Yang Shijin went out, she would raise her eyelids and tell Yang Shijin that if he caught too many fish, he should sell some first and then bring them back. Otherwise, Yang Shijin would always catch a pond of fish and then eat fish for a while, until Su Shuhui wanted to vomit when she smelled the fishy smell. This time, Su Shuhui helped to pack the things throughout the whole process, for fear that Yang Shijin would feel that he had forgotten to bring something and come back again. Yang Shijin knew that after he went out this time, Su Shuhui would definitely go to see Qin Lang. On the surface, he pretended not to know and looked very happy. Okay, wife, I've brought almost everything. If you need anything, I can buy it at Dongting Lake later. Yang Shijin said. At this point, he looked at Su Shuhui with a smile. Well, honey, can you give me a little more money this time? After all, I'm meeting friends I haven't seen for many years, and I want to show off a little bit. In the past, Su Shuhui would give him a maximum of 200 yuan in pocket money. This time, Su Shuhui was very generous. She took out 10 red bills from her wallet and handed them to Yang Shijin. 1,000 yuan, is that not enough? That's enough. Thank you, my wife. With this 1,000 yuan of pocket money, I can do a lot of things. Su Shuhui was worried, so she drove all the way to the airport to personally send Yang Shijin. This was a treatment Yang Shijin had never received before. Yang Shijin cursed Qin Lang in his heart. Just to meet Qin Lang. Even my wife has become so attentive. Damn guy. After arriving at the airport, Su Shuhui originally wanted to personally see Yang Shijin off to the plane before leaving, but her mahjong friends called her to play mahjong, so she had to leave first. Anyway, everyone has been sent to the airport, so there will definitely be no problem. After Su Shuhui left, Yang Shijin immediately took out his cell phone and called his friend. Lao Kao, are you home? Yes, do you want to go fishing? Okay. Is your wife at home? No, she's traveling abroad. I'm so cool. Come here quickly. I found a good fishing spot. Okay. I'll take a taxi right away. Also, I might have to stay at your place for a few days. No problem, come quickly. Rose Garden Community, don't take a taxi to the wrong place. Okay, I'll remember that. Immediately, Yang Shijin dragged his suitcase out of the airport and got on a taxi to Huaju Rose Garden Community. An hour later, Su Shuhui's cell phone rang, reminding her that the plane she bought for Yang Shijin had taken off. She raised her lips and smiled, pushed down the mahjong in front of her, and said with a smile, "Win. Big match. Now that my husband is gone, my fortune has come. Not bad, not bad." Now that her husband is gone, she has to call her daughter tonight and ask her to arrange a meeting with her son-in-law. An ugly son-in-law always has to meet his mother-in-law. What are you afraid of? As for Qin Lang, since Qin Lang was coming today and today was Friday, after sending her eldest daughter to school, she took her youngest daughter Bebe to a nearby shopping mall. Get ready to buy a decent set of clothes. Because she usually stays at home to take care of the children and doesn't go out to work, she dresses very casually. The beautiful clothes she wore before her first pregnancy were no longer wearable because her figure had changed after pregnancy and childbirth. Qin Lang is coming today, so she has to go buy a new set of clothes to let Qin Lang know that she is doing well and don't worry about her. When she arrived at the mall, she chose a dress for 500 yuan and a pair of sandals for 200 yuan. When she was about to buy a new set of clothes for her husband Chen Chuanliang, her cell phone rang. It was her husband calling. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Chuanliang's impatient voice came. What did you buy? How did you spend 700 yuan in one go? It's hard for me to make money, okay. Qin Lang tightened her grip on the phone, forced a smile, and said, didn't I tell you last night that my cousin is coming to my house to play today? I was thinking of buying him a set of clothes and shoes, and I'm going to buy you one too. Your cousin who died 28 years ago. I told you last night that you should call him and not let him come to my house. He didn't come to see you before, but now he suddenly comes to see you. He must be here to borrow money from you. Qin Lang frowned, unhappy. Why are you talking like that? I also paid for this family, why can't I let my cousin come? Although the house was bought by Chen Chuanliang, the decoration was all done with her money. When they first got married, Chen Chuanliang said that he had to pay for the house and was under a lot of pressure, so she paid for their living expenses. Later, when she became pregnant with her eldest daughter, Chen Chuanliang asked her to quit her job and stay at home to concentrate on taking care of the pregnancy and giving birth to the child. All expenses during this period were paid by her. Until the birth of her second child, she was responsible for all the expenses, and her savings were used up at the beginning of this year. He started asking Chen Chuanliang for living expenses. Before, she thought her life was pretty good, but since the beginning of this year, she started asking Chen Chuanliang to pay for her living expenses. Chen Chuanliang seemed like a different person, scolding her over trivial matters at any time. He scolded her for spending money lavishly, for getting up too early in the morning and waking him up, for staying up too late at night and disturbing his sleep, and when he came home and saw the house was not clean, he scolded her for not knowing how to do housework when taking care of two children, and for being as lazy as a pig, etc. Her heart grew colder little by little. Qin Lang took a breath and said, besides, if my cousin comes to me to borrow money, I have to lend it to him within our ability. Chen Chuanliang snorted coldly, I'm not going home tonight. You have to find a way to pay back the 700 yuan to the living expenses card. Don't even think of asking me to pay. If your cousin wants to borrow money, lend it to him yourself if you have the ability. Anyway, I won't pay a penny. Don't think of taking my money. After saying that, Chen Chuanliang hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he returned to the jewelry store with a smile on his face, just like the face changing in Sichuan opera, and there was no trace of his cold and heartless side just now. He walked in, put his arm around a slender-waisted woman's waist, and said lovingly, Junjun, have you made your choice? I've chosen it. I think this necklace is pretty, but a little expensive. Zheng Lingjun said as she put the necklace back into the box. Chen Chuanliang held her hand on the necklace and glanced at the price on the box, 6,820 yuan. Without blinking, he smiled and said to the salesperson, pack it up for me. Zheng Lingjun was pleasantly surprised, you are so nice to me. Of course, tonight. Chen Chuanliang held Zheng Lingjuan's slender, white and tender little hand in his palm and rubbed it. Compared with the rough, fat, calloused hands of the yellow-faced woman in his family, these hands are completely different. Zheng Lingjun coquettishly hit Chen Chuanliang's arm and said, let's talk about it after you've done that thing. I don't want to end up not getting through your door but losing my heart and my body. Chapter 34 Meeting the Father-in-Law. As for Qin Lang, he asked for leave from Yan Qingshuo in the morning and planned to go to Huazhu to see Qin Lang today. Yan Qingshuo agreed, and was thoughtful enough to ask the nanny to buy the gifts in advance and let Qin Lang take them over. Because I didn't know how old Qin Lang's child was, I bought her high-end cigarettes and fine alcohol. Qin Lang drove the new supercar that Yan Qingshuo bought for him yesterday and quickly arrived in Huazhu. It caused quite a stir on the road, with many Kuaishou fans using their mobile phones to capture the royal blue LaFerrari speeding by. The circle of friends was immediately opened. The royal blue rougher has arrived in Huazhu. Huazhu people welcome you. Damn, I didn't get to see the LaFerrari last night, but today I actually saw it with my own eyes. I watched this royal blue LaFerrari speed past me. The driver must be a racing driver. So cool. With the help of navigation, Qin Lang quickly drove the car into the underground parking lot of Rose Garden Community. After parking the car, Qin Lang picked up the gifts and followed the instructions in the parking lot to the elevator room of Building 12. Qin Lang lives in room 1503, Building 12, Rose Garden Community. After entering the elevator, it reached the first floor and the door opened. The person who walked in was Yang Shijin, who was carrying a suitcase, a fishing rod and other things. When Yang Shijin was moving his things, the elevator door was about to close. Qin Lang stretched out his foot to block the elevator door. The elevator door moved back, and he helped Yang Shijin move the suitcase into the elevator. Yang Shijin smiled and said to Qin Lang, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Qin Lang smiled slightly. Yang Shijin was about to press the 15th floor button of Lao Cao's house. When he saw that the 15th floor button was on, he started chatting with Qin Lang. "Do you live on the 15th floor too?" "No, I'm here to see my relatives," Qin Lang replied. Because Qin Lang's response was not very enthusiastic, Yang Shijin did not continue to ask. He is not a talkative person either. It's usually like this when strangers meet, unless they are social experts. The elevator went quietly all the way to the 15th floor. Qin Lang helped Yang Shijin move his things out of the elevator, then asked him, "Where do you live?" "Prepare to help Yang Shijin move there." 1501, Yang Shijin said. Qin Lang helped bring the things to the door of room 1501 and told Yang Shijin that his relative lived in room 1503. Yang Shijin rang the doorbell and Lao Cao came to open the door. When he opened the door, Qin Lang had already gone to 1503. Lao Cao only saw Qin Lang's back. When Lao Cao saw Yang Shijin brought so many things, he hurried to help Yang Shijin bring the things into the room. After closing the door, he asked, "Who was that young man just now?" Yang Shijin smiled and said, "A kind-hearted young man brought something for me. He came to visit his relatives, who live in room 1503. 1503. Lao Cao just said this and didn't say anything else. It was obvious that he knew something about the 1503 family. He changed the subject and asked the gossip he wanted to know, "Old Yang, why did you suddenly bring so many things out? Were you kicked out by your shuhui?" "No, this time my wife drove me to the airport personally." "Oh, this matter is complicated. I'll tell you later. Give me a glass of water first. I'm going to do something big this time." Yang Shijin sat on the sofa, using his hands as a fan, fanning himself as he spoke. On Qin Lang's side, he pressed the doorbell of 1503. Qin Lemay opened the door. When Qin Lemay saw Qin Lang, she was stunned and stood there. Qin Lang knew that his current appearance would definitely shock Qin Lemay. On their way here, he also thought about what Qin Lemay looked like. However, he really didn't expect that Qin Lemay had aged so much. She was older than he had imagined a 41-year-old woman to be. You can even see quite a few white hairs on your head. Wrinkles appeared on his face, and his eyes were no longer as bright as they were 28 years ago, but had become much dimmer. Although there was light in her eyes when she saw him, it was still not enough. Time is really a butcher's knife. Qin Lemay's life was not very good. He smiled and said, "Xiaomai, don't you recognize me?" Qin Lemay came to her senses and quickly invited Qin Lang in. After closing the door, she was still in shock. "You, how come you haven't changed at all? You're still the same as you were 28 years ago." Qin Lang smiled and said, "It's a long story. My master saved me with a secret technique, and I just woke up these few days." As he spoke, Qin Lang put the cigarettes and alcohol in his hand on the coffee table. Qin Lemay was shocked. Secret technique to save people. That's right, she had met Qin Lang's master several times, and every time she met her, she felt that she was very mysterious. She thought of something, walked quickly to Qin Lang, and asked in surprise, "Does this mean that your illness is cured?" "Well, I had a physical examination. Apart from being a little sub-healthy and needing to exercise regularly, I have no other problems. There are no cancer cells in my body anymore," Qin Lang said with a smile. Qin Lemay was delighted. "That's great. Please sit down and I'll make you some tea." "Can I have tea? Or water?" "It's okay to drink tea. I don't have any dietary restrictions now," Qin Lang said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he saw a little girl who was 1 year younger than Xiaojuo lying on the door in the room opposite the living room, looking at him with curiosity and timidity. Qin Lang smiled and waved at her, and she immediately ran into the room. Qin Lemay poured tea for Qin Lang. Seeing the direction Qin Lang was looking, she smiled and said, "It's my little daughter Bebe. She's shy. I'll go call her out." After saying that, Qin Lemay went to call Bebe to come out, but Bebe still followed her mother timidly. Qin Lemay asked her to call him uncle, and she called out, "Uncle," in a very low voice. "I had lunch at Qin Lemay's house at noon." After lunch, Qin Lang also learned that Qin Lemay now had two daughters. The eldest daughter was called Huan, who was 9 years old and in the third grade of elementary school. The youngest daughter, Bei, was 5 years old and in the senior class of kindergarten. Qin Lemay's husband is Chen Chuanliang, who is now a manager in a company that is one of the top 100 companies in the country, with an annual income of more than 500,000 yuan. However, when Qin Lemay talked about Chen Chuanliang, although she tried her best to act happy, Qin Lang still saw that there must be some small conflicts between her and Chen Chuanliang. Will Chen Chuanliang come back tonight? He was planning to meet his cousin's husband. He has been on a business trip these days. When he comes back and you are not busy, I will invite you to dinner. Qin Lemay said with a smile. Okay. Qin Lang nodded. Then the two talked about the past and some people in the past. For example, the Qin family. Qin Lemay said, except for Grandpa and Grandma who still live in the old house, everyone else's house has been demolished. After receiving the money, they all went out to buy houses. My second uncle's whole family went to the imperial capital. I heard they made a fortune there. Third uncle's family is still in Yancheng, living in a villa complex. My fourth aunt's family is also in Yancheng, living in the Shuishniai's neighborhood. My fifth aunt lives in Pengcheng. I forgot which neighborhood she lives in, but I heard it's a very expensive neighborhood. Chapter 35, Father-in-law scratched Qin Lang's car. At this point, Qin Lemay talked about something very strange. After you left in 1988, Qin Huayu from my second uncle's family was admitted to a key university in the capital. It was quite strange. Qin Huayu's grades at the time were not good enough to get into a junior college, but he was admitted as a recommended student. With his recommendation to enter the imperial capital, within 3 years, my second uncle's entire family also moved to the imperial capital. Then their family prospered. Every Chinese New Year, second uncle's family is the most prosperous. I heard from relatives that they have a big backer in the capital and have opened many companies. During the Chinese New Year last year, I heard from them that Qin Huayu made tens of millions a year. By the way, you have no idea about the money nowadays. Let me tell you, tens of millions nowadays is about the same as 100,000 yuan in 1988. But it's a lot of money. Qin Lang thought about it. He didn't have a very deep impression of his cousin Qin Huayu. He asked, "How are you doing?" "As for me," Qin Lemay said with a smile, "I'm living a good life. Look, I have a child, a house and a car, and my husband is also very motivated." "Are you at work now?" Qin Lang asked. Qin Lemay shook her head and said, "I haven't worked since I got pregnant with my first child." "What about now?" "Bei is in the senior class now, you should have time to go to work," Qin Lang said. Qin Lemay's eyes flashed with bitterness, then she smiled and said, "I go out to work now, and I only make 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. My husband won't let me go to work, and we are planning to have a third child." "Already alive?" Qin Lang frowned. "I've given birth to 2. But both are girls. Could it be that you want to have a son?" Since he didn't see Chen Chuanliang, he didn't ask any more questions and sat with Qin Lemay until after 5 in the afternoon. Originally, Qin Lemay wanted to take Qin Lang downstairs, but Bei woke up and cried, so Qin Lang asked her to take care of their daughter at home and he knew the way. "Qin Lang, wait a moment." Qin Lemay called out to Qin Lang. While holding his little daughter and coaxing her, he opened a drawer beside him and took out an envelope with 10,000 yuan in it. The 10,000 yuan was the money she got from exchanging the gold bracelet on her hand at a jewelry store. She doesn't have a penny in her card. In order to monitor how she spent her living expenses, Chen Chuanliang specially applied for a bank card of his own and linked it to his mobile phone number. Whenever she makes any purchase, Chen Chuanliang will receive a text message. Moreover, Chen Chuanliang would give her 2,800 yuan for living expenses every month, which would be paid at the beginning and middle of the month, 1,400 yuan at a time, and he would strictly control the living expenses card. And he also asked her to keep a record of every time she spent money. As long as he found out that the money was not spent properly, he would scold her and let her find a way to make up for it herself. Qin Lang took the envelope, thinking it was a letter, but when he opened it, he found it was full of money. He immediately returned the envelope. "Xiaomai, why are you giving me so much money? I don't need money now. Now Yan Qingshuo takes care of all his food, accommodation and transportation." There was nowhere he needed to spend money. Even when she went out this morning, Yang Qingshuo asked the nanny to fill up the gas tank of her supercar early. Moreover, after talking so much with Qin Lang, although Qin Lang has been trying to hide how well she is living, he can see from the details, such as her rough hands, her aged face, her skillful care for the children, and the silent bitterness on her lips when she talks about her husband, that she is not living a very happy life. Qin Lang pushed the envelope back and said, "Take it. You have to spend money everywhere now, and prices are dozens of times more expensive than in 1988. It's really hard to get around without money. It's not that easy to find a job now. If you have some money, you can find a job. Your house has not been demolished, so you can still live there. So, tomorrow, Saturday, Chen Chuanliang should be back from his business trip. I will bring him and the 2 children to your house to help you clean up. Then I will see if I can buy you something. It's best if you cook at home. Eating takeout outside is not good for your health and is expensive." Seeing that Qin Lang was determined to give him the money, Qin Lang did not refuse. He just needed to find a place to put it down when he left. He said, "I've seen the old house. Okay, bring Chen Chuanliang and Huan Bebe over tomorrow. I have someone I want to introduce you to." He plans to bring Yan Qingshuo and Xiaojuo to meet Qin Lang tomorrow. Qin Lang is the only relative he has left. "Who?" Qin Lang asked puzzledly. Qin Lang smiled and said, "My wife and daughter." Qin Lang was shocked. In 1988, Qin Lang was only 18 years old. Didn't she hear that Qin Lang had a wife and children at that time? Qin Lang said, "This is a long story." Qin Lang briefly explained to Qin Lang why he and Yang Qingshuo had a child. However, he did not say that Yang Qingshuo forced him to sleep. He only said that 6 years ago, he happened to have spent a night with his junior sister Yang Qingshuo in the coffin, and then Yang Qingshuo became pregnant. Qin Lang was overjoyed when she heard this. Okay, our sister-in-law and Xiaojuo doing well. Very good. Qin Lang said. Okay, I feel relieved knowing that someone is taking care of you. I'll go to your hometown tomorrow and our 2 families will meet. Qin Lang said. She was looking forward to meeting her cousin's wife. I don't know how my cousin's wife treats Qin Lang. She had to see it with her own eyes to be assured. After sending Qin Lang into the elevator, Qin Lang carried her still crying daughter back home to comfort her. As soon as she entered the door, she saw an envelope on the shoe cabinet. The envelope was bulging. It was the envelope that she gave to Qin Lang containing 10,000 yuan. She was so frightened that she ran out with the envelope, but the elevator had already gone down. She held the baby in one hand, took out her cell phone from her trouser pocket with the other, and called Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, don't leave on the first floor. Wait for me to come down. You dropped the envelope." "Xiaomai, I put the envelope there. I really can't take the money. I'm not short of money now. Really, believe me." "Okay, Xiaomai, I'm hanging up." After saying that, Qin Lang hung up the phone first. Qin Lang stared at the envelope in her hand for a long time, tears streaming down her face. The crying daughter stopped crying immediately when she saw her mother crying. She touched Qin Lang's eyes with the back of her hand and comforted Qin Lang, "Mom, don't cry. Bebe, don't cry." At this moment, in the parking lot, Yang Shijin and Cao Dingshan went fishing and returned with a full load of fish. Cao Dingshan looked around but couldn't find a parking space. Finally, he saw a parking space on each side next to a royal blue LaFerrari supercar. He drove the car over carefully. He knew that others didn't dare to park in these 2 parking spaces because they were afraid of scratching such top-of-the-line luxury cars. But there were no parking spaces, so he had to choose a parking space. "I chose the parking space to the left of Ruffa. Try to move the car to the left as much as possible to leave plenty of space on the right." In the end, he was unable to get out of the driver's seat, and he struggled to cross from the driver's seat to the passenger seat and got out of the car. After getting out of the car, the 2 opened the trunk and prepared to carry back today's spoils. While tidying up his things, suddenly, the fishing rod in Yang Shijin's hand scraped the laffer on the right without him noticing. The harsh sound of scraping attracted the 2 people. When the 2 looked over, they saw that there was a scratch on the paint on the side of the rear of the royal blue LaFerrari. They were dumbfounded. Chapter 36. Your name is Qin Lang? Isn't that my son-in-law's name? Just at this moment, Qin Lang arrived at the underground parking lot. He saw 2 people talking worriedly beside his car. Qin Lang pressed the car key, and the royal blue LaFerrari beeped twice immediately. Yang Shijin and Cao Dingshan looked over immediately. Yang Shijin was surprised. "Young man, is this car yours?" Qin Lang walked over and nodded. "Oh, young man, I'm so sorry. We accidentally scratched your car just now, but don't worry, I will definitely pay for it. Take a look first, it's this location." Yang Shijin took Qin Lang to see the place where his fishing rod was scratched. There was a thin scratch on the paint on the left side of the car's rear. Although it is very thin, you can see it clearly if you look closely. It greatly affects the appearance of the car. Yang Shijin said apologetically, "Young man, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to do that. We were very careful, but we still scratched it. Well, I'll give you my phone number, and you can take the car to the 4S shop to see how much it costs to repaint this area. I'll transfer the money to you when the time comes. How about that?" Qin Lang felt distressed when he looked at the scratched area. It's a new car after all. But Yang Shijin's attitude was very good, and he mentioned compensation, so he nodded and said, "Okay, then leave me your contact information." If Yan Qingshuo asked him to pay for it, he would definitely not be able to afford it. The cost of repainting this surface is estimated to be over 10,000 yuan. Yang Shijin told Qin Lang his phone number. "Young man, just note me as Old Yang. Give me a call and I'll note your name." Qin Lang nodded, noted Yang Shijin's name, and called Yang Shijin on his cell phone. Yang Shijin's cell phone rang. Qin Lang hung up the phone and said, "My name is Qin Lang." Yang Shijin was noting the name of the phone number. "Okay, Qin Lang. Qin Lang." He suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Lang. Isn't this the name of his scumbag son-in-law? However, after seeing Qin Lang's 18-year-old face, he knew that it must be the same name. His son-in-law can't be only 18 years old. At least he has to be in his 30s. How can an 18-year-old give birth to a 5-year-old Xiaojuo? It is impossible for my own daughter to be so cruel as to attack a 12-year-old boy. It must be the same name. Qin Lang looked at Yang Shijin. Yang Shijin smiled and said, it's okay, I just think your name is nice. There is no way. If you scratch someone else's car, you have to say nice things and smile." Qin Lang put his phone back into his trouser pocket and said, "Then I'll leave first." After all, knowing that the other party lived on the same floor as Xiaomai, he was not afraid that when the time came for the paint touch-up quote, Old Yang would refuse to pay. Qin Lang drove away in his supercar. Cao Dingshan said with a painful look on his face, "It's a huge loss. This car is a Ferrari. It must be super expensive. Repairing the surface will probably cost tens of thousands of dollars." Yang Shijin's face fell. His private savings were not even enough for 10,000 yuan. How could he pay the compensation? Cao Dingshan asked Yang Shijin how much money he had. Yang Shijin said, "Only 3,000. Cao Dingshan said, "Why is your private savings so small? You have a lot." Cao Dingshan had a bitter face. "Before my wife went abroad for a trip, I had 5,000 yuan of private money. But on the day she left, she took out all my private money and confiscated it. She only left me 500 yuan for living expenses. She said that the rice, vegetables, oil and salt for the family had been bought, and this 500 yuan was enough for me to use for half a month." Yang Shijin, "Fuck, you mean you only have 500 yuan in pocket money now?" Cao Dingshan, 489 yuan to be exact. I bought a pack of cigarettes these days. Yang Shijin patted Cao Dingshan's shoulder with a look of sympathy and said, "Don't worry, I'll call my daughter and ask her to borrow some money." Cao Dingshan said with a bitter face, "Well, no one dared to park next to the supercar, but we were careless and parked next to it. Now the parking fee is tens of thousands of yuan. We are losing a lot. If we had known earlier, we would have parked our car in the neighborhood next door and paid 10 yuan for parking. It would have been fine." Fortunately, this young man was a nice person. He didn't argue with us or scold us. But, he just left your phone number and left. Aren't you afraid that we won't pay you? Yang Shijin said, "He is a relative of the family in 1503 on your floor. He is the enthusiastic young man who helped me carry things when I came here today." Cao Dingshan was surprised. "It's him? Does 1503 have such a rich relative?" "Oh, the mistress of 1503 is named Qin, and this young man is called Qin Lang." It seems that he is a relative of the mistress of 1503 from her family's side. Oh my god, her family is so rich, they drive a Ferrari. But I don't think her position in her husband's family is very good. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. What excuse will you use to borrow money from your daughter? The two talked about the most important issue at the moment. On Qin Lang's side, when he drove back home, Yan Qingshuo had already returned. Yan Qingshuo asked him how his visit to his cousin went today. Qin Lang described Qin Lemei's current situation, and then said, Xiaomei's family will come to my old house tomorrow. I plan to introduce you and Xiaojuo to them. I told Xiaomei about us. When Yan Qingshuo heard this, she was delighted. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Qin Lang on the face, and said happily, okay. It happens that tomorrow is Saturday. I will pick Xiaojuo up in the morning. Qin Lang took the initiative to introduce her and Xiaojuo to his family, which was a recognition of her tilde. Can we put the marriage certificate issue on the agenda? I'll feel at ease the sooner I can get Qin Lang registered in my household register. Otherwise, Qin Lang is so handsome and so prosperous that she wants to turn Qin Lang into a pendant and hang on her body 24 hours a day. After talking about this, Qin Lang told Yan Qingshuo about the scratched car. Yan Qingshuo thought that Qin Lang accidentally scratched the car while driving. He immediately said generously, it's okay, you just drove the car, it's normal to scratch the car. I'll ask Xiao Zhang to drive the car over to repaint it tomorrow. It won't cost much. Qin Lang said, it wasn't me who scratched my car, it was someone else who scratched it. You can tell me how much it will cost to repaint it. The other party left me his phone number and told me to tell him when the money for repainting is available and he will transfer the money to me. Yan Qingshuo jumped up immediately after hearing this, and her baby voice rushed into the room, what? Who is so blind? How dare he scratch our new car? Damn it. That's so damned. Don't you know this is a Ferrari la Ferrari? Don't you know how far away this car is? This bastard, I think he just hates the rich. He did it on purpose. Yan Qingshuo cursed for a long time because this was the first expensive gift she gave to Qin Lang, and Qin Lang liked this car very much. Now that she knew the car was scratched by someone else, she was furious. We can't just ask him to pay for the paint job, we also need to pay for mental damages. This is a new car we just bought yesterday. Chapter 37 I Want a Kiss. Qin Lang stroked Yan Qingshuo's back to calm her down, and said, don't be angry, the paint can be repaired and it will be as good as new. Besides, he has agreed to pay compensation. Don't let this make you sick. Also, he lives on the same floor as my cousin, so they are neighbors. He didn't do it on purpose. It was really an accident. He was a very nice person. He stood by the car and waited for me to come over. Then he took the initiative to tell me that he would compensate me. After hearing what Qin Lang said, Yan Qingshuo's anger subsided a little. I need another kiss to calm down. Qin Lang kissed Yan Qingshuo. Just at this moment Yan Qingshuo's cell phone rang. It was Su Shuhui calling. Yan Qingshuo answered the phone. She was afraid that her mother might say something inappropriate on the phone, which would be overheard by Qin Lang and affect her image, so she took her cell phone to the balcony and answered the call. Qingshuo, your father went to Dongting Lake in Hunan province to fish. He will probably be gone for 10 days or half a month. You have to hurry up and arrange a meeting between me and Qin Lang. Yan Qingshuo was stunned. My mother arranged for my father to go out. But it's okay this way. She was also a little worried that her father would hit Qin Lang with a brick after finding out that Qin Lang was Xiaoduo's biological father. She said, okay, I'll arrange a time. Su Shuhui was delighted when she heard this. Okay, it's settled then. The sooner the better. After all, I don't know when your father will be back. How about tomorrow? Su Shuhui can't wait to meet her son-in-law. Mainly, I am curious about this son-in-law that my daughter has been thinking about for so long. Yan Qingshuo refused, not tomorrow, it's too early. You must not be too anxious about meeting the parents, otherwise, it would scare Qin Lang, which would be bad. Mom, don't worry. I'll arrange it before Dad comes back. Then you have to give me a specific time so I can help you drag your dad. Within a week. Su Shuhui smiled happily, okay. Just during this week, she also took care of herself, doing her hair, dyeing it, doing some skin care, etc. Let Qin Lang see her shining mother-in-law. After all, first impressions are important. On Chen Chuanliang's side, after sending Jing Lingjun home, Jing Lingjun put her phone in front of Chen Chuanliang, showed him her circle of friends, and said, "This royal blue LaFerrari is so beautiful. It actually came to our Huiju." Chen Chuanliang took a look and was also attracted by this supercar. He smiled and said, "Ferrari is indeed beautiful. When I get promoted, I will buy you a second-hand Ferrari to drive to get off work." "Really?" Zheng Lingjuan's eyes lit up, instantly full of charm. Chen Chuanliang was dazed for a moment and nodded woodenly, "Of course." Zheng Lingjun, whether in appearance, figure, or the light that emanated from her eyes when she looked at him, was very similar to Qin Lang back then. It attracted him deeply. He just loves this one. However, Qin Lang now has a slim figure, an old face, and dull eyes, and he has long been disgusted with her. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would scold Qin Lang for being as fat as a pig, dressing like an old lady every day, and not knowing how to tidy herself up. After seeing Jing Lingjun off, Chen Chuanliang originally planned to go to a hotel and get a room to sleep in. He was worried that Qin Lang's cousin would not be able to borrow money tonight and would stay at his house. He didn't want to lend money to Qin Lang's cousin who had been dead for 28 years and suddenly appeared. But thinking that staying in a hotel was very expensive, he still called Qin Lang. After asking indirectly whether Qin Lang was at his house, he learned that Qin Lang had left in the evening, and said, "I know, I've finished my overtime work, please prepare a midnight snack for me, I want to eat grilled steak." After saying that, Chen Chuanliang hung up the phone and drove home. After returning home, Chen Chuanliang ate grilled steak while asking Qin Lang what Qin Lang said when he came over today. When he learned that there was no mention of borrowing money, his expression eased a little. His eyes fell on the gift bag on the coffee table and he asked, "Did your cousin bring this?" Chen Chuanliang wiped his hands, took the gift bag, and saw 2 packs of Hetiangxia Zunxiang Baisha cigarettes on it. These cigarettes, which cost 1,000 yuan a pack, were of the highest standard on the market. His expression softened a little. He took out 2 packs of cigarettes and placed 2 bottles of Maotai liquor underneath. He looked at it carefully and found that it was real Maotai liquor. 2 bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes cost more than 8 or 9,000 yuan. A smile finally appeared on his face, and he looked at Qin Lang with much more favor. Qin Lang deliberately put these cigarettes and alcohol here because she wanted to take Chen Chuanliang to Qin Lang's old house tomorrow to help Qin Lang clean up the old house and buy some things by then. With these cigarettes and alcohol around, Chen Chuanliang couldn't say anything. She now understood clearly that Chen Chuanliang was not a good man who did not value money. He was obviously a man who only cared about money. In the past, she was blind and had money, so she didn't see how disgusting Chen Chuanliang was. "But I'm married and have 2 daughters, what else can I do? Everyone else's marriage is a mess." It's just that before getting married, she imagined it too beautifully. "Now I can only grit my teeth and move on." "It seems that your cousin is not short of money. He didn't ask us to do anything for him, right?" Chen Chuanliang asked. "No." Chen Chuanliang didn't say anything else and continued to eat his steak, commenting, "The steak grilled tonight tastes good." Qin Lang told Chen Chuanliang that she was going to Qin Lang's hometown tomorrow to meet him and his wife and daughter and have a meal with the 2 families. Chen Chuanliang said, "Sure. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I'm off. I can take you, Huan, and Bebe back to your parents' home." Qin Lang's expression finally eased a little, and she told Chen Chuanliang that Qin Lang had brought so many valuable gifts today, and they would go to Qin Lang's house tomorrow, so they must bring something in return. Chen Chuanliang was very easy to talk to this time and agreed. He knew that Qin Lang's relatives were all rich, but none of them interacted with Qin Lang. Being unable to help at all is like not having those relatives. He knew Qin Lang. Every Qingming festival and Zhongyuan festival, Qin Lang would go to Qin Lang's grave to pay homage. He thought he was really dead, but unexpectedly he was alive. He thought that Qin Lang was alive and came to Qin Lang again. He must have been having a hard time outside and came to borrow money from Qin Lang. Unexpectedly, he did not ask Qin Lang for money, but brought good cigarettes and wine. He was also prepared to get along with the other party. Let us see if Qin Lang can be of use at that time. The next day, in the morning, Xiao Zhang came over and drove the Lafcat away. Because royal blue is a specific color, the touch-up paint needs to be transferred from the headquarters, which takes some time, and it may take up to a week to complete. He would wait until he drove the car back, make an invoice and send it to Yang Qingshuo.